Okay. Good evening and welcome to the City Council meeting of September 27th, being called to order at 6:05 PM. May we have roll call, please?
Yes, council members Zasatrian,
Here.
Brotman,
He just stepped out. He'll
Divine.
be here.
Here.
Ajarian,
Here.
Mayor Kasakian.
Here. And as I mentioned, Councilmember Brotman just stepped out to get something from the council offices, and here he is. All right, so he is here. Let's mark him as present as well. Next on the agenda is the flag salute, followed by the invocation delivered by City Clerk Suzy Abajan. Please rise, place your right hand over your heart, and join me in saluting the flag of our nation. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing.
Let us begin by acknowledging that we are standing on the indigenous lands of the Tongva people. We are thankful for this day that we have been given, for its blessings, its opportunities, its challenges. May we appreciate the time that we have on this planet and use it to better the lives of people around us, to lessen strife and build up community, to challenge ignorance and embrace knowledge, to decrease suffering and increase joy. May we do what's just, may we love mercy and walk humbly on this earth. May we listen intently, discern what is loving and kind, and act with courage. Thank you.
Thank you. And may we have your report, please?
The agenda for the September 27th, 2022 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on September 22nd, 2022 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
All right, thank you. And under presentation and appointments at 3A is the agenda preview for the meetings of Tuesday, October 4th, 2022. For that, let me turn to City Manager Galanian. And we have the evening meeting canceled
Yes.
because
good evening,
of
Mr.
the
Mayor.
holiday.
Right.
It is Yom Kippur.
Actually, Mayor Kasakian, Member City Council, all the meetings for October 4th, all the regular meetings have been canceled, and our next regular meeting is for October 11th, scheduled for October 11th.
All right, thank you very much. And what is next?
The next item is Domestic Violence Awareness Month proclamation.
Mayor, City Council members, nice to see you all. I understand we'll be receiving a proclamation in observance of Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I'm Diane Lambalot, Chair of the Commission on the Status of Women this year, and I'm honored to accept the proclamation on behalf of the Commission. As you all know, Glendale has great community involvement, and it's through the coordination of the City Council, the Glendale Police Department, the YWCA, the Commission on the Status of Women, and other partners that Glendale is able to serve its residents when they encounter domestic violence through various means. In recognition of this community involvement, I would like to invite the community and, of course, the mayor and the council members to the YWCA and the Commission on the Status of Women's Purple Tie Awards. The Purple Tie Awards are in recognition of actually men in the community who've worked to end domestic violence. And they'll be held, we're partnering with the Y, the commission is partnering with the Y, and it will be held on October 27th at 6 p.m. at the YWCA on Lexington. I'd also like to thank you for lighting City Hall in purple again this year during the month of October in recognition of Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Thank you, Council, for this proclamation and for your continued commitment to ending domestic violence in our community.
Thank you very much. And I believe we have proclamations, but are they in the, did someone go to, I just saw someone run out to get them, because we have your proclamation as well as another proclamation for Philippine History Month. So,
Okay, well, Thank you in
This is,
advance.
yeah, stretch, or this is a time where
Yeah.
the screen shows like the technical difficulties image.
Squiggly lines.
Yes, Councilmember Devine.
So the Commission on the Status of Women is from whence I came. I spent 8 years on that commission, very productive years, years of great satisfaction, great programs. I know that that commission works very hard in raising awareness of issues that affect women. And I just want to say I look forward to the Purple Tie Awards event, and you are well deserving of this proclamation, and please keep up the good work.
Thank you, Councilmember Devine. Appreciate it. Any other questions?
Councilmember Asatryan?
I'd like to join Councilmember Devine in both thanking you, and as we look forward to new opportunities for collaboration, I think it's important for us to also look at additional programming that we can bring. I believe last year's theme was Everyone Knows Someone. I'm not sure what the theme for Domestic Violence Awareness Month is this year, but the message from last year, I think, resonated with everyone. It truly takes a village, and the programming that we make available to women in our communities and children who are impacted by this is life-changing. So I look forward to our future collaborations in expanding those programs and services.
Thank you, and we look forward to welcoming your appointee as well. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you very much. And I will just say that it is, there is a proclamation forthcoming. Thank you, council members, for your comments. I'm keeping an eye at the door, but as soon as it is here, I'll step away from the dais so we can snap a photo. Yes, Councilman, City Manager Golani.
Thank you. Mayor Kasakian, my deepest apologies. It appears like we have misplaced the proclamations, copies of the proclamations,
Okay.
but we'll make sure that you will receive a copy as soon as
Absolutely.
tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, great.
And until those missing proclamations are found, let me just say that it is very important for everyone to keep this issue at the forefront of their minds. As Councilmember Asatryan said, last year's theme was Everyone Knows Someone. That is indeed true. Sometimes the signs are not so easy to see or identify, and you have to look closer. But it is something that is out there. As perfect as we may think our community is, or the corner of our community that we may occupy is, there's always this danger, this threat. And, you know, here come the proclamations. Thank you. Thank you. I hope, do we have both of them? Oh, excellent. Thank you. And what I want to say is, besides, you know, it's not just enough to light up City Hall, to wear the pins, to wear the ribbons. I think the ribbons have become oftentimes a replacement for us to actually do the work to eliminate something like domestic violence. I want to say that I was at the YWCA recently for their open house. They're one of the organizations that's actively working to end
Oh, yes.
domestic violence and provide shelters for those who are impacted by it. So I want to thank them and acknowledge you and our Commission on the Status of Women and everyone in our community who's working to raise awareness about this, and also, in addition to raising awareness, making sure that we no longer have domestic violence in our communities. So proclamation reads as follows. Whereas domestic violence is a serious crime that affects over 12 million Americans of all races, ages, gender, and income levels each year, and whereas 1 of 3 women will experience domestic violence in her lifetime, and whereas children that grow up in violent homes are believed to be abused and neglected at a rate higher than the national average, and boys who witness domestic violence are twice as likely to abuse their own partners and children when they become adults, and whereas domestic violence costs the nation billions of dollars annually in medical expenses, police and court costs, shelters, foster care, sick leave, and inflicts untold emotional trauma to the entire family. And whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month provides an excellent opportunity for citizens to learn more about preventing domestic violence and to show support for the numerous organizations and individuals who provide critical advocacy, services, and assistance to victims. Now, therefore, I, Artie Kasakian, Mayor of the City of Glendale, proclaim the month of October 2022 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urge citizens of Glendale to work together to eliminate domestic violence from our community. Here you go. Congratulations on this proclamation, and good luck in your work.
Thank you.
All right, what is next?
Next is a proclamation regarding Philippine History Month cultural celebration.
All right, and let's have our friends from the Filipino community, the representatives, to come up to accept this proclamation. And as you approach the podium, I'll read the proclamation, which reads, whereas Filipino American History Month is celebrated in the United States during the month of October and was established by the Filipino American National Historical Society to recognize the achievements, contributions, and historical presence of Filipinos in the United States. And whereas October was chosen because the first recorded presence of a Filipino in the continental United States was in October 1587, and October is also officially recognized by the California Department of Education. And whereas the city of Glendale recognizes the increasing number of Filipino Americans who live and work in the city and therefore join in the celebration, and whereas the Filipino American Business Association of Glendale, FEBAG GLAC, will celebrate Filipino American History Month with a free community event on Saturday, October 8th, 2022, from 5 to 9 p.m. at the Glendale Adult Recreation Center, located at 201 East Colorado Street, with music, songs, dance, food, and other cultural presentations. Now, therefore, I, Artie Kasakian, Mayor of the City of Glendale, together with the Glendale City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as Filipino American History Month in Glendale, California, and congratulate the Filipino American Business Association of Glendale for their ongoing expression of heritage and history, cultural awareness, and community service. Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words before I come down with the proclamation?
Honorable Mayor, council members and staff, good evening. I'm Joe Solomonson, President of the Filipino American Business Association of Glendale. With me are Edith Fuentes, Marlene Cagataw, Josie Inakay, Olive Lopez, and Cora Soriano. Thank you very much for this proclamation declaring the month of October as Filipino American History Month in Glendale. October is a very special month for all of us Filipino Americans, as we highlight some of our history, heritage, and culture. We also would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you and the whole community to our Phil-Am History Celebration on Saturday, October 8, 2022, from 5 to 9 p.m. at the Glendale Adult Recreation Center, located at 201 East Colorado Street by the Central Library. This is a free event and open to all. We will have music, songs, dances, and little sampling of food and many more. Please join us and let's have fun. Thank you very much.
Congratulations and thank you. And there's going to be excellent food there, awesome entertainment. It's not a Filipino party without amazing food. So thank you very much. I'm going to come down and present this. And if any of my colleagues would like to say a few words while I do, please go ahead.
If I might, I'll just say that I will be there on the 8th. I just checked my calendar and it's there. And thank you for all the work that you do to keep us aware of the contributions of the Filipino community. I'll leave it there.
All right, thank you, sir.
You not only get the council and the mayor in the photo, you also get a state senator today. If we can ask Senator Anthony Portantino. He's a friend of the
Wonderful.
community. Why don't you join us, Senator Portantino, for this photo? Here you go. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll see on the. Yes, I just want to thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I look forward to this. First thing I wanted to know is, will there be dancing?
Yes, there will be.
Because the last celebration you had, there was the most wonderful dancing, so I'm really happy. And I'm assuming that you're doing it at the ARC, the Adult Recreation Center, is that correct? Because of the Friendship Memorial, which I'm so proud that you all did that for our city and were able to accomplish that wonderful memorial. So looking forward to it. Thank you for what you
Thank
do.
you.
Salamat. Thank you.
Congratulations, we'll be there. I don't know about dancing. My arthritis has been acting up again recently, but definitely there for the camaraderie and the food and the music.
All right.
Well, I think aside from being there, we have a growing Filipino community in Glendale. And aside from, what's that? Oh.
Something very important is about to be said.
I want to make sure that we're also using this opportunity to collaborate with your community in how we make our programs more accessible to the community, how we create deeper partnerships, not just celebrating the culture, but ensuring that the community is utilizing all the services that are available within City Hall. So I look forward to seeing you on October 8th and coordinating with you on those programs.
We're working on
Thank you. We are.
something. Yes,
Thank you.
just to quickly mention, we're working on something in collaboration with the other groups, Latino, Armenian, Korean, Japanese, Filipino, and some other groups, and it's coming your way. So
Wonderful.
we'll let you know.
Thank you.
So much for everything that you do.
All right, thank you.
Next is
It's legislative update by Senator Anthony Portantino.
Senator. It's good to have you join us. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's great to be here. How's everybody doing tonight?
Excellent.
They told me you had a light agenda and I should take an hour and a half. Is that true?
You confuse us with La Cañada.
Oh, there you go. It's good to see all of you. I will not take all that much time, but I do want to be here. Obviously, we're going to talk about the $23 million and the JPA that Glendale, Burbank, and Pasadena asked me to carry the legislation, and the governor signed it, and then we were able to get $23 million in the budget to help you guys move some of the affordable housing that you have in your pipeline, actually make it real. So thank you for approaching me, and thank you to the governor for signing it, and the legislature for approving the $23 million. In addition, we got another $2.5 million to set up a National Animation Museum, and I know Glendale and Burbank are competing with each other for the home of the Animation Museum. I know each city is lobbying the organizers, and that's a good problem to have. The mayor joined me at the LA Zoo to celebrate the $2.2 million in the state budget to do some cutting-edge botanical gardens efforts at the LA Zoo, and Mayor Garcetti came to us as well, was there for the same program, so that was exciting. And then Stengel Field is going to get another $2 million, and I know from the city, school, and baseball group, it's exciting. I know there's a lot of focus on what the money's going to go for, and I know that the city and the stakeholders will come up with a good plan, but at least we've got $2 million to spend to help revitalize Stengel Field. Obviously, education, something that's near and dear to all of us. Got the best it ever did, $128.6 billion for K-12 education this year. And I know we have a former teacher and the son of a teacher with us, and your parent teachers as well, right? And so that's exciting. That's the largest investment in K-12 education. For me, it's not enough, but at least we took a big portion of our $97 billion surplus and spent it on schools. Obviously, we're coming out of the pandemic, and we're trying to have as much normal as we can. And I know the state did as good as it could do, and the city did as well. I mean, it was a challenging time for all of us. And so I just want to say thank you to everybody for all of the patience and all of the work that you've all put in to that. The governor's invested significantly in behavioral health, mental health initiatives. We have a bill on the governor's desk. Hopefully in the next 4 days, he signs to create a $250,000 per each high school grant to do wellness on every high school in California. And so that's on the governor's desk, and we've got our fingers crossed that he signs that before the end of the month. But in addition to that, significant resources were spent on mental health. Another sort of acute pandemic-related issue was, obviously, we know about the teacher shortage. In particular, dual language classes were very impacted by teacher shortages. And in Pasadena, they were cutting the immersion classes at the expense of those students. And so thinking about how we can help with the teacher shortage. Right now, if you have a high school that has seats and you have a high school that has students, they have to go through a bureaucratic process to cooperate. They have to go to the County Office of Education. They have to do all kinds of hoops. So I said, let's just let school districts talk amongst themselves. And so if school district A has students and school district B has empty chairs, they can work out their own arrangement and share their teachers and share their resources without any bureaucracy. And so that bill's on the governor's desk as well. Some local parents came to me with children with fetal alcohol syndrome. Who knew that children with fetal alcohol syndrome disorder don't get their own IEP? That they only get an education plan if they have other issues that are raised. And so I have a bill on the governor's desk to create an IEP just for young people with fetal alcohol syndrome. And it's important. We need to make sure that the right diagnosis gets the right care. The Glendale Environmental Coalition came to me this year with a great bill that was piloted in the Glendale Unified School District on dishwashers. Back in, I'd say R and I are the only two old enough to remember when you ate on plates, knives, and forks in school. I'm picking on you again, Ara. Your mother texted me before. She said, "Pick on my son tonight." So I have to do whatever Mary tells me. But you remember when we were kids, you actually had knives, plates, and forks, and then somebody in the 1980s said it'll be better for the environment and more sanitary if we go to disposable paper products. It's created a huge amount of waste. And so Glendale Unified piloted it in a school and cut down on the amount of waste significantly. And so the Glendale Environmental Coalition came to me last year and said, let's do a grant program to retrofit the kitchens and put these high-functioning, high-capacity, low-water dishwashers in schools again, and then use it to teach sustainability and be better for the environment. So there's a bill on the governor's desk to do that. We all saw in horror what happened in Michigan when a school district received notice of an imminent threat and then didn't do anything about that notice. So I have a bill that says if you're a school district and you have somebody on Facebook or social media saying they're going to come shoot up the school, you must take it seriously and you must investigate it. And it's understandable that an administrator might say, well, that won't happen here, or what if we're wrong, and hesitate. I'd rather they blame the state for saying you have to investigate it than hesitate and unfortunately have a tragedy. So the governor signed SB 906 that did that. 3 years ago, I wrote California's safe storage of firearms laws. I don't know if you saw earlier this year, but President Biden called on that bill to be a national, for the nation to embrace the safe storage of firearms. Most high school shooters get the gun in the home that's not properly locked. And so what my bill did is create consequences for those who own weapons if they fall into the wrong hands. And so 3 years ago, we passed that law. This year, part of 906 was a bill to have school districts educate their parents about safe storage. And so the governor signed that as well. We also modeled a bill on the Texas private right of action legislation, where they're using, frankly, a private right of action to go after women's reproductive health care. And weaponized, frankly, abortion services by allowing private individuals to sue anybody who is party to an abortion. It, frankly, is a reprehensible that the Supreme Court said it was constitutional. So we're using the same model to go after guns. And we said if the Texas law is constitutional, then California's law is constitutional. If the Supreme Court throws the Texas law out, the California law would go out. And so the governor signed SB 1327, which I was a co-author or joint author with Senator Hertzberg as well. Another bill, again, that had its genesis in Glendale. Guyane approached me earlier this year about an issue where she went for her routine mammogram, and the doctor saw something that she didn't like and required a follow-up image. Unfortunately, insurance only covers the routine mammogram. So if you're a woman out there and your doctor sees something they don't like and you have to get an MRI or a CAT scan or other follow-up image, you wrestle with the decision, do I go out of pocket or do I risk not having the procedure? And so what the bill says is the follow-up imaging prescribed by a doctor shall be covered by your insurance. And so that's on the governor's desk as well, so we hope he signs that. those are a couple of the bills. Obviously, SB 1127 is our big joint powers bill that we're going to do a check presentation with you in a little bit. We're also, as you know, I became a pandemic peddler two years ago, got on a bicycle, started riding every day, so I'm working with a number of bike groups to create a bike plan bill that's on the governor's desk. We also have a bill to require a tax rebate if you give up your car in California. We're helping people offset the cost of gasoline. We should also reward families that are using public transportation, and so there's a pilot program to create a tax credit for if you give up your car. So I'm hoping the governor will sign that. As you know, last year I carried the entertainment tax credit, which added $180 million to the entertainment tax credit, also created a new credit for construction of sound stages. Do you know the life cycle of a sound stage is 100 years? And so if you build a sound stage, that's 100 years of union jobs, good middle-class jobs in the golden industry of California, the entertainment industry. Universal Studios has already started constructing studios based on that tax credit program, and so I was pleased to do that. And the governor has agreed to put in his January budget the extension of the entertainment tax credit, and so, which is very exciting. Normally that comes at the end of the legislative cycle. To have the governor propose it in January is pretty historic, and so we're waiting for the governor to do that. And that's a couple of the bill highlights that we had this year, and I know you might want some questions, Mr. Mayor, and I know we want to do the check presentation. Thank you for letting me come share, and I tried to be quick.
We always appreciate when our senator comes bearing gifts, especially when it's in the form of a large check. Thank you for always making the time. I can't, I think you've come every year, taking time out of your busy schedule, and I know that your Senate district has more than just Glendale in it, so I truly appreciate everything that you do, and that most of your bills are just ideas that come to you from your constituents. I'll turn to my colleagues if they have any questions or comments.
Go ahead.
I have no questions. Just want to thank you for all the work you do, and in particular lately, your advocacy around biking and other forms of active transportation. So, and I continue to be impressed by the lifestyle change and the kind of riding that you're doing. It puts me to shame.
I did get a flat today in Griffith Park, and luckily it was a slow leak, so about every half mile I had to get out and pump to get home. So
Well, at least you didn't fall over. I know you've had a few falls,
I've had a couple falls.
They scare us. So be careful.
Wear your helmet.
Amen.
Thank you, Senator. You're in Glendale quite a lot, and we appreciate that. You're at more events than we are, I think, which is great. That shows that you're really in touch with our community. We appreciate your support for our city and everything that we do. Moral support, legislative support, financial support, and keep on going. Don't let a flat slow you down.
I will say I saw everybody at Antias Theater on Friday night. If you haven't seen that play, it's really, really good.
amazing.
It's amazing.
It is.
So I highly recommend the play. I mean, it's a special, the acting is off the charts, and the way the interchange, I don't want to give the plot away, but there's a great twist in the play. So I highly recommend going to see that. We have a bill on the governor's desk to help the nonprofit theaters as well, so we're hoping he signs that.
Great. Yeah, I recommended that play last week to our viewers because I thought it was just incredible. I just want to thank you for your thoughtful legislation. I mean, education, so important, and you've always been an advocate for educational bills. One thing I do want to tell you, in case you don't know, but I think that $250,000 for the wellness programs that the governor, you said he might sign?
It's on his desk, yeah.
It's on his desk. That Glendale Adventist Health is now doing a collaboration with our school district. And they have created in our 4 high schools wellness rooms for kids to go in if they're having problems, whether it be mental health, drugs, whatever. So, and now they're reaching down to the middle schools, and then they want to get all the way down to the elementary schools. So that money will really be helpful. Right. So I hope he signs that. And the other thing I wanted to thank you for is always being an advocate for women and women's health issues. And I remember many years ago when I first met you in Eagle Rock, actually, and you were there speaking on breast cancer awareness, et cetera. So thank you for all that you do, and I know you are a huge help to not only Glendale, but cities in your district, so thank you so much.
Thank you. To tell you, I feel honored that, women feel comfortable coming up to me and asking me to solve problems. And the breast cancer bill we did when I was in the assembly, women came up to me in the post office and shared a perspective and said, hey, can you do something about this? And the fact that they felt comfortable to come up and share their personal story, you got to act on those things.
Exactly. Well, thank you. We appreciate that.
I'm joining last in my colleagues, but I have to tell you the highlight that you give to residents that come to you with ideas inspires others. I know particularly the bill Guyana came to you with. Right after that, I got a bunch of messages from different women saying, hey, by the way, there's this process. Do you think it would be worthwhile? And so I think this is an opportunity for me to thank you for always being accessible, for bringing the funding that you do to our communities and being so collaborative. So
thank you. Well, I always say I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. I want to sit next to the smartest person in the room and steal all their good ideas. It's a good place to be. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Senator, and we look forward to you continuing the work that you do for cities, for your constituents, for all the residents of California. These bills don't just impact the people that live here, but the entire population of our Golden State. So thank you very much. And we, again, appreciate you taking the time to come down here. Now, we understand that there's a little something for the city.
Mayor, I don't know if you want to have everybody come down.
Absolutely. Let's have everyone come down from the dais to photo taken.
A little photo and show everybody here. City's going to get $23 million. Again, the cities of Burbank, Glendale, and Pasadena came to me and said, hey, we want to do this joint powers authority. We have all of these projects in the pipeline. And so their proactive approach generated this.
All right, you're good. Thank you very much.
And you guys get to keep the check.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Yeah, you guys-
And it won't bounce, right? All right, great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could take 2 more seconds. I do a lot, but Arda does 10 times more than I do in the city of Glendale. So we need to give props to Arda. She is a graduate of the Glendale Unified School District and GCC, so she's a homegrown product who just works tirelessly. So I want to thank you all for being nice to Arda and also appreciate all the work that she does, because I do the microphone part, she does everything else. So thank you. Thank you, Arda.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Arda. Thank you. You have a great staff, and we appreciate their work with the city and our wonderful staff as well. Thank you, and safe riding. All right, next on the agenda?
Next is the appointment of Board and Commission by Councilmember Brotman, 9/2022, of Chris Lowry to the Glendale Water and Power Commission.
All right.
Thank you. Yes,
Councilmember
I put, Chris, you could come up. Chris is a longtime Glendale resident. He'll probably give a little more detail, but he's had an even longer career in energy and water conservation with stints at Pacific Gas and Electric and SoCal Gas. Hope I got that right. He founded the company that he now runs, Accurate Energy, in 1996. They've done extensive work with energy customers, especially in the commercial and education space. He's a licensed electrical contractor and an all-around good guy who I've gotten to know over the years, who cares deeply about reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and understands the needs of our customers and utility customers, I mean. So I hope you will support his nomination to the Glendale Water and Power Commission.
All right.
I
Let's
think we
have,
vote first
yes.
and then. yeah.
let's have roll call.
Council members Asatrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Kasakian.
Yes, congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. Well, I was thinking that I was going to have to sell myself. So anyway, I think it's an exciting time in the world of energy as we look around and we see all the LED lighting and solar on rooftops and electric vehicles everywhere. And I think it's just a real exciting time for us in the energy world. And with that said about the power, I think on the water side, there's tremendous work that needs to be done on that, and we all know the importance of that. And I'm real excited about the possibilities there. So anyway, thank you. I'm honored to be nominated, and I thank you very much, for your time and your votes.
All right, thank you, and congratulations. We look forward to your contribution to our city.
All right, thank you very much.
Next is consent, yes, absolutely. Next is consent items, and we do have to take one of those items off the calendar. City Manager Galanian, which item is that? Is it
Mayor Kasakian.
F, not
yeah,
D?
It will be item F, Urban Forestry Grant Tree Planting and Maintenance Program Contract Increases.
Okay.
I'll move
That's
the
that's
balance.
actually, just for the record, I think, is that for E on the agenda?
Well, I think, I don't know which one's which, because we did take one off last week, but it is, I'm looking at it, it's on E.
Okay, so yeah, the one
yeah.
online says, so for the record, we have the Public Works, if we can have the Urban Forestry Grant Tree Planting item read into the record, City Clerk Abajian?
Yes.
You want, I'm sorry.
Well,
before you do
let's
that,
move the balance. So do we know what the balance of the consent calendar is now? Let's,
Everything except E?
it's everything except E.
online, on the online version, which I believe, I'm hoping is the most accurate version, we have E as the tree item, correct?
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. So let's, is there a motion for the balance of the consent
Move
calendar?
the balance of the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, let's have a roll call on that first.
Yes. Council members Asatrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Kasakian.
Yes. Now may we have the item from Public Works regarding urban forestry read into the record?
Yes. Public Works regarding urban forestry grant tree planting and maintenance program contract increases. Resolution dispensing with competitive bidding and authorizing the city manager or a designee to amend contract 8000974 for city tree services with West Coast Arborists, Inc., increasing the contract amount by $4,271,660 to a new total amount of $11,577,660 for the purpose of meeting recommended tree planting and maintenance goals, pruning palm trees, planting and caring for 500 trees as part of the reimbursable California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection CAL FIRE Urban Forestry Grant, and planting 750 trees as part of the reimbursable California Department of Transportation, Caltrans Clean California grant subject to budget approval in fiscal year 2023-24, 2024-25, and 2025-26. 2, resolution authorizing the Director of Public Works or his designee to execute a Clean California grant agreement with the California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, for the City of Glendale Southeast Glendale Greening Project to plant 750 trees. And 3, resolution of appropriation for grant-funded tree planting and maintenance.
Okay. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Kasakian, member City Council, this item being presented to you this evening is in response to Council's direction and falls in line with the sustainability priority, one of the priorities of City Council. And I'll invite Lauren Click, our urban forester, to present this report to you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I'm going to provide a brief presentation on this item regarding our urban forestry grant tree planting and maintenance program contract increases, as Mr. Gulanian just mentioned. This program will summarize those 2 grants that we were awarded, as well as the associated contract increases request in order to proceed, as well as the palm pruning and general tree maintenance services increases to our contract. So by way of background, last year in May, Council requested that staff present on the state of the community forest. We did that. We covered such topics as the citywide tree pruning program, some of our more recent funding shortfalls that impacted our maintenance and planting programs, and as we also discussed private tree ordinances. Council did request that we return with more information on adopting a tree canopy goal like some of our neighbors, the funding that might be required to return to our 6-year formerly standard maintenance cycle, and ways to increase planting and tree care across the city. Council also requested that we further explore private tree protections of our neighboring communities, and we returned in September of last year to discuss those matters. So at that meeting, we detailed our citywide tree canopy coverage, including percentages of canopy coverage per census tract within the city, and we presented a plan to plant 7,500 trees over the next 10 years, which would reach what we recommend to be a 25% tree canopy goal citywide. We also reported how we aim to plant drought-tolerant, correct trees, right trees for the right place is the terminology we used. And we also provided another comparison of private tree ordinances in neighboring communities. So at our March 1st Arbor Day meeting, we presented all this. Council approved the 25% citywide tree canopy goal. And we also actually on that day received the second of our grants, the Caltrans grant, as well as announcing the receipt of our CAL FIRE urban forestry planting grant. So the council had also that year utilized Measure S funds towards increased tree planting, and our tree maintenance contract amount was increased accordingly. So since that March 1st meeting, Public Works has moved forward with grant agreements with both agencies, and we did begin planting those Measure S trees before we had to pause the program due to the heat and the drought. However, we will continue the rest of that planting as soon as cooler weather comes or our first rainfall comes this year. So to begin with our CAL FIRE Urban Forestry and Community Grant, this grant covers the planting of 500 new trees along our city streets. It also includes weekly watering and annual maintenance over 3 years. This is a very comprehensive grant. We feel very lucky to have received it. In terms of what we match with staff time to inspect those trees, to provide annual maintenance for those, as well as for performing outreach. So again, the planting would begin in fall 2022, and a total of just over $603,000 was awarded in terms of reimbursable funding. The map of our grant area is shown on this slide. You can see that most of South Glendale is included in this grant. We applied for and received funding for plant trees in every eligible census tract within all of Glendale. So within this black border, that's all of the areas that the state was willing to fund additional tree planting. That's based on specific formulas the state requires in terms of highest pollution burdens and some of the more disadvantaged communities within Glendale. Likewise, the city received a planting grant from Caltrans called Clean California. This is for $292,500. It has similar, in terms of the areas, similar requirements for the eligible areas to plant. And so Public Works selected a more limited area to plant 750 trees. You can see from this map, this area is bounded by the 134 and the 2 freeways. While this only covers 750 trees, which is a significant number of trees, we will plan to prune and water these trees using our anticipated future fiscal year budgets. In terms of both grants overlaid, in terms of reaching our 25% tree canopy goal, this map, which we originally presented at the September 2021 meeting, shows some of the canopy coverage across the city. Though I'd like to point out that some of this map does look quite green. For example, in the lower southeast corner, we have our Clean California grant overlaying. That's actually only 13% to 18% tree canopy coverage. So our canopy is quite sparse in these areas that we were able to obtain state funding to plant, maintain, and establish trees. Now, in terms of our ongoing maintenance programs, we do continue in our efforts to return to our 6-year maintenance cycle for trees, which is per city policy, as well as our arboriculture recommendation. This is this year, and thanks to Council's one-time Measure S funding this fiscal year. So we're finishing our pruning of La Crescenta, and again, as soon as cooler weather prevails, we'll continue with our pruning of areas such as Emerald Isle, Chevy Chase Canyon, Rancho San Rafael. Some of these areas haven't seen routine cyclical maintenance for up to 10 years. So this is a time that we must continue to prune. So in future years, pending approval of requested budgets, Public Works will be able to catch up and prune all of our trees on that 6-year recommended cycle. Palms are handled separately due to their different nature. GWP does provide funding to Public Works to prune palm trees outside of their typical line clearance program. So in terms of what we prune for with palms, we try to remove old fronds from previous years, fruit, and the flower structures of those palms on an annual basis. We have just over 5,000 palms along our city streets, and with the funding that we have presently, we're able to prune about 2,300 of those. With this additional funding that GWP provided and requesting a contract increase for, we'll be able to prune another 1,000 of those palms annually. The remainder of those palms tend to be palms that are located separately alone in more remote areas, and so we can handle those on the routine basis that we prune the other trees in the city. This funding would go towards the areas with significant palms on both sides of the street in arterial roads and those sorts of areas. So in summary, Public Works does ask that Council consider approving the maintenance contract increases proposed and moving forward with our grants. This will enable the city to make significant progress on our 10-year planting goal of 7,500 trees, while just under $900,000 of this amount will be reimbursed to the city through those state grant awards. Additionally, this will help the city return to our 6-year tree maintenance cycle, which will improve tree health, meaning we have to remove fewer trees, and help to protect and enhance our urban forest. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or that council may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Do any of my colleagues have questions?
Question.
Councilmember Najarian?
We don't plant palms anymore, do we? I mean, those are kind of, passé.
Yeah, Mayor Kasaki and Councilmember Najarian, we don't plant palms. I believe at our previous meeting, we looked up the number. I think it was 20 palms in the last 10 years or 15 years. It's very, very few palms.
'Cause they're not native. They provide little shade.
Correct.
Brought here for the 32 Olympics and by the Franciscan Friars for Palm Sunday or something like that. I'm glad. I mean, I think we've got a much broader palette of nice native trees and non-native that we're using. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Devine.
Where you say that you're going to be, the trees that include sidewalk sites, does that mean you're actually going to go into the concrete and then plant there on the streets like Glendale Avenue that has no trees? You're going to be doing that?
Mayor Kasaki and members of City Council, Councilmember Devine, unfortunately, these grants don't fund creating new concrete cutouts within our Public Works right-of-ways or within our right-of-ways. However, we do work really closely with our Public Works engineering programs whenever we do a rehab project or an ADA or sidewalk improvement. That's when we look at those opportunities. And we're always looking for other grants that will fund that type of concrete removal, because I agree, those are the worst areas in the city to walk. To wait for the bus.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You know, if we're trying to make our streets pedestrian friendly, then we have Broadway has no trees, Glendale Avenue has no trees. I mean, there are a lot of different sites, areas that really do need trees, more than our parks. You know, our parks have, you say you're going to put them in the parks, and I'm thinking, there's so many trees in the parks already. We need them in other places, strategic sites. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember, no? All right, would anyone well, thank you very much. I think this is, yes, we do have a caller. Thank you, Clerk Abajian. Let's go to the phones.
Our one caller is Monica Campagna. Monica, you're on air and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council and Mayor Kasakian. I just wanted to thank Public Works, thank Mr. Imrani and Mr. Click for all their work, for all these grants that they're working on. it's just so exciting, and I know that the people that live in that area of the city, I mean, it's just going to upgrade their quality of life so much, and I'm just really grateful, especially for South Glendale and the eastern portion of South Glendale. It's fantastic, Kiko. Thank you so much. And I know what you mean about the cutting out of the concrete. I'm always looking for places at Franklin Elementary where we could just can we just cut another little hole right there and put another bed in? So I hope that you will find more grants, maybe some stormwater capture funding to do things like that, because that's really exciting opportunity to expand even more. Keep up the great work, and thank you all so much for everything you're doing.
All right. Thank you.
I'll move the item.
There's been a motion
I'll second.
and a second. May we have roll call, please?
Yes. Council members Asatrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Kazakian.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for all that you're doing. All right. Next item.
City Council staff comments.
Who would like to go first?
I can go first.
Councilmember
Sure.
Devine?
Yes, we had a lot of really great events this last week that I attended. Brand 50, if you haven't been to the Brand Library, and they have an exhibit now, paper cut exhibition. It's fantastic. It's one of the best they've ever done. So if you get the chance, go on over to the Brand Library and the Art Museum and take a look at that exhibit. It's fantastic. I want to congratulate Peter Roosh and everyone connected with the Doctor's House for the wonderful documentary that they put together. Staff of GTV6, I understand you were a joy to work with, and that was no surprise to me. But it was, Peter did a fantastic job narrating, and his knowledge of the history of the brand of the Doctor's House is incredible. And finally, I just want to mention the event on Sunday, Touch a Truck event. And I want to give kudos to Gene Kagan, who is a volunteer with the Glendale Police Department, Service Officer Amy Tate, and Officer Celine Corrales for putting this event together. And I want to thank all of the city staff that were there, and all the trucks, and the fire department was there, police department had cars and motorcycles. The kids were so excited, jumping up and down. It was just a fantastic event. And these folks, anyone that had anything to do with that event, congratulations. It was one of the best events I think we've had. So thank you all.
All right. Thank you very much. Who would like to go next? No? Councilmember Najarian.
I will, and briefly, last week on Wednesday, we meaning Metro and Metrolink, held a suicide and trespasser prevention summit in Burbank. It is in conjunction with a Rail Safety Month. October is Rail Safety Month. Suicides on the rails are a very serious problem, and anyone that is going through an emotional crisis and is not sure what steps to take, please call 988. That's a national suicide hotline, and there will be someone at the other end there to help you and talk you through the issues. And with regard to rail safety, we have one of the most dangerous rail crossings in the entire state right here in Glendale at Doran Street by San Fernando. Unfortunately, through the collaboration of our Public Works Department, Mr. Emrani, and Metro, it looks like we're in line to receive a grant. What was it, 12 million or $12 million to do the first part of the right-of-way improvements. They will not be at grade. There'll be a separation between cars wishing to get on the other side of San Fernando and over the tracks. And that money should be coming in a month or two, and then we're going to start making that part safer. There's another part by Broadway in Brazil that we're still finding funding for, but it's a continual process. And the good news is once that crossing is completed, at least in that area, the trains will not have to blow their horns. So we'll get a little more quiet zone effect for that part of the rail system. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Brotman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We recently received 2 memos, both from Public Works, one on slow streets, I guess Phase 3, 2? Okay, I thought we were already in Phase 2 and it wasn't working, so we're going to Phase 3, but maybe we're calling it Phase 2. Okay, whatever. We received that memo. There were a number of suggestions and options for us. We also received a memo on a question that I had asked earlier about bicycle detection at intersections, so that bikes, when they arrive at a red light, know that it will eventually turn green for them and they don't have to run the red light. Anyway, those were both, I thought there was a lot of good information, and I just want to ask for a second to agendize those so that we can have a discussion and give some direction to staff on how to move forward on those. I have some thoughts, but I'll hold those for when we have the discussion.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Mayor of the City Council, the bicycle detection at intersections scheduled to come in front of you on October 11th.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes. And the slow street program Phase 3, the memo indicated, and my note to council, I asked if there aren't any objections, we're going to move forward with Phase 3 of this program.
I apologize. I missed that. I do have some concerns, some things I'd like to discuss. So what do we do?
Yeah, if you'd like to have it agendized, then we'll need a second, and we bring it back.
I'll second that. Let's just bring it back so we can kind of hammer out the fine details. I don't anticipate, hopefully it won't be a long item, but it'll be good for us to have an update on it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right. And I'm sorry, Councilmember Asadrian, you said you were okay? I know that you went to an event with the Pasadena Humane Society this weekend. Was that this
It
weekend?
was last weekend. It was the Wiggle Waggle.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. I know that you were pinch hitting. Thank you for going to that, and I appreciate all my colleagues for just being out and about town. There's a lot going on. As Councilmember Devine mentioned, there was the 50th Annual National Juried Exhibition of Works on Paper. You know, the Brand Library exhibit hall was transformed into this incredible and it is an incredible space, but I'm always impressed by how staff transforms it into a world-class art exhibition space. And I highly recommend people go and check that out, as well as the Glendale Historical Society's wonderful documentary about the history of the Doctor's House. In addition to that, there was a 75th anniversary of Montrose Search and Rescue that was held at Crescenta Valley Park. Volunteers who are there at the drop of a hat whenever someone needs to be rescued, whenever there's an issue up in the mountains, they are always prepared. A lot of community groups were there and present, as well as a number of other events that have been going on in the community. I was also, I joined the American Hellenic Council for the screening of My Beloved Smyrna, a movie about the burning of Smyrna. This year marks the 100th anniversary of that tragedy, one of the darkest chapters of the 20th century, right after the Armenian genocide, when Turkish troops marched into the city of Smyrna and slaughtered and eliminated the predominantly Christian population of Greeks, Armenians, and Assyrians. So they had a screening of that film at St. Sophia, and I went to join many members of the Greek community, many of whom are Glendale residents. I ran into a doctor who said he was the student body president at Glendale High School back in 1977, and his mother still lives in Glendale. And with Father John Bacchus, who's a priest at St. Sophia, and also a Glendale resident. So anyways, that's pretty much where we were out and about around town. And I understand there's also some, and I apologize, during the proclamation presentations today, I saw that there were members of our police department here, and I'd be remiss if we didn't mention and thank them for the hard work that they do when we talk about domestic violence. We have incredible men and women in our police force who are there to always help the community and help those in need. So thank you, Chief. And thank you, everyone who steps up when we need you the most. City Manager Galanian.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Kasakian, Member City Council. As you recall, recently Metropolitan Water District had to perform some repairs on their water main, and as a result, we had asked our residents to refrain from using irrigation water for their landscaping. That work has been concluded, my understanding is, and if you like, we can ask Michael DeGhetto, our Assistant General Manager of Water and Power, to provide an update to you and the residents.
Absolutely. Assistant GM DeGhetto, please tell us the wonderful news and how they finished ahead of schedule.
Mayor Kasakian's members of the council, it's important too to give closure to that, because we gave an urgent request, but it's like good to come back and then say what happened. So our residents were able to conserve 36 million gallons of water during that time period by avoiding watering. And our staff did a really good job of pre-storing water that we were purchasing that was Colorado River water. So those two things combined was almost 80 million gallons of water that we saved in the State Water Project area. And just to give like an idea, prior to that, we were purchasing about 12,600 gallons per minute from Metropolitan. And during the shutdown, in combination of the amount of water we stored and customers cutting back, we dropped that down to 2,700 gallons a minute. So it was a really big impact, and it took a lot of effort, both from residents and from our staff. So it worked out really successfully. And of course, Metropolitan's staff were fully prepared to make the repair, and they got it done a few days early, which allowed them to convert the treatment plant that we purchased water from back to 100% Colorado River water. So I think it's good to give closure and let everybody know that they did a good job.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Can I just ask?
Yes,
Just quickly,
Councilmember Brotman, go
you
ahead.
mentioned 36 million gallons that residents saved.
That's correct.
Can you, give a sense of that in terms of percentage of what we would totally use over that period?
Percentage-wise, in that period, well, it gets back to, let's see, it's more than, if we went from 12,600 GPM to 2,700 GPM.
Well, I don't want to include the amount that we because I know we prepared by filling our reservoirs and all that. I'm thinking of just like, how did our residents do?
Okay. Let's see.
If you don't know, I know you're up for another presentation soon. Maybe you could tell us then.
Around 40%.
40%?
Yeah.
Wow, that's significant. Wow, okay.
Well, thank you very much, and I know that we're going to have another presentation soon about water, and we're going to have a more in-depth discussion about it, but this is a good, I guess, precursor to that, given what everyone, I think it was one of those moments where we hear about the drought, we hear about it so much, we see the news stories that then sometimes it falls into the back of people's minds, and an event like this, which was absolutely necessary for repairs, reignites that interest in water issues. Thank you to the residents of Glendale who all did their part. Thank you to MWD. Thank you to our staff. And I appreciate your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Kalani. Thank you. And what is next?
We have community event announcements. We have 4 speakers, 4 cards. One of the speakers has a translator.
Okay.
And one online.
Okay. Let's start with the first one. Who do we have?
Mike Mohill.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. I came here last week asking this council to be different and set the record to have a park for South Glendale, and that we should purchase the property of Sears. Unfortunately, Councilman Paul Devine said, well, there's going to be a green space part of that construction. We don't need a green space. It's like the green space over there at the Americana. It's supposed to be a public park. Yeah, you tell that to Mr. Caruso. It's actually part of his business. So with this park, you call part of this housing project, ma'am, we need a park specifically for South Glendale. You got the Verdugo Park, you got Pacific Park, you got the sports complex. We got several, but nothing for South Glendale. What we do have in South Glendale is a bunch of mini parks. And who goes to mini parks? Small children. We need parks for kids to play soccer, basketball, tennis, whatever it is. We took away Central Park and we made it a what? A library. And now we're making it a museum. When is it time to recognize the people of South Glendale should not be stepchildren? You talked about going to the Duke Mason Park and Barn, and you had a big event up there. Well, that was financed by impact fees from the building in South Glendale. That's supposed to have been staying at South Glendale. Instead, council took that money and moved it up to North Glendale to the Duke Mason Park. Was that fair? You know, if we had a council person who represented South Glendale, perhaps there would be a park already, a regional park for South Glendale. The Sears property should be that. Now, Senator Anthony Portantino was just here, and he was giving out millions of dollars to everybody, all these different projects. Why don't you ask him for $100 million and buy the property of Sears? Councilman Devine, you were willing to spend $1 billion for the 134 park over the freeway. That was a pie in the sky idea. But a park where the Sears property can be real, and you know what? You and your other colleagues can go down in history that you made a difference in the city of Glendale, not just another mini park. We'll name it the park after all 5 of you, and you have a big plaque. All 5 of you signed the proclamation, you found the money, and you made a difference. Because you know what? Opportunities like this don't always come around. A big acreage. We don't need 684 units in downtown Glendale. We need a regional park so we can have Days of Verdugo. Remember those days? Remember Days of Verdugo? And we had all those other historic events. They're all gone now. But now that we still have a park area, let's make it. Thank you for your time and consideration. Bye now.
Thank you. All right, next is Karen Kwok.
Hi, may I have extra time since I was blocked from speaking earlier this afternoon?
I'm sorry, you were blocked this afternoon?
Yes, during the Housing Authority meeting.
Okay, you mean not this afternoon, early,
No,
was it?
this afternoon.
She's referring to this afternoon.
Okay,
It wasn't
sure.
blocked, it was technical difficulties in pushing
Okay,
it through.
absolutely.
Because then I'll just add the comment I was going to make on top of the one I was going to make earlier today.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll start with 4 minutes and we'll see how it goes.
That should be enough.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so is the city actually trying to show me how incompetent it can be lately? Because you've been doing a marvelous job. So this is the comment I was going to make earlier today. You all have a wonderfully short memory, because the last time the homeless count was presented in this chamber on August 4, 2020, Councilmember Brotman peppered Ms. Yvette Samvalian with a lot of questions about the reasons why people become homeless. At that time, the 2020 number was actually significantly lower than the 2019 number, and Ms. Samvalian specifically cited the right to lease ordinance, which had been implemented in 2019, as a possible factor in why those numbers went down. Now, it seems to me that this chamber is very eager to take credit when the numbers look better, but very slow to take blame when the numbers look worse. There were other council members who pointed out that, oh, look, we're doing so much better than the city of LA. But this year, now that the numbers look considerably worse than ones from LA, oh no, there's nothing that we did wrong. We're so perfect, we couldn't have done anything any better. It has absolutely nothing to do with our policy decisions. And let me make it perfectly clear, I am not criticizing city staff. I'm criticizing the 5 of you. That from speaking with staff members off camera, that I very strongly get the sense that if you wanted them to critique policies and to tell you which policies work and which ones do not and why, then they would be happy to tell you that. Okay, now this is a comment I was going to make today anyway. As usual, I usually come to speak to you about big issues like housing and water, which are connected, by the way, in ways that the people of Jackson, Mississippi will be happy to tell you about. That these issues always fall heaviest on communities of color. And that's why many of my fellow water activists are women of color, because it's always the people who are closest to the pain who will fight an issue the hardest. But you know what? I can complain about small issues too. Okay, so Mr. Najarian, do you know what? I almost called you Mr. Drama Queen because that's what I call you outside this chamber. Okay, so you made the dramatic gesture last week, of turning on the AC at 11 p.m. Okay, so you know what? Most of the time, I'm really cold in this chamber. And I can't help thinking that if you could ease up on the AC a little bit, you might save some energy and a few dollars, which everyone in this chamber says that they want to do. Okay, small point number 2. Your motion sensors in the ladies' room downstairs are way too sensitive. Every time I use a stall, it flushes 3 or 4 times when it only needs to flush once. So if you fix that, you could save us a lot of water and again, a few dollars. You could also set a good example for the rest of the city to follow. Okay, small point number 3. In the last 2 weeks in our discussions of Shoal Canyon, these words were never said to any of those nice homeowners. If you don't like it, then just move. Because as my fellow tenant activists around LA County can tell you, that this is said to renters routinely, as though the only thing we're supposed to worry about are our own little individual lives, and we shouldn't concern ourselves with larger issues in the community. This is why I love it when we get lively audiences, who are free to make commentary, whether I agree with them or not. And that's why it's disappointing, considering all of the lying, hypocrisy, and selling out that occur regularly in this chamber, that our mayor chooses to focus on decorum. Yes, because it's completely okay to be a lying, hypocritical sellout as long as we do it according to the rules of decorum. This is why I appreciate a lively audience, because the priorities of this chamber are so often upside down. Okay, so I lied too. These actually aren't small issues. They're actually small steps that we can take to correct big issues. And I was going to say this last week, except I was tired, probably like the rest of you. I was freezing cold in this chamber, and I needed to walk home at midnight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lorena Mehta. Did I pronounce that correctly? Oh, Garain. I cannot read the first letter, but the last name is Mehta. That is for 9B. Okay, thank you very much. Next is Ramela Arari and Ramela. And Andranik. Okay, that's the translation. All right, you may both approach the podium. Thank you. Ramela Arari and Andranik.
Բարևձեզ, կներեք ես անգլերեն լավ չեմ իմանում, ստիպված եմ հայերեն խոսել։
Please շարունակեք, բայց կամած խոսացեք, որ թարգմանվի ձեր ասածը, կամ երբ մի քանի նախադասություն ասեցիք, սպասեք, որ թարգմանվի։ Համեցեք, 6 րոպե կունենաք։
2001 թվից հերթագրված եմ Section-ed։
From 2001 is waiting for Section 8. We got application, Section 8 application from 2001, and there's no, there's still waiting for the action.
Thank you.
Շաքարով բարձր Իվան Մարտյան։ Շաքարով բարձր Իվանդյան, տների արժեքն իմանում եք ինչքան է թանկացի SSI-ն ստանում, դրանով չեմ կարող տան վարձը տան։
Can I please ask you to just translate it, what he's saying versus, thank you.
Actually, he's got health issues with diabetic, and he's complaining about the rents are too high for him, and he cannot afford the rents.
And that he's also on SSI, Supplementary Security Income. He said that. Yeah, thank you. Շարունակեք։
21 թվից է երթագրված են, մինչև հիմա ոչ մի պատասխան չկա։ Մարդիկ կան, որ ինձանից 10-15 տարի ուշ են Ամերիկա եկի, բայց ստացել են։ Yaşam stacji.
Yeah, he's still he's waiting for like 20 years for the Section 8 voucher, and there are like people that they're here like less than 20 years, and they got the vouchers, but still he's not getting his vouchers.
Thank you.
Եթե հնարավոր է կարող եք օգնել շուտ ստանան, որպեսզի կարողանան տան վարձ տան։
Yeah, actually, he's asking for the if can make a consideration for that make it, to pay to this issue for his issues.
Thank
He's
you.
asking the council members or somebody who's in charge of those vouchers to consider.
Okay, thank you. We won't be able to answer him right away. I know he made an ask for help, but we don't normally have this type of exchange, but we can have staff talk to him on the side and take down his information, find out what the specifics of his situation are. Was there anything else that Mr. Antonig would like to add?
Չէ, ուրիշ բան բաց։ Շնորհակալ եմ։
Thank you, Menking Shakal. Thank you. All right, if we can ask
Yeah,
staff
he
to.
thanks the chamber for listening to his comments.
Thank you.
Their information.
Okay, Shakaltsun, thank you. You can have someone.
Now I have my 3 minutes here.
Okay.
I want to talk about the 3
Sure.
minutes. Okay.
3 minutes.
Previously, we talked about, you ask us to if we have any suggestion regarding affordable housing. And I have some suggestions in regards to cost-cutting strategies. For example, once the affordable housing are being built, for example, we know that, for example, the kitchen for that are very costly for them. So I suggest that whoever occupies those units, they can buy their own cabinets or flooring or even the paint and the blinds and all sort of cosmetic things associated with that the unit. So the other side, that's a cost cutting, and you can save some money there. Actually, this is going on in Europe. Europeans, they usually buy their own kitchens, and once they move in the units, they buy the units. They buy the cabinets and the kitchen by themselves, and that's some sort of cost-cutting issues. And another thing is about the $8 million Rock Heaven project, which I suggest that for the $8 million, we can dedicate that $8 million to the affordable housing. And as I said before, we can ask for the rich people to raise that funding for the restoration for Rock Heaven project. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And we have one caller. No longer. All right, thank you very much. What is next?
Next is the adoption of ordinances. We have community development regarding adoption of a moratorium on new and conversion of existing drive-through waiting lanes. 1, interim urgency ordinance prohibiting developments with new and conversion of existing drive-through waiting lanes citywide without pipeline project exemption. 2, interim urgency ordinance prohibiting developments with new and conversion of existing drive-through waiting lanes citywide with pipeline project exemption.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Najarian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I own a few shares of Starbucks stock, and although this does not directly deal with Starbucks, there may be some implications on a Starbucks retail location. So upon the advice of city attorney. I am recusing myself from these discussions.
All right, thank you very much. All right, with that, I will turn to Mr. Galanian.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Kasakian, member of City Council, I'm going to invite Kristen Asp, our principal planner, to present this item per your request.
Thank you, Mr. Galanian, Mayor Kasakian, members of council. Last week, council introduced two versions of an interim ordinance to enact a 45-day moratorium. One that included a pipeline provision for the Starbucks on South Glendale, and one without any pipeline provisions. So that is what is before council tonight for vote.
All right. So we had a discussion about this. I know it was in the afternoon, and now is an opportunity for us. Do we continue the discussion? We have two cards. Are there any callers on this?
Yes, we have 3 callers.
Okay, we have 5 speakers total. Mr. City Attorney, how do you recommend we proceed with this?
Mr. Mayor, I recommend you hear the speakers, and then council can deliberate on which ordinance, if any, to adopt.
Okay. All right, so we, as we normally do in this hybrid environment, we will hear from the people who actually came down to City Hall first, and then we'll hear from the folks who are sitting comfortably wherever they are waiting on the phone. So first speaker will be Alec Bartrosov. You'll have 3 minutes.
She's pulling something up for me.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Alec Bartrosov. I'm here to strongly encourage council support the moratorium on drive-throughs, and please include the existing pipeline project. I'm here to help illustrate the negative impacts of drive-throughs, particularly in our disadvantaged communities, that is South Glendale. I want to illustrate to you through this image how this particular project is very much oriented towards the car, which drives as many cars as possible to this facility, which negatively affects our community in South Glendale that is already impacted by congestion and these types of land use decisions that take place. So I urge you to think about how this affects these dense, low-income, multifamily communities as you consider this proposal. Next page. And I want to illustrate how we're negatively impacted in South Glendale by having such a high concentration of these drive-throughs in our neighborhood. This is Colorado between Adams and Verdugo. And in just this less than half-mile stretch, we have 5 drive-throughs and 2 gas stations. So you can see from the aerial how much of this land use space is dedicated to the car and how inviting that is for people to drive through our community, and how that negatively impacts the people that live in this area. And mind you, one of those drive-throughs is a Starbucks. It's about less than a mile from the proposed Starbucks location. And this is actually a street, Griswold, where the community pleaded for speed humps after the Starbucks came in. So there are negative traffic impacts associated with these types of projects, other than the drive-through itself. Next slide. And this is just an illustration. This is a snapshot from the pedestrian plan that shows the high collision corridors in our community. And just to show you, as I just showed Colorado, that's number 7 on the map. This is a place that is disproportionately affected by safety concerns in the community. And you can see number 5 is Glendale Avenue, which is very close by to the proposed project as well. Next slide. And this is the outcome of the code that is on the books today. This is an existing Starbucks that has literally commandeered the public right-of-way. This is a result of us approving a project in our community. And as you know, it's created havoc in the community. This is also another location where we had to put in speed humps because of ongoing complaints from the Northwest Glendale community. Next slide. And then I just want to impose the project alongside these low-income homes that are right next door. You can see the drive-through queuing lane is literally next to somebody's house. And you can imagine with their operating hours of 4:30 to 11, they're essentially imposing idling cars next to somebody's house almost all day. So I want you to think of what this looks like, and if you would be okay with that next to your home. So for many reasons, including that, I'm hoping that you impose this moratorium and that it includes this particular project, which seems so damaging to the local community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Karen Kwok.
Hi, I'm Karen Kwok, and in the interest of full disclosure, I have to admit that I don't drink and drive. Coffee, that is. I stopped drinking coffee 10 years ago, and of course, I don't drive at all. I do, however, live about 1.5 blocks away from one of those drive-through Starbucks. So although I derive zero benefit from living next to one, I feel all of the negative consequences. So I urge you to consider 7A1, the ordinance without exemptions, the pause without exemptions, in order to study this in detail. Because although there are a lot of these in my neighborhood, you know what, I don't see too many of these in your neighborhoods. And since I'm picking on Mr. Najarian tonight, I propose let's put one of these drive-through Starbucks in his neighborhood on his block, so he can feel, in addition to all the profit he gets from his Starbucks stock, he can also feel the negative consequences of the traffic mess and of the air pollution caused by the gas burned by all those idling cars. Thank you very much.
All right. Let's go to the phones.
Our first caller is Shauna Bajian. Sean, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Eric, council member. I would like to strongly urge support of the drive-through moratorium and its inclusion of existing pipeline projects that include the proposed Starbucks drive-through project at 222 South Glendale Avenue. I am a resident of South Glendale and a father of a toddler. I'm concerned both for my toddler's safety and my safety. Frankly, I don't know how often you have walked across Glendale Avenue in that area, but I honestly don't feel safe as it is generally crossing that avenue. And to have a Starbucks right there would make it much worse. And so, you know, my daughter doesn't need idling cars from 4:30 a.m. until 11 p.m. That would increase her risk for, among other things, asthma and worse. So I strongly urge you to support this moratorium, including the Starbucks project. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Kyle. Kyle, you're on air, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello. I've been a resident in Glendale for about 6 years, and I live in South Jackson near Colorado. And over the time that I've been here, I've seen quite a few drive-thrus go in and around Jackson, Colorado, and certainly along Glendale Avenue here. And I've noticed as a result, a lot of traffic is being pushed, or drivers that are avoiding the intersection of Colorado and Glendale are using side streets such as Jackson and others because of the increased traffic along Glendale. And they aren't exactly going the speed limit. I have traffic coming down our residential streets such as Jackson on a regular basis where we have children, elderly, people with special needs, and it's getting a bit treacherous just sometimes crossing these streets. I would hope that we include the Starbucks in the moratorium on drive-thrus so we don't exacerbate the already existing, off-flow of traffic that is coming from the avoidance of this already busy street and intersection into our residential streets, which is becoming hazardous. I hope you will support the moratorium to include these current projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Tom O'Shaughnessy. Tom, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
To the mayor's, council members, staff, thank you. I am speaking not for the moratorium, except maybe for a short study period. I think you need to have a policy that has density involved. It's one thing to say you don't need any more drive-throughs on Glen Oaks, and obviously I'm not familiar with what seems fairly dense on Colorado. I live down in South Glendale, Adam Hill area, behind the Taqueria on Cypress. When the lights go down, when the sun goes down, it's almost, you could almost view the Milky Way because there's nothing happening in that particular corner at the south end next to Atwater Village. I do not drive. I'm in a motorized wheelchair, so I have to not only have to worry about drivers coming out, I have to make sure they're looking down to see me because, again, I'm in a motorized wheelchair. I do not think you should ban drive-throughs everywhere. I think you need to mitigate the location, look at density, and I seem to recall that I heard a single parent saying during the pandemic, the drive-throughs made a great deal of difference in food for her children because of all the places that were closed. And when you're in a wheelchair going up and down the streets, when you're not on the V line, you see the shops that have closed, you see the restaurants that have closed. So I think that a drive-through in a less dense area is better than something where you have parking slots, but you run out of parking slots when you're having people go inside to a restaurant. Thank you very much, and I appreciate a chance to share these thoughts with you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Catherine Yurka. Catherine, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Kasakian and members of the City Council and staff. There seemed to be broad agreement about a moratorium at your afternoon meeting a couple of weeks ago, so I wanted to address the issue of pipeline projects, which I urge you to include in the moratorium. And I'm particularly thinking of the Starbucks project. And usually I'm sympathetic to applicants who've invested in the design and development process, but not in this case for the following reasons. This property illustrates why there's a distinction between design review and the code. Just because a developer can meet code doesn't mean the design or the use is appropriate for the DRB clearly understood this, which is why they instructed on their first review that the applicants return for redesign with a proposal that did not include a drive-through. Applicants instead came back with something that was more or less identical to their original project. You could see the problems with bottlenecks in the images that Alec showed you. The applicants seem to think that they were entitled to a drive-through, and it's not clear to me why. I also wanted to underscore Alex's point about the impacts on neighbors. That single-family house right next door will not remain a single-family home forever, and this project is clearly an environmental hazard to those who will live adjacent. It's also of concern to me that staff amended this project despite its obvious flaws and the clear instructions of the DRB. And I worry that staff are encouraged just to think about the code and not what's appropriate. This is a problem that it goes beyond this project, and it really needs to be addressed from the top. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Ani Gharibian. Ani, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you for listening to me again on this topic, as it's a very important topic for me and looks like for many in our community. It was actually very fitting that we were presented on urban forestry today because it showcased the major environmental issues in South Glendale, including the proposed Starbucks site. And we should support local mom and pop shops like Highlight, for instance, rather than support $1 billion corporate coffee shop. In addition, I support the moratorium to include Starbucks especially because the applicant did not take into consideration what DRB suggested, showing that they do not care about the neighborhood. We should think about our residents and not about billion-dollar corporations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next caller is Brian Zentmeyer. Brian, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. Thank you, council and mayor and staff for taking the time to hear this issue. I'm a property owner in North Glendale, and I can't help but notice that all of this discussion of a citywide moratorium seems to be focused on one particular project on one particular property. And I can't speak to the merits of that project. It could be terrible, it could be great. But I feel like that's why you have your planning division and DRB, and I don't feel like it is an appropriate solution to a single site-specific problem to make a citywide moratorium. I've been advised that the moratorium is temporary, but as you know, it's 45 days and can be re-upped for 10 and a half months and then re-upped again for a year. And in that time, deals can be totally destroyed. Just for context, we would like to build a drive-through on our property, and it's a completely different site, and there's plenty of room, and there's hundreds and hundreds of feet of backup, and there's no residential around, and I feel like all of a sudden we're being swept up in some kind of issue that has nothing to do with us. So, there's an appropriate place for drive-thrus, there's an appropriate place to ban them, but we feel like we're being blindsided by some issue that has nothing to do with us. So we hope that you would consider not considering the pipeline or not just rejecting the entire moratorium. It's appropriate if you'd like to rezone Glendale Avenue or you'd like to rezone any individual part of the city. But please don't punish the rest of the city because you're having some site-specific complication. Thank you very much for your time and for your consideration. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Our last caller is Monica Campagna. Monica, you are on air and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm just calling to support the interim urgency ordinance, the pipeline option. And I actually sent in an email to council members earlier with more specific reasons why. But I wanted to just update that email to say that even now my 14-year-old is on board. We drove past the Starbucks again on the way home from school today, the one he'd like to get in line and visit. And he even acknowledged the traffic issues over there with that. And I support this moratorium. You know, per the last caller, perhaps this is the chance to work out issues of zoning and putting different rules in different parts of the city, if that makes sense. But as per the previous caller, Ms. Yurka, this applicant has had many chances to come back with a project that was more in line with what the city requested and did not. So, you know, it's time to protect that area, and if a moratorium that includes that project is necessary, I personally support it. And thank you to Mr. Barchester for a really great presentation that underscored why. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're good? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you for everyone who called in. Let me turn to Councilmember Devine, who would like to say something.
Okay, well, last week I supported the moratorium on the drive-through. And I also expressed that I was for the exemption of the pipeline project. Since then, I have visited the site twice and was kind of shocked at what I saw, the traffic, the size of the site, etc. So I am going to change my opinion and include the pipeline project in the moratorium. But I do request that staff take the 45 days, please, to amend our code to reflect current development trends involving new and conversion of existing drive-through lanes throughout our city, so that if and when we decide to lift the moratorium, that our code will be good enough, strong enough, that drive-throughs can be placed where they are best suited. I mean, I think it's a service to the community members to have drive-throughs. I know that a lot of people use them on their lunch hours or to get food for dinner with their kids if someone in the family is sick or incapacitated. So take that 45 days, please, to sharpen this code, and the moratorium I would vote for, and not for and not to include the pipeline, or to include the pipeline, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, can I just briefly address again the process?
Yes,
If the council adopts the moratorium, that 45 days is for the time for the staff to do the initial work on looking at code changes. And I imagine they would bring something back to you to look at before initiating doing the regular process, which involves going back to the planning commission, coming back to council. So although is a long way of saying this 45 days will get staff the time to start that process, but we will likely, in all likelihood, be back before you in 45 days, asking for the council to extend it so that staff can continue doing that work to look at options for drive-through. Because I mean, they haven't really even had the chance to really look at what would be the options that would be presented to the council in terms of addressing them. I'm sure there's going to be calls to ban them. There's going to be calls to require CUP or to continue the process, but maybe put more stringent standards on them. So those are the options that we have to look at, and it'll just take some time.
Okay, so what you're, if I may, so what you're saying is that more than likely, if we enact this moratorium, it's going to be for longer than 45 days eventually.
That's our sense, yes. Unless, yeah.
Unless.
Well, I mean, the staff can provide a report to you in 45 days and just some very generalized options, but they won't have, speak for Kristen, but, it's rarely a period of time sufficient for staff to do the work necessary to bring you those options.
Yeah.
Councilmember Brotman?
Well, I mean, I was just going to say it's like the hotel moratorium, so it sounds like, given what's on their plate, it won't be 45 days, but maybe we can ask, that we not take the full year, because I think after we extend it past the 45 days, it goes to a year.
Correct.
Right? And we can just endeavor not to use the full year to, as soon as we can, come back and reconsider. Because, as the other caller said, he felt he was being swept up in all this. This is not just about this one case, but it's true that, there are probably places that are appropriate, there are places that are not appropriate, and the whole point is just to give us that time to figure this out, and hopefully it won't be a very long period of time.
And I think we want to do it right, and we want to make sure it's right, so, and I get that.
Councilmember Al-Satrian?
I had noted during the last meeting that I'm in support of the moratorium, and for us to also include the pipeline project. I just want to make sure, as part of the comments today, that the report includes impact on people with disabilities, which I stated during that meeting. I'd also like to see long-term carve-outs. If you are bringing back a report of, with recommendations, some carve-outs based on needs and geographical areas would be helpful to include in that report. And possibly looking at how these impact our local small businesses. I know for one that this specific Starbucks project will have an impact on Highlight Coffee, which is across the street from City Hall. And I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to help our local small businesses grow and thrive instead of allowing larger corporations to come in and kind of take over.
Okay, thank you. I think that I agree with some of what my colleagues have said, and I will just I will say this much, that in terms of, I understand the folks who are calling and saying, well, there's this project and that project that we have on our property planned with a drive-through. I do believe that, you know, we have no shortage of drive-throughs in the city. People who called and said during the pandemic they needed drive-throughs or they served a purpose, sure they did, but they also had a significant impact on the neighborhoods where they're located. Again, this has nothing to do with my like or dislike. I actually like Starbucks. And I'll tell you, it is a little, sad to see that Starbucks, which started off, it kind of kicked off this or rode the wave of the coffee house culture, promoted this idea of a third place of congregation outside of the home and the workplace for people to get together, where you could go and plug into the Wi-Fi. I think during the 90s, it was ubiquitous to see someone on a Mac computer working on God knows what, maybe a screenplay or something in LA, in a Starbucks sitting down or having a meeting, or people meeting up for dates, now being converted to nothing any different than any other fast food chain. And I don't believe that's what our city needs. I think there's no shortage of places to get whatever type of coffee that you want. But if there was an opportunity to create a place for the community, again, Starbucks can open at that location. I just don't know if a drive-through with very little to no seating is the type of use that that neighborhood needs or the community wants. And as a message to anyone else considering drive-throughs, you know, they are an impact on neighborhoods, and people should think twice before immediately jumping to that drive-through model and consider what impact they're having in the city where they want to locate their business. For anyone who would argue and say, no, it's a must, it has to happen, you know what? We have 2 in-and-outs, one with a drive-through, one without. Both are doing just fine. We also have a Chick-fil-A in Glendale. Most Chick-fil-A's have a drive-through that goes around the block. Ours doesn't in Glendale, seems to be doing just fine. So there is a way to have a successful business without having to have an impact with automobiles in neighborhoods, pouring into the adjacent streets. And so for that reason, I will support a moratorium as we study options. And again, I did mention during my previous comments that in terms of pharmacies and places where there's a very low impact use of a drive-through, mainly pharmacies, because I don't think it's healthy for people who are sick, who are picking up medication, to park a car and then walk through a pharmacy to the pharmacy counter. I'm thinking of the Rite Aids and the Walgreens and the CVS's. A drive-through window is fine. I know that people benefited from that during the pandemic as well. So I would support some type of carve-out or maybe a CUP process for those types of drive-throughs. So with that, I'll ask my colleagues if any of them want to make the motion.
I'll move it. 1A.
Second.
I'm sorry,
second.
7A.
7A1.
7A1.
That's without
I
the
don't need to
exemption.
read it, right?
Without the exemption, yeah.
Right.
Second.
All right. May we have roll call, please?
Council members Asatrian,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Najarian, Mayor Kasakian.
Yes. Can we ask someone to please, thank you. Yeah, let's get Councilmember Najarian back into, and let's have the next item, please.
Next are action items. A, Glendale Water and Power regarding programming to incentivize water reductions. Motion to note and file report on the success of Glendale Water and Power's water conservation programs. 2, motion directing staff relating to the allocation of water funds for additional programs.
All right, thank you. Assistant GM DeGhetto, you are back to tell us more about water and to continue on the success that we had of conserving. Tell us what else we can be doing.
Mayor Kasaki and members of the council, I have a PowerPoint presentation to show you.
We're waiting to bring up the presentation. Okay.
Still watching?
It's incentivizing water reductions.
Okay, well, I have a copy of it here, and I think
Yeah,
we all have
I can
physical
go through it by
copies of
hand.
it. Should we start for the interest of time, or
Would you
should
like
we
me to-
return? Well, next item is the hearings. We'll just take a few minutes. We apologize to the viewers at home and anyone in chambers. Just give us 1 minute.
Who sent it to me?
Tanya Obergron.
I don't think we received it.
Yeah, she sent it along with the printouts as well.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay.
We can't access it.
Okay.
Well, I can run through the presentation if
No,
you'd
no,
like.
we were trying to access the PowerPoint presentation, but in the absence of that, let's go through the presentation
Yeah, and it's-
without the visuals, and we'll all kind of close our eyes and try to visualize all the water savings or how we can do
And-
better. Go ahead.
Mayor Kasakian, and it's also, I speak about each of it in the report as well, which is on, posted online. So,
Sorry, Mr. Leggett, could you just get closer to the mic?
yeah.
You tend to be soft-spoken, so we want the
am,
we want the
even
microphone
with the
near your
mic.
mouth.
All right.
Thanks.
So really, there's been decades of conservation in the city. Between 2006 and 2013, there's been a 15% reduction in water use. And in 2015, the last time we had a water shortage, the city and the residents and the businesses saved 24% the last time there was a shortage. And so our 3-year water average from 2017 to 2020 compared to 2006, we're using 29% less water than we did in 2006. And that's after adding like almost 3,000 more dwelling units. So even adding more housing, we're using less water than we did. And really, the other way to look at some of that success is the number of residents and businesses that have taken advantage of the programs that we do have. So there've been almost 4,500 residential rebates for water-saving devices like toilets and weather-based irrigation controllers. And it's totaled almost $280,000 since 2008. So rebates that customers have gotten. And the commercial rebates since 2013 has been over $1 million. So a lot of our customers have really taken advantage of the programs that we're offering. As far as turf rebates go, since 2014, 480 residents have removed 732,000 square feet of turf, and they received $1.4 million in rebates for taking out that turf. 27 commercial customers took out 1.7 million square feet of turf, and they got a rebate of about $3.4 million. And even GWP itself, 5 of those 26 commercial rebates were for GWP sites, because we did the same thing. We had turf. At a lot of our facilities took that turf out, got some rebates, and we removed 38,000 square feet of turf. Another thing that we get from Metropolitan is we get about $50,000 a year of what they call member agency administrated program funding. And what we use that for is the software we have called the Home Water Reports and our Water Insight web portal. and that helps us support that. And it provides residents a sense, like if they have a leak at their house or their residence, and there's like continuous water use, the computer program basically monitors that, and it can send a leak alert to the customer, so you know, hey, there's a leak on your side of the meter, and you should go repair that. And one thing I always like to remind everyone about that program, it's really important to log in and keep your information update, your email address, so you can get those alerts. Like you might forget to maybe keep that information up to date in our system, but it's important to do that.
Yes, Councilmember Brotman.
Yeah, I want to ask a question about that. So the leak detection, what's the time lag between when, let's say I have a leak today? I believe there's a 2 or 3 day lag before I'm going to get a notification.
There's a lag because the computer program doesn't want to send you a false alert, right? So it wants to ensure that, hey, every night from say 12 to 2, the water's always running constantly. Like there's never no use. And maybe you were using water one time, so the program's set up just to really make sure before it sends you that alert.
So is it 3 days? I think that's what it was.
Yeah, it might be about 3 days.
Because I've always felt that I mean, I did once have a leak, and, it was 3 days. So I thought that was kind of a problem, and I don't know if there's anything we can do about that. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is these home water reports. I always felt like I get them, and I feel they're not accurate, because it'll say to me, you've used all this water on a particular day. That's not a day I irrigate. I haven't done anything different. I just, and I think, well, what should I do? Should I call up GWP and ask them what's going on? I mean, maybe I should, but I don't usually do it because I don't have the time. I find it, and so I've gotten to the point where I get them and I just delete them because I don't feel it's giving me useful and accurate information.
Councilmember Brotman, I would really suggest that you call customer service or anyone that feels that they're getting that in error. The customer service folks have more, well, they have more software. Like the information they can look at is more granular and more detailed, and they could help you out and say, really this day, in this hour, you use this much water. I mean, they can narrow down to that point. So if anyone that feels that it's in error, I really do suggest calling custover service and asking them.
Other people feel the same way.
I'm going to join Councilmember Brotman in this because I've actually gotten those reports when I've been out of the country for a month, and the report says I've used more than my neighbors, and my entire system is shut off because I'm not even in the country. So I've actually reached out to GWP. This is several years ago, and I actually never heard back with response to, and so I just kind of gave up. And I actually feel the same when I get the reports now. I don't take it seriously because I don't know what it is that I could be doing to lessen it, or if it's even accurate.
Well, Councilmember Satrin, I would give you the same recommendation. Call customer service and ask them, because they can look it up and tell you exactly what happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
If I
Councilmember
could,
Brotman, go ahead.
It just concerns me because we're getting this money, we're spending this money on these programs. And I wonder if this is representative of what the community response is to these things. So I would say the answer shouldn't be just, you should call GWP. I think the answer should be, let's look at how these are done and see maybe there is a systemic problem here.
Councilmember Brotman, if I could interject, overwhelmingly we've had positive comments because so many people have been able to repair their leaks. And I don't know about your cases specifically, but whenever I've been asked and followed up, it turns out that the person had their irrigation controller on every day, or on the wrong days, or at the wrong times. So it's definitely worth following up. I hear what you're saying about to look at it again, but kind of for us, it has been, whenever we've looked at it, it kind of has been something about the irrigation controller typically at a person's house.
Could we do a survey of some kind? I don't know.
I'll leave it there. Okay.
I think there's, by the way, this is going to be a pretty heavy item to go through, especially with suggestions. And I just want to let my colleagues know that we also have 2 appeals that are still waiting for us to get through. So let's allow staff to just go through the presentation, hold our questions till the very end and our comments, and then try to get them all in at once in the interest of time.
Okay. And we've got the PowerPoint up, and I was on the home water reports. Let me see.
Maybe we can have it run remotely from the clerk's side. Thank you.
There we go. And we spoke about the home water report, so on the next, I wanted to talk a little bit about our water sources, because I think it's important when we talk about funding. Okay. So all of our rebates are primarily funded from Metropolitan Water District. And, you know, the sources of water that the city has is from the San Fernando Basin, the Verdugo Basin, recycled water, and then the rest we make up from Metropolitan. And recycled water, since it's been implemented, we've saved over 14.5 billion gallons of water, avoided importing water. And there's no drought restrictions on the recycled water. In the San Fernando Basin, it's really, and you'll see this in my report, but it's a little bit counterintuitive. The less water we use, the more we conserve, the less water we have to pump. So in a strange way, using less water makes less water available for the city. And in the Verdugo Basin, again, it's a prescriptive right, so we just have like a set amount that we can pump from that. So the reason when we conserve water and have less water to pump is because of the adjudication of the basin. And basically what the adjudication says is all the rain, all the surface water in the San Fernando Basin belongs to the city of Los Angeles. So whenever we use less water, we have less water to pump, and we literally have to do what's called a physical solution and pay City of Los Angeles for anything that we go above that amount. And the way that our pumping in San Fernando Basin is we're party to a consent decree, and we pump a fixed amount out of that San Fernando Basin, which is more than our return flow credit. So we're going through banked rights that we have reserved or saved right now. In a few years, we're going to run out of those, and we're going to have to start paying the city of Los Angeles for that amount of water that we're pumping. So it makes sense for us to leverage MWD's programs because it saves water in the whole MWD system that can be used region-wide. And it makes sense for us to leverage those programs because, again, since 2006, Glendale's residents and businesses have really paid $260 million into the metropolitan system. So taking advantage of those programs that Metropolitan provides is really a good use of funds. So the programs that are available right now, we have a lot of programs that are available. One would be the $2 per square foot turf rebates, which is up to 5,000 square feet that a resident can apply for to remove turf. We have our laundry to landscape gray water system rebate. And we have this smart home energy and water saving program. And it's really good for folks that maybe want to have a professional come in and look at what to do at their home and do those upgrades. It makes it very convenient. Again, the Water Insight Program, which always makes sense to go in and keep your information up to date on that. The smart home rebates, and it also includes dishwashers. We've got our online marketplace that has water efficient items as well. And we have an in-school energy and water conservation education program that we do. We do the student art contest for the calendar for Metropolitan. And then we have our Glendale Waterwise gardening website, which is a great website to look, like if you don't know how to convert your yard. So it has examples of front yards, backyards, sitting areas. And one thing that's really nice about it is it has kind of small boxes over the plants, and you click on that box and it pops up and it tells you all about the plant, like where to put it, how much water you would think about using when it blooms and things like that. And then we've got just other resources, just general resources about how to plant. We've got information about rain barrels, and we've got links to the other sites that Metropolitan sponsors, as well as where it talks about our no water waste policy and other water saving tips. And then, we're always doing outreach to inform folks about all the programs that are available. But the main thing that we always tell everyone is just go to our website. All of those programs are listed on our website. And, right now, like I talked about, the funding comes from Metropolitan, and I know council had asked to come back and ask about increasing funding. And one source of funding or revenue that we have that isn't related to water rates is, we call it other revenue, and it's mainly for lease payments from things like cell towers at our properties. And if council would like us to direct that instead of just putting it in with rates, we could direct that funding towards more conservation programs. And then,
So the total amount that the city makes from cell phone or cell towers on properties is only $80,000?
the total amount that goes towards the water fund,
Okay.
it's just at water sites and at some sites that we share with water and electric.
Mr. Mayor, we have also other sites, primarily within the parks facilities, outside parks facilities.
I meant for like GWP, it still seems low given where we have reservoirs and where we have certain property. Still, 80,000 seemed kind of low. Do we have any callers on this item?
We do not have any callers on this. We just have one
One
speaker card.
Okay. Well, let's listen to the speaker and then we'll ask some questions and make some comments. Romella Irawi, you'll have 3 minutes.
No, I just have comments regarding those incentivized water reductions. Actually, I love those single-handle faucets. You can encourage landlords, owners to install those faucets, and it's kind of I promise you're gonna save tons of water. Because since once you want to get to that right temperature to use the water, it's already a lot of water wasted. So this is what I recommend on this other water reduction.
Okay, thank you. All right, there are no more cards or callers on this issue. Would staff, would my colleagues like to ask questions of staff? Yes, Councilmember Brotman.
So one of the questions we have before us is if we want to use this $80,000 for additional water conservation, or I assume if we want to try to find other sources of funds for additional water conservation. But I want to ask, so on turf rebates, okay, so right now it's at $2 per square foot, and that comes from MWD, is that correct?
Councilmember Botman, that's correct.
And in the past, have we supplemented that with our own incentive?
No, we haven't. With funds from the water fund, we have not.
Never, so it's always been $2, it's never been more than $2?
It used to be 75 cents a square foot, so it's actually gone up quite a bit.
Okay, so it's $2, we've never supplemented it. Do we have any kind of analysis on the effectiveness of that?
We do.
I mean, I guess what I'm thinking like the elasticity, like, how responsive are people to that price? If we were giving a $3 rebate, for instance, how much difference would that make?
Councilmember Brotman, that would be something that I have to ask Metropolitan about, because they do study those sorts of things and are looking for ways to increase the incentive that they give.
Okay, I mean, that's basically the question I have is like, is there an opportunity here for us to do more with the turf incentives? Does it make sense to do more? Are we really going to get bang for the buck? And then there's the question of where does the money come from? I guess that's another question, but I would be kind of interested in looking at that a little bit more deeply.
Any other comments, questions? I would like to suggest that, I know that we try to do a lot of education. I think that right now we're hitting a point where we see a strong interest in people wanting to use less water, to not have the traditional lawn. We've had a few people make some mistakes by putting in artificial turf on the entire property front yard. It would be great to have folks use more drought-tolerant xeriscaping, but oftentimes people are intimidated, may not know how to do it. So if we can start a program, even use our GTV6, our Glendale Television resources, to record some exemplary gardens, maybe give out awards for those gardens that look the nicest using the least amount of water, show folks what can be done so they have an idea and say, hey, this person did it, I can do it too. And as well as maybe some how-to guides to set up drip irrigation or how to capture rainwater. I think a lot of times, personally for me, if I want to try something new, first place I go to, I look on YouTube. I look at someone else having done whatever it is I'm trying to do. If it's a home repair or some type of improvement or something to do with a car, there's dozens and dozens of videos of people doing it out there. We should probably try and do some ourselves specific to Glendale. If we can show folks what they've done with their gardens. I know Councilmember Brotman put in a lot of time and effort into his garden in his backyard. If we can show examples like that, people will probably try to do it themselves as well. Yes, Councilmember Al-Satrian, did I see your hand?
Yeah, I actually wanted to add, I think this is a suggestion I had made prior, but I think it would be worthwhile to do more education on native plants and really tie that to annual savings people will get if they change their lawn, right? So a lot of times what I see with individuals and residents that are doing renovations, when I bring up the idea of native plants, they don't even know what I'm referring to. So for me, it's like a two-prong approach. Of one is you can advertise it or market it as, if you actually switch over and we can help you switch over to a different kind of front lawn or backyard, this is the amount that you would, for example, save on your water bill. Even those that are not interested in conserving water may be interested in saving money. And so you're still reaching your goal by tapping into the savings that you would give them. So, and again, obviously going beyond, I'm looking at the outreach that you have. I would really, really like to see us do some ethnic media that includes Armenian, Korean, Spanish, and all the wonderful, all the wonderful communities that we have in our city. So that would be my one suggestion.
Any other comments, suggestions? I know that we can have a really much longer discussion about this, but.
I have one other thing let me put on the table, which I've discussed with Mike several times, and that's, I don't know that everybody really appreciates that we subsidize water rates for North Glendale for the upland areas at the expense of South Glendale. And we do that because we don't flow the cost of pumping water uphill through into our rates. And that is also why if you live in North Glendale and you get water from the La Crescenta Water District, you're paying significantly more than you pay from Glendale. That's because it costs money to pump the water up there. They pay for it because that's all their water. People that get water from GWP don't pay it because we have a flat rate. right? So I know we have a COSA, but it's not coming up for a while, but I would like to put this on the table as something to look at, because I think that's an equity issue. And it's also the reality that what you have, as you go further north, you tend to have larger properties with more irrigation. And I think that could potentially be a way for us to match cost with, more closely with rates and maybe get some more conservation.
I think for a future discussion, I would second the idea of having that looked into and at least finding out what that would mean in terms of the cost of providing water to areas where we are expending resources, it's energy, we have to pump it up. And it's true that it's being done at the expense of folks in the lowlands of Glendale, so to speak. Thank you. All right, if there are no other comments, I want to thank our Assistant General Manager and appreciate everything GWP and the staff is doing to raise awareness. I'm sure we're going to have many more discussions about this. Water is a big issue, but we also have 2 public hearings. With that, is there, I think you've been provided some direction. What else do you need from us? We have a motion to note and file the report and motion directing staff related to the allocation of water funds for additional programs. I know we didn't go into specific programs right here, but perhaps you can come back to us with some program ideas and we can give you some further input later. Will that work?
Mayor Kasakian, if that's what you prefer, for us to come back about that $80,000, we could.
I would be okay with
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Can we have a motion to note and file the report?
that. I'll move it.
Second.
All right, let's have roll call, please.
Council members Asatryan,
Yes.
Brotman,
Yes.
Divine,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Kasakian.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I would suggest we also just vote for the 80,000, to allocate the 80,000 towards programs. It's a small amount. Maybe they can make that determination of where to put it.
Do you
I
need
would
that
be okay
specific
with it.
direction for us to say it's okay for you to
Mayor
use that for
Kasakian,
programs?
Councilmember Brotman, no, I appreciate that. Our manager that oversees those programs, he's already talked to me about a couple things he could use that for.
Okay.
And it won't go off the reservation from really any of the stuff that
If I
we're
could,
already
maybe
doing.
just some direction to look at that, because it's specifically not on the agenda to appropriate any money, but some direction to staff to look at reallocating those $80,000 for those purposes would be fine.
All right. Would you like to make that motion, Councilmember Brotman?
Yes, that was on the agenda, wasn't it?
Yes.
To direct.
item
Yeah,
2.
so I would
Yeah, but I'm
make
saying-
the motion that we do go ahead and assign that $80,000 to water conservation programs.
That's what I'm saying is not on the agenda. That requires an allocation. That's not on the agenda. But if you want to direct staff to look at allocating that money.
And that's what this, it said. It said that for us to give directions for specific
Right,
programs.
right.
Oh,
Yeah.
which
That's
we're
why
not in a position to do.
yeah,
Okay.
We didn't either, but
My
by time
Apologize.
or preparation, we're not in a position to go into the specifics for programs. But you get the general sense, go back, come up with some ideas, and then we'll have to come back for an allocation of that. Thank you very much. Next item?
Next are hearings. A, community development regarding appeal of design review board's approval of DRB case number PDR 2105697 for 420 Nesmith Road. Motion to sustain the design review board's decision and approve the project. That's number 1. Number 2 is motion to reverse the design review board's decision and deny the project. And 3, motion to remand the project to the design review board for consideration.
All right, thank you. Mr. Galanian.
Yes, Mayor Kasakian, member of City Council, I'm just going to turn it over to Agdin Babahani, our planner, who has a brief presentation on this case.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council and City staff. For sure, I will try to make it very short. This is let me see if I can move the slides. Yes, perfect. This is an appeal of a design review approval decision made on July 8, 2021. For the design review case number PDR 2105697 for the construction of a new 2,268 square foot 3-story single-family residence with an attached 2-car garage on a 7,566 square feet vacant lot addressed as 420 Nesmet Road, located in R1R Zone, Floor Area Ratio District 2. The appeal for this design review case was filed by 3 adjacent neighbors located at 412 Nesmet Road, 411, and 417 Nolan Avenue. For the reference purposes, the addresses are marked on the map with yellow dots. If I can quickly go over the project details and neighborhood context, the majority of the neighboring properties in this neighborhood are vacant lots. The immediate properties at the east and south of the subject project are developed with single-family residence. The lot contains 2 protected trees. One is the oak tree towards the rear in southeast side of the lot, and another protected tree is the street tree on the public right-of-way adjacent to the lot.
Thank you. By the way, Ms. Babakhani, I just want to go on the record saying we're opening the public hearing. So we'll mark it down as having been opened at 8:26.
The design of this new 3-story house follows the topography of the site, which slopes up from the street frontage, which is on Nesmet, towards the rear. The project follows the hillside design guidelines because it is built into the upslope lot and creates appropriate articulation following the natural terrace. On this project, retaining walls with split face concrete blocks meet zoning code requirement. Also, the new house with the overall height of 30 feet and 6 inches present appropriate proportions and transition in mason scale. The project introduces new drought-tolerant landscaping, including 17 new trees, which 5 of them will be for 24-inch box oak trees. To provide you with the information about the DRB hearing and what happened during the DRB hearing, 4 board members were present, and all four board members unanimously voted in favor of this project to approve the project with 3 conditions. Overall, board members acknowledged the simplicity of the design, and with the imposed conditions of approval, they found this design as a well-designed project in terms of the scales, details, and site planning. The 3 conditions of approval included to obtain required permit from urban forestry for the protection of the street tree and oak tree, and update the landscape plan to include the protected trees, to replace the second floor hipped roof at the left side of the front facade with a gabled roof, and condition number 3, to replace the 2 French door at the right side of the second floor facade with windows that are reduced in size. For the basis of this appeal, the appeal mainly refers to the variance zoning code section and development standard stated in the zoning code, and argues that subject project doesn't meet zoning code requirement and doesn't necessarily comply with the municipal code. Main arguments on the appeal include that the applicant presented an incomplete application and false information. Also that the lot size and the height and location of retaining wall at the rear of this new house do not meet zoning code, and that the project violates an existing easement between neighbors, and also that the project fails to preserve native trees, and also that the DRB exceeded its authority and rendered the decision based on the applicant false and incomplete presentations. Also that the adjacent neighboring properties at 412 Nesmet Road, located at the east side of the subject project, will suffer serious loss of privacy and views, and that the project is not compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and that the project will adversely affect the properties at 412 Nesmet, 417 Nolan Avenue, and 411 Nolan Avenue. Staff studied and analyzed all aspects of these arguments made on the appeal and determined that arguments do not apply to the project, and other submitted evidence and document along with this appeal also do not present any new evidence or a valid claim to support the appellant's contentions. Therefore, staff recommends that City Council sustain the Design Review Board decisions approving the this design review case with the 3 DRB condition. I would like to briefly go over this, the details of these contentions and the staff responses to each of these. In regards to the DRB application being incomplete or false information was provided by the applicant, the list of the items that are required for the review of a final design review application is contained in Glendale Municipal Code, Chapter 30.40.020. All information in this case required for the DRB to review this project was completely provided before the case was deemed complete and before the DRB heard this case. In terms of the lot size and lot boundaries, Glendale Municipal Code, Chapter 30.11.060B requires 7,500 square feet as the minimum lot size for new dwelling unit on vacant lots in R1R zone. As part of the submitted plans, the applicant included a land survey prepared by a licensed surveyor, which the area of the lot on that survey is shown to be 7,566 square feet. However, the appeal included a statement letter as part of the appeal, and the letter was prepared by another surveying and mapping company by referring to the records from Los Angeles County Recorder Office. This letter states that the subject lot at 420 Nesmet Road is approximately 7,272 square feet, or about 7,270 square feet. However, staff didn't find any conflict between the provided survey by the applicant and information that were available in the city and also the county records in terms of the property line dimension and also in terms of the property boundaries. DRB also found the provided land survey by the applicant to be accurate and to be acceptable. For the appeals argument for the height and location of the retaining wall, at this case, the appellant believed that the project is referring to a wrong code section for the design and height of the retaining wall at the rear of this project. The appeal states that the height limit for the retaining wall behind the house shouldn't be more than 5 feet in height. However, the project is correctly referring to the Glendale Municipal Code, Title 30, Chapter 30.010, subsection B2A2, and designed a retaining wall behind the house which meets this code section. Based on this code section, retaining walls behind the house can be up to 15 feet in height when it's hidden by a primary building. In this case, in this project, The retaining wall behind the house, hidden from the view for the upslope situation, is 10 feet and 5 inches. Therefore, this argument also is incorrect. The appeals argument regarding an infringement or violation of an existing easement is also incorrect. There is an sewer easement along the east property line which has a 5-foot wide. The project doesn't propose any structure or any building along that easement area. The house itself, however, is setting back 10 feet away from the east property line, giving more spaces for this easement. I should mention that the project was reviewed by Public Works and Engineering Division. Staff from Public Works and Engineering Division during the review process before the DRB hearing also reviewed the project. They noted of this as easement, and they didn't find any conflict for this development with this existing easement. Therefore, this argument also is incorrect. For the appeals argument regarding the endangering the native trees and that this project will risk long-time hillside stability, I should mention that the project provided an arborist report that the arborist report shows that there are 2 protected trees on these lots. Urban Forestry staff also reviewed the project drawings, and also they observed the vegetation and trees on this subject lot. They noted some younger scrub oak trees on the lot, but according to the size and species of the trees, only 1 oak tree at the rear of this lot is considered protected tree. As I mentioned earlier, also there's a street tree which is considered protected tree. The appeal, however, submitted an arborist report which again confirms that the lot contains 2 protected trees. But the argument in the appeal is that the project may risk the street tree. I should mention that the project was reviewed by Urban Forestry staff. They didn't find any conflict and any risk to the street tree for this project. And to satisfy and to ensure that this tree, and including the street tree and the oak tree on the site, are going to be preserved, a condition of approval was added for the applicant to obtain indigenous tree permit prior to construction to ensure the protection of these 2 trees. Therefore, this argument also is not valid. For the appellant's argument referring to Glendale Municipal Code, Chapter 30.47.40D, for the DRB failing to act within its authority, the DRB, however, acted within its authority because board members reviewed the project and the proposed project in details. They considered the public concern, ensured the project compatibility with the surrounding development, considered also the staff recommended condition, which was condition number 1, and also imposed 2 additional conditions which would address the compatibility of this project with the surrounding neighborhood. In regard to the appellant's reference to Glendale Municipal Code, Chapter 30.47.040, subsection B3, for the loss of privacy and view for the property located at 412 Nesmith Road, the city of Glendale, I should mention, that doesn't have a view protection ordinance. However, this code section refers to privacy and conflicting relationship between new development and existing properties for unreasonable impact to the privacy of the existing properties. And according to this code section, privacy is judged by the view from the proposed development, primary living space of the proposed development, like living room, study room, dining room, or library, into the outdoor and backyard spaces of an existing building. And this code also refers to balconies greater than 25 square feet, and also placement of windows in relationship to the existing development for privacy concern. For the staff response, in this case, there are only 3 small windows facing the neighboring property to the east. 2 of the windows are at the second floor bathroom, which based on this code section are not considered for the privacy concern. Smaller window at the first floor from the living room, it is 30 inches by 36 inches. However, this window is not directly looking into the outdoor space of the neighboring property, or not even looking directly to the larger window, according to the appellant's larger window of the neighbor, which is 46 inches and 120 inches. DRB also didn't find any conflicting issue for the privacy concern for this window placement. DRB found the location and the size of these windows being reasonable in this development. For the balconies, there are 2 balconies proposed at the front facade facing the street. So again, there is no balcony on the east facade facing the neighboring house. A smaller balcony, which is 57 square feet in area, is from the bedroom at the 3rd floor, approximately 15 feet away from the east property for 12 Nesmet, and it's not looking directly into any of the outdoor space or any backyard of the neighboring property. The other balcony, which is 117 square foot at the first floor, is also facing the street, and there is also a privacy wall designed at the east side of this balcony to provide a privacy buffer for the neighboring property. Again, the DRB carefully reviewed the details of this proposed project, including these balconies, and didn't find this balcony creating any privacy conflict to the neighboring property at 412 Nesmet Road. On this slide, I try to show you the relation between the new development and the existing house to the east side. The story pools are showing the layout and basically the mass and scale of the new house. In regard to the appellant's reference to Glendale Municipal Code, Chapter 30.47.040, related to the project's compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, again, the DRB appropriately acted within its authority and found this proposed project as conditioned in compliance with the applicable subsection of this code, subsection A, B, and C, in terms of compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, use of high-quality materials, and also using appropriate architectural detail and design. The architect provided revised design with applied DRB condition, and you can see the condition number 2 in red box was applied on the revised design, and condition number 3, which was reducing the size of the windows at the second floor, also was applied to this revised design. In the conclusion of my presentation, I would like to again mention that staff is recommending that the City Council sustain the design review board approval of this design review case. Some other alternatives also are provided in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Now we have, does council have any questions
have
for staff
questions.
before we go to the appellants? Go ahead.
Questions. How long did it take for this item to come to city council between the time it was approved from DRB?
The design review decision was appealed on July 23, 2021.
Okay.
I know, I do want clarification on number 2 and 3 of the conditions.
From the conditions, DRB conditions?
Yes, the replacing the second floor roof and then I'm particularly interested in number 3, which is the switching it to 2 French doors and making windows smaller.
Uh-huh.
Is that based on a code or is that some preference that the DRB members had?
That was based on the DRB board members' discussion during the DRB hearing. They found this project would be more compatible in terms of the architectural details and style when the French door at the second floor are reduced in size and are changed to smaller windows to create more harmony between the other windows that this project is proposing. So there wasn't any code section asking the board member to reduce the size. It was based on their years of experience on design and looking into the houses that are designed in the Spanish colonial revival style.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. We will have the appellant speak first, right?
Correct.
And we
Burden
will,
of proof.
so can we have the appellant's representative come forward?
So we're dividing, appellants are dividing.
So how I'll do this is we'll have the appellant side speak for, I'm willing to give up to 10 minutes. How much time do you need? Let me ask you that.
We had hope for 15, we can endeavor.
I can give you 15.
Yes.
Just know that then the applicant will have 15 as well. There'll be an opportunity for you to respond. There'll be an opportunity for them to respond briefly.
So we divide it between 3 individuals to prevent?
Sure, you can. Aggregate 15 minutes.
Yes, yes.
Divide it up however you want. Make sure you have your watch set so you don't go over. Let's set the timer to 15 minutes. And as each person comes up to the podium, please introduce yourself. And then as you guys transition, we'll try to, we can give you a signal when you've passed 5 minutes. All right?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and City staff for your efforts and for your consideration. My name is Joseph Ashby. I'm one of the appellants. I'm appearing on behalf of myself here. I'm also appearing as counsel for one of the other appellants, Haik Mesropian. He is unable to be here tonight, though he is watching on the video due to a long-planned family obligation requiring him to be on the East Coast for most of the fall. I am the owner and resident at 411 Nolan. Mr. Mesropian is the owner resident at 417 Nolan. So I would first like to address the grading and slope of the lot. And so the DRB analysis and the report to the council that was submitted as part of the packet is premised on the lot as it exists now, where in order for this development to occur, there's going to be 803 cubic yards, of cut and export. 48% of the existing grade will remain, and that the lot has a slope under the city's calculated formula of 54%. However, that is not the lot as it originally existed. At some point prior to the records that are available in the city's permitting system, if you view that lot, if you look in your packet at page 167, 181, and I believe it was the second to last one of the slides that was shown, that lot was previously graded for someone to build a house there. It most likely occurred 30 or 40 years ago because there's trees that have grown in there, but that's not the actual hillside lot as it existed. And so
the analysis should consider what that lot actually existed as, not as some prior grading and clearing. That if we had that data and had the permitting records for what that prior grading and clearing was, that should have been incorporated into the analysis now of the cut, export, and slope. And so that changes the overall impact of the development. And so, for example, just to put this in the context of the slope, the lot drops 66 feet from front to back. On one side, it's 100 feet. On the other side, it's 88 feet. That would give you a slope of anywhere from 66 to 54%, or excuse me, what is it? 66 to, I believe it's 70%. The applicant submitted a slope of 54% under the city's formula, but that assumes the cut that has already occurred and doesn't account for that. And that implicates the design review board's authority. It also implicates the density that's allowed on the lot under section 30.11.040, subsection D, subsection 1. The lot would have a reduced density allowance if it has that steep of a slope. And so we would submit that the project needs to be reanalyzed, accounting for that previous export or cut. Moving to the easement, and this goes to a particular example of the false information that was provided to the DRB and the significance of that. The easement is recorded 3 times: the original 1927 subdivision, the 1981 easement specifically for the benefit of 411 and 417 Nolan, and then again in 1984. The 1981 easement, which wasn't revoked by the 1984, actually provides a 6-foot easement, not a 5-foot. Minor difference, but it's still there. At the DRB hearing, there was a back and forth between the city planner and one of the design review board members, and that it wasn't clear whether or not, this is at 1 hour and 36 minutes in the hearing, there wasn't a clear statement as to whether or not there was an easement. There was something that the city had found. It wasn't clear what type of easement it was, who was in favor of. So there was no clear statement to the board members prior to the vote that there was an easement. Then, at 1 hour and 42 minutes, the applicant stated affirmatively that there was no easement, and also stated that there are no pipes. And this easement is a little bit different than a typical easement in the sense that because the hillside is so unstable, and as one of my co-applicants will explain, the hillside is basically sand, and the pipes are exposed through most of the area where they're at. And so, although normally an easement would not be of much concern or interest to anyone because no one wants to dig up a sewer pipe, here the pipes are already exposed, and efforts will have to be made to either rebury them, rebuild the hillside, and that wasn't accounted for in the DRB's analysis. And also, in terms of the clearance that's provided, it's not, the house may be set back 10 feet, but if you look at the pictures, there is a wall that's being built up by the driveway to hold something back. The pipes, that gets closer to the pipes, and then that raises the question of whether or not there's going to be enough clearance given the overall instability of the hillside. And just to give you a bit of context, I've done my own hillside clearance most years. The hillside is sufficiently unstable that when I watch other people do it, they fall. When I do it in rappelling gear, anchored to the foundation of my house. That hillside is sand. And so if you don't account for that, the easement is not going to be meaningfully protected. And I need to leave time for my co-applicants, or excuse me, co-appellants. The last thing is on the lot size. That lot is only allowed to be built on without a conditional use permit by 66 square feet under the survey that was submitted by the applicant. We submitted 2 surveys based on county records, corner records from the county showing the lot's roughly 300 square feet smaller. And so here, we would submit that if this council is going to be of the view that we have to submit a competing survey in order for that to be dislodged, that we should be given the same opportunity the applicant was given. The applicant's application was found to be insufficient and was given 7 weeks to complete it before the DRB considered it. And we would submit that we should be given 5 weeks, that we would submit a survey, a competing survey for this council or the DRB to consider, whichever this council deems more appropriate in terms of the timing and procedural requirements. And just one minor note there, and then I'm going to 2 minor points. In terms of the spacing, if you do compare the surveys we submitted, and you were, for example, to look at the bearing lines, there are variances between those 2 surveys. And there's small variances, but there are variances, and ultimately there's no explanation of why those two surveys come out to such different numbers. And then the last thing I would say is, in terms of this, the overall process here, that to allow, in terms of the overall long-term viability and protection and enforceability of the R1R2 zoning, that should have a process for how this city determines what is a sufficient lot to build, and that process at a minimum should allow us to submit a competing lot survey and be allowed the time to do that now that if the city is going to impose that requirement.
Let's stop the clock. Okay, who's the next person to speak from the appellant side? And how much time is there left on the clock? All right. About 8 minutes.
Okay. My name is Nicola Montusi.
Please approach the podium so you can speak close to the mic.
My name is Nicola Montusi. I'm Italian. I live at 412 Nesmut. I have here some letters signed by the neighbors, which I would like to drop here so you can have a look at it. I might continue my speech with some language written on my piece of paper because my memory is very, very short. To add what Joseph have said, the stability of the soil is pretty much a concern, not only on me, but on the houses on the crest, on the hillside. So 417, 411, they have already part of their foundation that is exposed because the soil is continuously sliding down the hillside. The bedrock that holds those foundations of my house and on their house, of course, was being digged out and sustained those foundations back in the time when there was more soil available. With the draft and the lack of support for the radical system of the plants, we have a continuous slide down of ground in the street. During our leakage of a pipe of one of the houses, there was a major slide of mud into the street, which again underlines this problem. This is for saying that the grading of this project is not because we don't want anything in our backyard, it's because there are serious concerns that we all have about possible vibration on the soil that might harm my foundations as well as the neighboring properties. For this specific reason, we are asking to carefully consider a conscious approach and a conscious distance between the existing building. Moreover, we have expressed our concern in a detail as much as possible report that was filed during our appeal to the board. And we still believe that there are some points which are totally incongruent with a good way of doing buildings. For my experience, I am an architect and an engineer in Italy. I came here and I do different work right now, but I understand that the privacy and the views of this house, specifically my house, is toward a specific part of the canyon, while the other views of my house are pretty much smaller because of the window size. And this is clearly available if I have to do a report of this I'll provide. But this house is on the left side of my property will 100% obscure and build a wall on the only big window I have. And here I leave my hands to my wife.
Let's stop the clock and give them an opportunity. Thank you. How much time is left?
5 minutes and 22 seconds.
All right.
Hi, my name is Annette. I live at 412 Nesmith Road, and really I just have two main points, and I'm just going to further what my husband was saying regarding the privacy issue. We do know that there's 3 small windows. However, they face directly into the largest opening of our house, into our largest window and our largest view. So we just ask that that be reconsidered in the design. And there is the 57 square foot balcony, which will be on the 2nd floor of the proposed design. And that balcony will pretty much look down into our backyard. So it's not very comfortable. We just ask that that be reconsidered as well, if it could be moved over or if there's any other compromise there. And again, regarding the protected trees, we did take a look at the arborist report as well, and we understand that, you know, all responsible parties came to the conclusion that those trees will be protected. However, the report does say that there's an estimated 40% damage that will be done to the roots of the oak tree. And to us, that's a really big concern, so we ask that that be reconsidered as well. And those are my points. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else that's speaking from the appellant side? That's it? How much time was that?
We have 3 minutes and 51 seconds. So-
Okay.
Oh, how much?
About 11 minutes is what it took. Okay. Now, let's have the applicant's side present. If you can do it in under 12 minutes, it would be appreciated.
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members, Carlo Nazarian. Actually, to respond to this appeal letter, I have this document, this plan. To answer the questions, just I'm starting, I don't want to be rude or whatever, but these false statements that they filed for this project, which most of the, 100% of the items, it has been discussed by the Eileen Babakhani, which responded to the appeal items that they are false. This.
Mr. Nazarian, can you just pause and can we stop Mr. Nazarian's time? We just have to, there's some important housekeeping that we have to address here.
Yeah, so I apologize. Looking through the contractors for the appellant, not the appellant, for the applicant, I received a $500 campaign contribution from Shant Minas, who I believe is a principal of the soil engineering firm, although the work was done by Caro Minas. So in an effort to comply with conflict codes, I'm going to have to recuse myself on this matter.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Najarian.
Am I understanding that analysis?
That's correct. I think
results to be proper?
Under our campaign finance, yes.
All right. So we may continue.
Just I will be quick to respond to these items. By the copies that I provided to you, just page by the page, I'm answering the appeal items. The page number 1 that you see that it says privacy and the view issue, from the window of the adjacent property that I'm showing, the human eye view is not just a straight line of the distance of two eyes. I can consider 45-degree, view. And with that shaded area, that the gray area, it shows from the further in, the line of the window with our building line, that their view, it's open. And as mentioned before, previously by Eileen, that I have, on the second floor, I have 2 small windows, which they are in the bathroom, which one is in top of the toilet seat, and the other it's next to it's in the bathtub, which nobody, that is not a viewing window that the people, they can go and to look to the, neighbor's property. And the small window on the first floor, if you check on the floor plans, that window that you can see on the second page, that it says item number 1, that small window in the living room, in the front of it, there is a retaining wall for the grading issue, which that wall blocks the, further view from the window. So that privacy issue and the view issue is not really a valid issue for this project. If, again, the next page, the third page, again, it shows that the 2 small windows on the second floor in the bathroom area. So those are invalid issues. On the next page, as mentioned by the Eileen, the retaining wall behind of the hidden by the main structure, which by the zoning code could have a exposed height of the 15 feet. I do have a 12 feet 3 inches, but to reduce that again, I'm creating a berm in the bottom, which it gives me only 10 feet to 3 inches of the retaining wall. So that retaining wall is not exceeding the permitted height. It's much lower than the permitted height of the retaining walls. If you go to the next page, that it shows about that on the top portion, which the shaded area, that is the 5 feet easement, which it is recorded on the deed, 5 feet easement. The building, it's set back 10 feet from the property line. And the retaining walls for the driveway purpose, it's behind of the, it's sitting 5 feet from the property line. So no structure, no obstruction, we don't have any encroachment in the easement area. I know it's not allowed, I don't want to show something in the plans, but during the construction, inspectors, they catch and stop the construction. There is no encroachment in the easement area. It's 5 feet, it's kept clean, no touch. And the protected tree, the oak tree that is in the rear of on the top of the hill, let's say, in the rear of the property, which it's about 21 feet away from the construction point, the retaining walls that I have in the back. And I contacted with the urban forestry. They checked the plans and they visited the job site, and they came with the response that this construction, it won't be, affect the protected trees. So that is, again, it's a statement that is, even a slope of the lot, which they are calling more than 70%, but what we calculate is based on what the zoning code requires, how to calculate the slope density of a lot, which you take the pad, the square area that the minimum square area that is needed to build the structure. Based on that area, you calculate your slope, the average current slope, which it comes to 53%. Everything, this project, we work with the planning department, with the Eileen very closely, and they really, she is one of the best planners, knowledgeable in the Glendale, that she reviews the plans very carefully because she doesn't want to miss anything. She doesn't want any responsibility that she did a mistake here or there. She did check the plans very closely. Even maybe she called me 2-3 times. I have questions there. Show me clearly how you calculate, which we responded. We worked together. We came to this point that this project is perfectly, according to the zoning code, and there is no violation. If you go to the next page, which is called number 6, that is a copy of the assessor's map, which in the assessor's maps, the lot area is calling 7,600 plus minus. But in the next page, because on the map always it goes plus minus, but in next page, when they calculate exactly the lot area, the lot square footage is 7,566, which that is what we have the survey. And the licensed surveyor confirmed that the lot area, the surveyor calculated the lot area, and he signed, confirmed that the lot area is 7,566. So, and the other issue in the appeal that on the plans we are showing a non-existing sidewalk, On the next page, item number 7 is copy of the survey map that I have, which there is a curve that it comes all the way to the middle of our property. So on the plans, we are showing that curve, which it shows on the survey map, and we continue that because I know when we go to the building department for the building plan, building permit, all these items will be clarified, and I think that they will ask me to do a street improvements. So that is not any false statement or anything that we wanted to cheat on the plans. But the one thing that we want to be a nice neighbor in the area. We don't want to bother anybody, but it's under the question, the next building construction. The next building is built all the way almost to the property line. And by the building code, an opening less than 3 feet from the property line is not allowed. How come they have it? It's old building. I understand that. But what we do here, everything is legal, it's by code, and no deviation from the building or zoning code. All these false statements and filing this appeal just created a 14 months delay for the owner to build his house. And 14-month delay, it's a huge time and money for him. Just because what I heard, it's a personal interest because somebody else was going to buy the property, which maybe is the favorite person in the neighborhood. When we came with this project, they got upset. Why this project? They are trying to give us a hard time with giving or filing a false statement to delay and harm the property owner to build his project.
Mr. Nazarian, thank you. How much time is there left?
1 minute and 37 seconds.
Mr. Babayans, is that going to be? All right, thank you.
I just want to add an important point that this project was previously submitted to the city of Glendale back in 2010, and it was approved all the way, ready to issue permit. I have all the wet stamps showing the proof that this is the second time that we're submitting this project. And under the same circumstance, the city of Glendale did their due diligence back then, and they did it this time too. So it's no different than this set of plans that's been approved previously. It's the same project.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there are no other cards. Are there any callers on this item?
No callers on this item.
So with that, I'll allow my colleagues to ask staff some questions, and then once we're done asking questions and receiving answers, we'll close the public hearing, and then we can make our final comments and make a determination on this. Councilmember Devine.
I have a question about this, where he's saying they have had major slides up there. Does the city know about that, or was there any, have they been reported, or was there damage, or what kind of major slides are we talking about?
I don't believe planning
Mudslides.
division was aware of this mudslide and this.
Mudslides,
subject.
well, I've had a
Yeah.
mudslide at my, okay. So it's mudslides, it's not that the earth is actually caving in, or?
I don't believe so. If there was any issue with the soil or condition of the soil or any issue about like sliding the mud, I believe Public Works Engineering Division would mention that in their comments when the Planning Division routed this project for their review prior to the hearing, design review hearing. I have their comments here. There is no indication of any issues of that fact.
Okay, because I visited the site, and I didn't know where Nolan was, and then when I was told it was way up on the hill, thought, why do they care what's going on way down here? And so then when I hear that there's a soil issue, that's problematic. But if it's just mudslides, that's why we have retaining walls, right?
Yes, that is correct. And I should mention that the details of the construction and how far the foundation should be, how big the foundation of the retaining wall should be, every details of this construction will be studied. And the next step, if the applicant decided to move forward to the permitting process, so there will be more details that city will ask for this construction after the soil tasting, after the soil report was presented and the detail was studied by the staff. So what DRB did and planning staff did in this case, we reviewed the design of this project, exterior wall, proportion, location, the height, and everything else. But there would be a lot more to the details when the project is ready to be submitted for the permitting process.
Okay, and now my next question is about the easement. Originally, I guess code is 5, they're going 10. Now, is that easement where those pipes are on the side of the house?
That is correct,
Existing house.
Councilmember Devine,
So there
yes.
will be 5 feet from the appellant's house to the developer.
Towards the development.
5, and then there'll be 5 more feet. Is that fence or the wall, that smaller lower wall
I can
on the side is
move this slide.
Yeah, but-
I'm not sure why I can't.
this one? You don't have the,
I have it on the screen if that helps.
well, it's a smaller wall here. Is that like 5 feet to this wall and then 5 feet to the house? Is that the easement,
Yes,
the
that
10
is
foot?
correct, but I can confirm that clearly looking on the drawing. The rendering may not be very, very accurate. Yes, the distance is exactly 5 feet.
Okay, so this wall will not impede or harm those pipes or be in the way of those pipes, correct?
Yes, that
And
is
then they
correct.
have another 5 feet, so.
Mhm.
Another question is about the slope, and they're saying it's 70, and you're saying it's 53, and where's the?
The slope based on the calculation the applicant provided and based on the data that I myself generated from the GIS, the city's GIS, it's approximately 55-56% here for this subject lot. So I don't know what is the reference for the appellants, stating that this is more than 70% slope. But this is what we found for this project and for the slope of this vacant lot, around like 55-56%, as far as I remember. The applicant is showing 53.6, and in the staff report presented to DRB, it was announced to be approximately 54%, I believe.
54%. Okay, and I found this particular presentation of the view from that window, and that's the only view window, right, that we're talking about?
For the neighboring house?
For the neighboring house, is that one window?
I believe they only have that window on that side, but they can confirm.
Right, but you know, when I was out there and I saw the story poles, and it looked as if the new construction was set back far enough that they can actually see out that window. It's not completely like they will not be looking at a wall.
Councilmember Devine, that's exactly correct, because based on my own observation, the neighboring house at 412 Nesmond doesn't have any basically street front setback. It is built almost from the street front property line. So therefore, the neighboring house is sitting very close to the street, but the proposed development has to set back at least 15 feet from the street front property line. Therefore, this is giving enough a space. Therefore, when you're looking at the footprint of the story poles is set back from the existing house.
Yeah, I could see that. It was pretty evident. Okay, I'm going to stop. Let's see. Yeah, that's all for me for now.
Questions?
Well, Councilmember Devine pretty much covered most of the things I was thinking about. I mean, the thing that struck me, two things were really this risk of soil movement, and I think the answer I'm getting is that Public Works Engineering will be assessing any issues there. Because we've had this before, where we've had these hillside situations, and there's been, concern about destabilizing the hillside for the houses up above. So what's our process to make sure that we're completely comfortable that this project will not destabilize the hill for the residents on Nolan?
That will be series of plans and construction details that the applicant needs to provide for the city staff, specifically in the Building and Safety Division and also Public Works Engineering Division, to review this project for the details of the retaining wall, for the details of the soil and everything else, to ensure that there is not going to be any harm to any neighboring properties, or there's not going to be any future problem in terms of like a sloping or any damage to the foundation of the existing houses. Maybe the applicant and designer of this project can explain how this details for the construction phase is working, because planning division doesn't get involved for the detail of the construction. But I will ensure you that staff from various departments that are reviewing and plan checking project, they are implementing applicable code section for the safety, for sure, to make sure the project and the construction is going to be safe, is going to meet all the applicable development standard and applicable building and safety codes.
Okay. And then on the question of view, so I think you said we don't regulate loss of view, right? That is not something we can consider in this decision, is that right?
Councilmember Brotman, City of Glendale doesn't have a view protection ordinance, but for you to consider, I believe that would be up to you if you want to.
Is that appropriate for us to consider or not?
Councilmember Brotman, I believe, as noted in the report, right, it's not a view protection ordinance. You're allowed to consider privacy in connection with the placement of the windows and how they relate to the neighboring property. But there's no consideration, that's not a criteria of whether or not it blocks a view that a neighbor may have. That's not a criteria that you may use consideration.
Okay. That's really all I have.
Okay. Councilmember Asatria?
I don't have any questions. I do have comments.
Okay. If there's, so I don't have a lot of questions. I have a few questions. Some of it was already covered. I want to thank Councilmember Devine for her very insightful questions. Obviously, you can tell just from her line of questioning that she's sat through a number of these hearings. So my just tertiary research found that that 412 Nesmith Road was built when, in 1933? Is that correct? Okay, I want to confirm that. And is the assertion of the appellant that anything related to slope and grading should take into consideration what the hillside looked like before there was dirt removed? Yeah, you can answer yes or no. Is that, you can approach the podium and.
Yes, that there was a prior, the city permit records do not show a prior cut that was done, but if you look at the lot, it's clear someone did a cut intending to build a house. I don't know when, I think more than 40 years ago, and that should be considered, because if we had that permit, then that's not the actual slope that exists. That's not the actual slope of the lot. Otherwise, it essentially allows you to break up, circumvent the ordinance by doing multiple cuts.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate that argument. I just don't know how much of that for me, has a bearing on it, because I'm trying to understand, I mean, we don't know when it was cut. We don't know how much it was cut. We're only basing it on assumptions, correct? You said it's not clear.
It's clear there was a cut if
Cut,
you look at the
yeah.
lot, but obviously we don't have
Okay,
satellite images from 40 years ago.
sure.
So I'm simply saying that because we know there was a cut, you can make certain inferences from the side, and that's where our slope numbers came from, was that on one side, if you make those inferences, it's a 66%. If you make those inferences on the other side, it's a 75%. And so that's where we came up with the 70% numbers. It's roughly between the slope on one side of the lot, on the edge, where there was no, doesn't appear to have been a cut, is 66%. On the other side,
Got it.
77.
Okay.
So that's where we, or sorry, not 77,
Thank
75.
you. That's all, thank you. And for staff, in terms of, I've looked at some of the imagery that was in the report, and you can see obviously the wonders of the internet. You can go on Google Maps and Earth and see what's there. In fact, whenever the Google Maps car has gone by, it was fairly recently, because you see the story poles in the image right now. Those are eucalyptus trees that are on the slope on the property? It appears there's eucalyptus trees. Jay, or someone who's nodding, there's a number of people nodding. Okay, all right.
I believe so, yes.
Just for anyone who's watching who cares to know, eucalyptus trees are not native to this area. They're invasive species, quite honestly, so. All right. And the homes above the slope, Nolan, what's the square footage of those homes?
I can.
Well,
tell
let me
you,
ask you
Mr.
this,
Mayor.
is the proposed house size-wise in line with what is in the neighborhood?
The average square footage of the neighboring houses within 300 feet linear of the subject house, I remember it was around 2,400 square feet, the average.
So it is in line.
Yes,
The
the
proposal
proposed
in
house
line.
is 2,268.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I don't have any more questions. We can close the hearing at 9:26 PM. My colleagues wish to make comments, and before we make a motion and vote, who would like to go first? Not everyone at once. Councilmember Asadrian?
I have just one comment.
Sure.
I don't know how we fix our system, and I know this was particularly not up to staff. But to have someone that is attempting to make Glendale their home and has purchased land and is waiting for 14 months to be heard while they lose money and time, while they're paying taxes on this property, is just simply unacceptable to me. So to the applicant, for what it's worth, on my behalf, I'm sorry that it took this long for it to be here. And if there are ways that you think we can make our system better, I would love to hear your input. I know we're going to be going through that process. And particularly looking at a system that also holds, if there are no substantial basis for appeals, there has to be accountability and payments made to those that lose money because of an appeal that's taking place. So with that, I appreciate the staff's due diligence on this. And I support the project, and I hope we can move forward from it this weekend.
Okay. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Devine?
Yeah, I'll go next. Thank you to Eileen. You seem to be really well-versed in this project.
Thank you
And
so much.
it sounds like you really immersed yourself in it, and I appreciate that. I feel like all of the arguments by the appellants have been refuted. I think the DRB based their decision on our guidelines, on the mass, the scale, the site plan, et cetera, and that's what they should do. That's their purview, that's their job. I think the mass of this house is appropriate with the neighbor. I'm glad about the piping system because that looks troublesome, and so they were giving extra easement for that, the protection of those pipes, and I think that's a good thing with that. I don't see a view problem, and we don't have a view ordinance anyway, so, like I said, I felt that the house, the new house, the house that we're, the owner's house is set back far enough that there still remains a view of the trees and the street and et cetera. No privacy issues. So I would definitely sustain the DRB decision and approve this project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Devine. Councilmember Brotman?
Yes, I'd concur with that in terms of sustaining the DRB's decision. It was, I mean, generally, I would set a high bar when the DRB makes a decision, especially when it's a unanimous decision. And so that matters a lot to me. And staff's explanations in refuting the arguments of the appellant, I thought were compelling. So I'm in the same position.
All right. I'll make my comments very brief. I think that, first of all, the home that exists right next to where the proposed house is suggesting to be built is a beautiful home. You have a lovely house, and the proposed home is a very nicely designed house that I think is very compatible. You know, you look at that neighborhood and you look at the area, there's homes that are built in very precarious places. I don't know when they were built, but you look at the hill, the homes right up the hill, overlooking down on the home of which the gentleman and his spouse spoke. Those are, you know, kind of also massive and on a hillside, and you look at it and it you know, begs a question. You know, I understand you said you do your clearance with using your rappelling gear. To do that, that's not the way I would prefer to do brush clearance in my home, but you know, we live where we live because we make the choices we make. In terms of what can be built, it's in the site where the home is proposed. It is, as was stated, compatible. I think that the issues, for the most part, have been addressed. The balcony issue, I don't know about. I necessarily wouldn't want a balcony overlooking my property, but I think that, you know, what Mr. Nazarian stated, at least with the windows and the restrooms, I don't think those are windows that restroom windows are not windows people use to look into or sit around for hours and contemplating their lives out of. I think that for the most part, this is appropriate. And I would also side with my colleagues in approving or upholding the Design Review Board's decision. So with that, I will entertain a motion from one of my colleagues.
I'll move 9A1.
Okay. There's been a motion. There's been a motion and a second. May we have roll call, please?
Council members Asatryan?
Yes.
Brotman?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Najarian? Mayor Kasakian?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We have another public hearing.
Yes. Public hearing, the community development regarding public hearing on appeals of Design Review Board's approval of Design Review Board case number 2101078 located at 1633 Victory Boulevard. 1, motion to sustain the Design Review Board's decision to adopt the subsequent mitigated negative declaration and to approve the design review application with conditions. 2, motion to sustain the Design Review Board's decision to adopt the subsequent mitigated negative declaration and to approve the design review application with amended conditions. 3, motion to continue the matter directing the city attorney to draft findings, reversing the design review board's decision and denying the project.
All right. Mr. Galanian.
I apologize. Mayor Kasakian, member of City Council. This is, as it was read into the record, this is an appeal of another DRB case that Mr. Dennis Joe, our planner, will present for your consideration after you open the public hearing, sir.
All right, great. And we'll open the public hearing, and Mr. Joe, you may proceed.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. This item involves an appeal of a DRB decision regarding a hotel project located at 1633 Victory Boulevard. In summary, the applicant proposed to modify a 2019 approval of a new 3-story, 64-room hotel project. Modifications include adding additional 18-room keys, increase the area of the building by approximately 6,200 square feet, elimination of portions of the outdoor terrace, expand the building's 3-story profile along Winchester Avenue and the alley, and reduce the interior setback of the northern interior property line. And during July of this year, the DRB approved the revised project's modifications and the subsequent M&D with 13 conditions, resulting in tonight's appeal. 2 separate appeals were filed, which the first appellant is the project applicant that requests the City Council sustain the DRB's approval and adoption of the subsequent M&D. However, further requests to eliminate conditions 1, 3, 4 imposed by the DRB. Appellant 2 is the abutting neighbor to the north and requests the City Council reverse the DRB's decision and deny the project. Prior to discussion of each appellant's arguments, a brief overview of the project site, the design progression, and the proposed changes by the revised project is provided for context and background for the arguments that will be made by each of the appellants tonight. Beginning with the site location, the property is approximately 2,200 square feet. It's zone C3, and it's surrounded by other C3 zone properties, R1 and R3050 properties. It's sited at the corner of Victory Boulevard and Winchester Avenue, and generally located in the Riverside Rancho neighborhood. This is an aerial view of the property. Shaded in yellow is the subject lot. These are photos of the property. On the right-hand side are photographs that correspond with the site key with colored arrows on the left-hand side. Photo outlined in red is looking west from Winchester, and the photo outlined in blue is looking northwest from the corner of Victory and Winchester. And outlined in green is looking east from the public alley. Outlined in orange is looking northeast from the alley and Victory Boulevard. Brief history of the project's progression. The project's baseline began 5 years ago during 2017 when the application was initially submitted. And in September 2018, the DRB reviewed the first design consisting of a modern design building with geometric shapes and interior setbacks that range from 10 feet to 11.5 feet along the northern interior yard abutting the single-family residence. The DRB expressed concerns about design compatibility with the Rancho neighborhood, privacy for the residential parcels to the north, and inadequate landscape barrier with the adjacent neighbor. Ultimately, the DRB did not approve this design and rendered a return for redesign decision. Later that same year in 2019, the DRB reviewed the second submittal. This version's changes included greater interior setbacks of the northern yard, which the outdoor terrace was set back from 11.5 feet to 15 feet, and the hotel's 3-story volume was set back from 10 feet to 24 feet. The additional changes included a lush landscape buffer between the hotel and the adjacent residence. Noise reduction measures such as flush-mounted acoustical panels were proposed at the interior face of the 7-foot-tall perimeter wall. Ultimately, with these changes, the DRB felt that the building's height Related to the adjoining context provided a transitional mass that reflected the scale of the abutting one-story single-family residence. This version was approved by the DRB. Soon after, the project was appealed to the City Council, which the City Council sustained the DRB's approval and adoption of the M&D. This 2019 version will be further be referred to as the original project. At present, the status of the original project is in plan check. Upon issuance of a permit, this project can technically commence with construction today. These are renderings of the applicant's revised project. It provides an overview of the hotel's revised design with proposed expansions. On the following slides are visual comparisons between the original project and the revised project. Beginning with site planning, this is the site plan of the original project, which the DRB and City Council approved in 2019. Shaded in blue is the footprint of the building, which had setbacks along the street and the alleyway that varied 3 to 6 feet, and along the northern interior property line, which abuts the residence. The hotel had varying setbacks range from 15 feet for the outdoor terrace and 25 feet for the 3-story volume of the building. And this is the site plan of the revised project. It largely resembles the original project's footprint and follows the square shape of the lot. The most substantial change of the revised project is the expansion of the building as close as 11 feet 6 inches at the northern interior yard. And this is a side-by-side comparison of the original and revised project site plans. Vehicular access onto the site and into the subterranean garage will remain the same, which vehicular access may enter the subterranean garage from a public alley that connects with Victory Boulevard. Moving on to open space, this is of the original project, which included an outdoor terrace with a swimming pool above the first level, shaded in blue on the slide. And at the perimeter of the outdoor terrace, shaded in green, the original project provided an approximately 9-foot wide landscape planter which served as a buffer to enhance privacy with the abutting uses to the north and east. The revised project proposes reduced portions of the outdoor terrace without a swimming pool to accommodate the expansions. As you can see from this slide here, the outdoor terrace is noticeably smaller. Moving on to landscaping, this is the original project's landscape design, which provided a variety of landscape around the perimeter of the building. At the northern setback, majority of the interior yard was designed with a layered landscape palette, which included 36-inch canopy trees, 24-inch box dwarf Italian cypress trees, and a variety of ground cover and shrubs to buffer the hotel with the adjacent residents. This is of the revised project landscape plan, which the landscaping of the north interior yard was reduced to include shrubs and ground cover without trees. In lieu of the canopy trees provided by the original project, a 5-foot wide paved walkway spans the width of the lot was proposed, which is shaded in gray on this slide. The DRB conditioned that the paved walkway be removed and replaced with a variety of canopy trees, shrubs, and ground cover, and return the buffered landscaping. And for reference of the neighborhood context, at the center of the screen, shaded in yellow, is the project site. In red are the gas stations to the west, multifamily to the east, and commercial industrial uses to the south. And northwest are existing multifamily residences on Western, and single-family neighborhood directly to the north. Moving on to the mass and scale of the revised project. On this slide is of the Victory Boulevard elevation and rendering. The project is 3-story high. It has an overall height of 35 feet. Overall, the massing of the building relates well with the uses along Victory Boulevard. And for your convenience, at the top left corner of this slide is the site key map of the facade's location, which will be useful for the following slides. Onto the east elevation, which is along Winchester, the revised project expands the building footprint towards the northern interior property line as close as 11 feet 6 inches, extending the building's 3-story profile. Shaded in yellow are the general locations of the additions. And approximately, the shaded yellow represents the addition, which expands about approximately 61 linear feet compared to the original project. And this is of the west elevation facing the alley. And the proposed expansion is approximately 13 linear feet compared to the original project. And last, on the north elevation that faces the residential residence to the north, the additions are shaded in yellow on their elevation and rendering. This is the rendering of the revised project that shows the north elevation at an aerial angle in comparison with the abutting residence. Moving on to the basis of appeal, Appellant 1 is once again the project applicant, which provided a total basis of 3 appeals, or 3 bases of appeals. Starting with the first, Appellant 1 contends that the project complies with all development standards for the C3 zone, with the revised project proposing a 11-foot 6-inch interior setback along the northern interior property line. Pardon me. The zoning code requires the interior setbacks at minimum be 7 feet with an average of 10 feet for buildings up to 35 feet. The revised project proposes a setback at 11 feet 6 inches from the northern property line. The revised project does satisfy the zoning code's development standards in terms of setbacks, height, landscape area, and parking, and an approval of variance is not required. Next, Appellant 1 further contends that the Design Review Board exceeded its authority by imposing requirements that are beyond the standards of the zoning code. Per the municipal code and by the powers and duties section of the GMC, the DRB has the power and duty to review, approve, disapprove, and attach conditions to the design review applications. And by the design review chapter, it states that the review authority has the authority to impose conditions in order to ensure compatibility with the surrounding development in terms of size, scale, mass, roofline orientation, setbacks, and site layout. As a result, and by these code sections, the DRB exercises authorized powers and duties. Next, Appellant 1 requests that the City Council sustain DRB's decision. However, with the elimination of conditions 1, 3, and 4, which were imposed by the DRB. To expand on condition number 1, which reads, reduce the massing at the second and third levels at the eastern and western facade to be more consistent with the original project. To better understand the basis of condition number 1, reflection upon the project history and familiarity of the design guidelines would be helpful. As stated earlier in the presentation, in 2018, the very first design had interior setbacks that range from 10 feet to 11.5 feet, and the DRB expressed concerns about the design's compatibility, privacy, and lack of landscape barrier between the two uses. And in 2019, the revised project presented to the board with substantial changes to the interior setbacks of the north, which the outdoor terrace was set back further away to 15 feet, which was previously 11.5 feet, and the hotel's 3-story volume was set back to 24 feet, which was previously 10 feet, with a lush landscape buffer between the two properties with canopy trees. With these major changes, the DRB approved the original project. Although the revised project reintroduces a 11.5-foot interior setback at the northern yard, the DRB believed that condition number 1 still can achieve the mass and scale goals of the design guidelines, which calls for the mass and scale for new projects to fit well with the surrounding building fabric. It acknowledges that new proposals need not to copy the mass and scale of the existing development. However, new development should respect the adjacent building context. Architectural strategies could be employed, such as breaking it up by variations of building height, setbacks, step backs, recessed volumes, or breaking up the overall mass into separate forms. As a result, condition number 1 was imposed by the DRB to reintroduce the traditional mass so that the expanded hotel is more in spirit with the original project. This evening item is de novo, which the City Council can independently re-examine the case. If, and that is if, the council is inclined to agree with DRB's condition number 1, refinement or guidance of their thoughts or reduction would be helpful for staff's implementation. Moving on to DRB conditions approval number 3, it reads, provide window openings at the ground level of Winchester facade to enhance the pedestrian experience and avoid a blank wall at the street. This is the eastern facade, which the ground level consists of a long, unbroken wall that is cladded with stone veneer. The guideline discourages long, continuous, unarticulated segments of the building wall. Condition number 3 was employed to visually break up the monotonous wall with window openings, break up the mass of the wall, and enhance the pedestrian experience from the street. This condition continues the quality design and detailing expressed on the Victory Boulevard onto the Winchester Avenue elevation. And this is the slide of the Victory Boulevard elevation displaying the front facade at the ground level that can be continued along Winchester Avenue. And finally, DRB condition 4 requested to be deleted reads, if allowed by building and safety, relocate the egress staircase at the east side of the courtyard to reduce or eliminate the visibility from the street or the neighboring properties. If it is not possible, provide a privacy screen at the north side of the upper landing and a solid railing for the entire run of the staircase. The exterior staircase second level will be partially visible, and the third level will be highly visible from the single-family residence, raising privacy concerns. Condition number 4 recognizes relocation of the staircase may hinder feasibility of the desired guest room count and may not be feasible due to building and safety and/or fire codes. As a result, flexibility was built into this condition to incorporate screening as an alternative to relocation to provide a greater privacy for the adjacent residents. Moving on to the next appellant, appellant number 2 is the neighbor and the property owner abutting to the north. Appellant 2 focuses on a variety of issues. The first, Appellant 2 contends that the paved 4-foot strip of land on the hotel's property and adjacent to the alleyway was not vetted by Public Works Traffic Division. And the 4-foot paving creates an unsafe condition, confusing the driving public to legal and safe speed limits for the alley, increases the chances of damaging private property, and requires forfeiture of portions of the public right-of-way for private businesses overflowing or queuing. Oops. To better understand the basis of the appeal, in May 2019, when the original project was appealed to the City Council, and the City Council approved the original project with an added condition that the portion of the subject property along the western property line and alley shall be paved with a minimum of 4 feet to enhance vehicular access along the alleyway. And to demonstrate this 4-foot strip along, adjacent to the alleyway, this is the slide of the vehicular circulation pattern on the revised project. And as part of the revised project, the applicant incorporated an additional 4-foot wide paving on the subject property to satisfy the council's 2019 condition, which is shown in yellow. As routine, this project was routed to various city departments. Public Works Traffic Division did not express any concerns about the additional 4-foot paved area on the subject property and adjacent to the alleyway. The applicant's plans indicate that the 4-foot strip will be dedicated to the city to widen the alley. This dedication does not require forfeiture of portions of the public right-of-way. On to the second point of discussion. In summary, the appellant number 2 further contends that financial implications for the project are beyond the DRB's purview. And during the DRB's meeting this year, not all DRB members acted in a fair manner by taking in consideration a financial infeasibility of the project without the hotel's expansion. Conversely, the DRB did not equally consider the revised project financial implication, meaning the devaluation onto the adjacent property were not considered. The short answer is that the Glendale Municipal Code does not specify special financial consideration as a criterion for design review. In this matter, as stated earlier in the slide, the City Council is the project design review authority and will analyze its compatibility with the surrounding development in terms of size, scale, setbacks, and site layout only. And to summarize the third basis of appeal, appellant number 2 contends that the 8-foot tall border wall between the two properties threatened the public safety for pedestrians utilizing the sidewalk along Winchester Avenue, causing a conflict between the pedestrian interface and the appellant's existing driveway. On the bottom left of the screen is an aerial rendering of the hotel and the adjacent property to the north. And in red line, the red line demonstrates the general location for this wall. In the bottom right-hand corner, Circled in red is the general location of the block wall from Winchester Avenue. Staff recommends the block wall be set back 3 feet from Winchester Avenue to match the setback line of the hotel building. Additionally, as a consideration, the first 5 or 10 feet of the wall can be constructed with a combination of concrete blocks and wrought iron to enhance the line of sight between the pedestrian and the appellant's driveway. And to summarize the fourth contention, the DRB did not consider the solar easement as a condition of approval. This appeal is mainly requesting to step back the upper floors of the building for greater solar access for potential future solar panels. A solar study was submitted by the project applicant to analyze the shade and shadow patterns of the hotel building on the abutting residence to the north, which production of shading more than 2 continuous hours between the hours of 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. during the winter, or 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. during the summer, would be considered an exceedance of threshold. The conclusion of this modeling demonstrates that the shadow would not cast onto the abutting property during the summer periods. However, the project would shade for a duration of 49 minutes during the winter solstice. In summary, the model demonstrates during both seasons, the shadowing would be below the thresholds of 2 continuous hours. Next, the appellant number 2 contends the revised project and CEQA review should be treated as a new project. In short, in context of CEQA, the term project has a very specific meaning. By CEQA guidelines, the term project refers to the whole of an action and not to the underlying physical activity being approved, and not to each government approval. Thus, if the city needs to grant more than one approval for the project, only one CEQA document should be prepared. As a result, the revised project is a revision to the previously approved project and adopted M&D. And further, CEQA guidelines state that when a negative declaration has been adopted, which City Council adopted the M&D for the original project in 2019, a subsequent negative declaration shall be prepared if the lead agency determines there is evidence of substantial change. Being that Glendale is the lead agency for the project, a subsequent M&D was prepared upon staff's review and determination of the revised project. Next, Appellant 2 believes that the subsequent M&D did not accurately analyze the vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, which the VMT baseline should reflect the traffic usage at the time when the application was submitted. In summary, Appellant number 2 believes the VMT analysis should reflect the conditions when the revised project was submitted, which is in 2021, with the site being vacant, and not the existing conditions when the project began in 2017. However, as you may recall from the previous slide, the term project refers to the whole action of CEQA and does not need to be restarted for each government approval. Under the environmental settings of the CEQA guidelines, a project baseline is at the time of the environmental analysis commenced. The original project was submitted in September of 2017, and the environmental analysis commenced 30 days after the submittal. As a result, the project's baseline and VMT analysis appropriately reflected the 2017 date and not the January 2021 date suggested by the appellant. The next contention, the land use identified within trip generation analysis seem to all have been conducted under a single one-story building and were ancillary to one another and not 4 separate businesses. The trip generation analysis identified multiple land uses at the site, which included an auto repair / oil change, an auto repair / oil change under the canopy, and 2 used auto sales offices. Appellant 2 is questioning that all these uses should be a single use and are not ancillary to one another, which would change the trip generation analysis outcome. The occupants and land uses identified in the analysis were identified by city records of building permits, zoning use certificates, building registration certificates for 1633 Victory Boulevard and its sub-addresses. Thus, by these records, the identified uses were not ancillary to one another. Next, the appellant number 2 contends the DRB did not adequately address comments regarding fire safety, noise, or other nuisance issues along the northern side caused by the placement of outdoor smoking terrace. In terms of fire, the fire department did not identify major concerns regarding the room additions. Upon submittal, the revised project must comply with the Unified Fire Code with installation of fire sprinklers. For noise, mitigation measures have been included with the subsequent M&D to limit the hours of operation for the use and occupancy of the outdoor terrace to be limited between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Sunday. In regards to the nuisance caused by the smoking deck, smoking permitted areas shall be obtained, maintained, and renewed via a license required by Section 5.40 of the Glendale Municipal Code. To date, no smoking permit has been submitted by the applicant. And finally, appellant number 2 contends that the environmental studies are incomplete and inadequate. The grounds along the northern line, property line at the western end have never been tested for ground contaminants, even though they are known dumping grounds for automotive liquids. A limited Phase 2 environmental site assessment was prepared to assess whether the historical uses, which included the gas station and auto repair shop, adversely impacted the subsurface beneath. 14 soil boring samples were collected from inside the existing building and from exterior areas throughout the property. The ESA concluded that it does not appear the historical uses have significantly impacted the subsurface. As part of the subsequent M&D, a mitigation measure requires that soil management plan for any soil excavation on the property is required. As standard practice, the soil management plan shall require that a geologist or an environmental professional be on site during excavation activities to monitor for potential impacted soils not identified during the assessment, and to perform SC AQMD's Rule 1166 monitoring. Mayor, members of the City Council, interested parties of the public, I sincerely thank you for your time this evening. This concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you. Who has questions? Anyone? All right. No questions?
Well,
All right. Councilmember
One or two.
Brotman.
That soil analysis, the boring and all that, who did that? Was that? How does that work?
There was a consultant, CCI International. It was included as attachment. I have to reference it, but it was
that
attached.
something the applicant does and submits to us, or do we pick the consultant that does the analysis and they pay for it?
It was provided by the applicant, but I do believe during escrow for commercial properties, in ESA Phase 1 and maybe in Phase 2, depending on the history of the property, is required. We can confirm when this project, and how this ESA was, environmental site analysis was conducted or produced.
But I didn't understand the second part of it. My question was, so you're saying it was the applicant that selected the environmental consultant? They did the analysis and they've given it to us?
I'm going to verify that, yes. Because that can be produced by either the previous property owner, or it can be produced by the current owner during escrow. So that in exchange of the property, from my understanding, we can confirm all this, that both parties are in the understanding of what is the subsurface conditions below the site.
Okay, so we don't independently verify that, or we don't select our own, we don't have a consultant that we're comfortable with necessarily, that we select and
The short answer is no, Councilmember Brotman. But these reports are generated by a licensed person.
Okay. And on the smoking, the idea, I know they haven't applied for a smoking permit, maybe they won't, but what would be involved? I mean, would we readily give a smoking permit? What would they have to show to get a smoking permit?
I know the planning department doesn't really enforce the smoking permit, but it is administered from our neighborhood services. But there are strict criterias for distances in specific areas adjacent to or in proximity of sensitive uses. The whole indication, or calling this a smoking deck, was brought up by appellant number 2. just to bring it up, that the applicant has never indicated this was going to be used as a smoking deck.
Right, I understand that, but I'm just wondering you
Sure.
can say you never intended, and then in the future you could change your mind. So what is a smoking permit something that we would allow in that kind of context?
I don't believe, but I can, I can find out from our, yes.
Yeah, I would just add, it's a little bit outside the scope, and so it's not necessarily fair to Dennis to ask him. That's not within the four corners of the DRB's review in this particular matter.
Councilmember Brotman, as it was mentioned, there's a process for permitting such uses. And as Mr. Joe mentioned, there are pretty restrictive requirements from distance to any entrances to buildings and as such. And it's very limited if it ever gets issued.
Okay, since that was one of the appellant number two's concerns, it would be good to know, what the likelihood is of that ever being possible. Okay.
I would just add, if they meet the criteria, then they would, in theory, under the code, be entitled to receive that. But if they don't, then they wouldn't. It's very ministerial application.
Okay. I guess that's probably it for now.
Okay. Councilmember Devine, and by the way, I think this is the first time we've had like dueling appeals, right? Have we had that in?
It's probably been a while. I think it's happened, but maybe not with anybody on the council.
At least in a decade.
Yeah, right.
More than a decade. In terms of housekeeping, I do want to mention that I have met with both appellants, so I just want to mention that. I know we spoke about stating that on the record, so if anyone else wants to mention who they've met with, please do so.
Yes.
And the general nature of the conversation, obviously, it's probably talking about in favor or against the project, but
yeah,
just the general nature of the
I
comments.
toured the sites. I basically met both appellants very close to the proposed site.
Yes, I met with Mr. Desai back in, I think it was late March. It was a general get-to-know-you kind of conversation, but we did talk a bit about the project. And Mr. Marks, I met with him maybe a month and a half ago, and he took me for a walk around to show me the site.
Same.
Okay, and I'll disclose that I also met with appellant number 2, Mr. Marks, and so with my DRB representative, commissioner. My question is, and now I have forgotten it. Was there no requirement as far as community benefits or for any kind of open space or green space on the ground level for the community? Or is that just if they want, more density or something?
This property is outside the DSP, so there are no incentives. So these are all strictly amenities that were designed by the original project owners, and it's kind of been continued on to my understanding. The applicant now is the new owner of the project.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's my only question.
Councilmember Al-Sadrian?
Just for the record, I also met with appellant 1 to just get to know them and for me to better understand both the original project and the current proposed one. I also took a site tour by myself early this morning, and not just where it's going to be built, but around it, because I wanted to understand the green space need.
I have not met with either of the appellants.
In terms of, can I ask a question regarding the accessing the proposed project? When and how did it become proposed that the alleyway would be the access point versus, it would seem like Victory would just make more sense?
That was exactly my point back when we approved that project, I will say.
We got to reflect back in 2017. The design guidelines actually encouraged, for commercial uses to, if possible, to use an alleyway. And the thought behind that is when along a thoroughfare, especially a street corner, the street is activated by commercial uses instead of having a garage or like a driveway, going into a subterranean garage. It was more of a design encouragement by the design guidelines, which, having discussions with the applicant, these are some of the things that we talk about during pre-application. Hey, this is what our design guidelines would like to see. This is what staff would recommend. So that's a little bit of history for the alleyway.
Having toured the site, and if you see where the neighbor's garage is, as well as all the other residences that are there, I know that it's intended to have less of an impact. I guess, I don't know who it's intended to have less of an impact on, because I do feel that having the entryway through the alley just encourages people to cut through to the residential neighborhoods, whereas Victory is a pretty frequented main thoroughfare and would just, I first of all want to say that I don't think hotels have the amount of car trips and traffic that everyone thinks that they do. It's most people who are staying at a hotel, rarely do they come with their own car. Sometimes they do, but not for the most part. I mean, I remember the concerns that folks had when the Glenmark was being built, and this kind of doomsday scenario of it spilling over into the neighboring streets, which has not happened. I don't think that necessarily will happen. However, by placing it where it's placed, it does feel like it's going to just encourage those cars to go up the alley versus going on to Victory, which to me would make more sense.
Mayor Kasaki, and all this is kind of coming back to me. I know this is from 2017. The site is approximately 22,000 square feet. It's not entirely that big. It's surrounded by an alley, Victory, Winchester, and I know when the applicant analyzed the property, if you bisected the site with a driveway in the middle of Victory, then it would cause, I'm not a traffic engineer, I remember they were just kind of analyzing this and taking a look at it. Somehow there would be, it would bisect it, and there would be interface problems with cars coming in and out from either the alleyway, Winchester. Now you got this new driveway bisecting the, somewhere inside the facade or the length of Victory. So you would just add another one, driveway there that could potentially cause some conflict as far as circulation patterns onto the public right-of-ways. I mean, I remember that was some of the thoughts of, hey, that would be an added benefit if we just had them take the alleyway. And Winchester was not included because that's more of a local street, which leads to a residential neighborhood, no one would agree with that.
That's my main question right now. There may be some more later, but I do know that we have, let me ask my colleagues, anyone have any more questions? Otherwise, we have about 20 speakers waiting to be heard on this. I do want to allow Mr. City Attorney, who would you recommend be the first speaker to be allowed to speak on this?
Mayor Kosakian, we are recommending the applicant because that was the order of the presentation. They both obviously have the burden on their individual appeals, but it probably makes sense to go with the applicant first.
So this is going to be, again, we have two appellants, so we can go with the applicant, and I'll allot, how much time would the applicant need?
I expect less than 10 minutes, probably 5 to 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay, we'll give you 10. If you go over, then just know that the appellant number 2, even though you're applicant/appellant, will also have 10 minutes or however much time you and your representative spoke for. We'll start with 10. We'll keep it at 10 and give everyone an ample opportunity to be heard in these chambers. Please approach the podium and introduce yourself and whoever else is going to speak, and then we'll start the timer.
All right, good evening, council members. My name is Anand Desai. To the right of me is Mr. Nathan Sewell. He is the architect on the project. I was raised in the city of Glendale. I went to high school in the city of Glendale. I've been a resident of the city of Glendale for 30 years. I continue to reside there. My office building is located directly across the street from the project site at 1628 Victory. I have an office there for real estate investments, and I actually have a law firm there as well. I am seeking to develop a 82-unit hotel at 1633 Victory Boulevard. I've been working on this project for the past 4 years. I actually purchased this project from the previous applicant, and at that time, to address Councilmember Brotman's concern about the soil report, the soil report was prepared by the previous applicant, the previous owner of the property, and was provided to me as part of their due diligence package. It was a condition of the sale of the property to me that the soil was clean and not contaminated. So they were the ones that provided me that documentation, that report from an independent boring company. The intended use of the hotel is for the business traveler. The project is located just a couple blocks away from Disney's headquarters. In addition to that, we have a number of post-production companies on Victory Boulevard. The business travelers that are coming to this area are actually staying at the Spring Hill Suites in the city of Burbank, which is located about 3 miles away from the subject site. This is an opportunity for the city of Glendale to really capture that business of the business traveler demographic. My team has worked really diligently with the city of Glendale staff to create a project that's aesthetically pleasing, that's functional, and that's also sensitive to the community's needs. The driveway was placed where it was placed because, as Mr. Joe mentioned, that was part of their recommended guidelines. Having access from Victory or Winchester would have created far more of a traffic cluster, and so it was recommended that we enter from the alleyway. I don't expect patrons of the hotel, guests of the hotel, to actually exit the hotel and go towards their right, which would be towards the residences. They would go to the left because Victory would allow them to access the 5 freeway as well as the 134 freeway. So there wouldn't be any purpose for any of the guests to actually go down the alley towards the residences. The project was previously approved for 64 rooms in the year 2019. Last year, we added an additional 18 rooms to the project. The purpose and the reason why we added these additional rooms was because the project at 64 rooms was not meeting our lender's underwriting standards. In addition to that, we were not able to gain the interest from the globally recognized hotel franchises. 64 units is just too small of a building. Sean Tan from Hilton Worldwide was here earlier. Unfortunately, he had to leave to catch a flight this evening, but he would have spoken more on this particular issue. The typical global franchise hotel prototypes require at least 90 rooms, but they were willing to make an exception with this particular site because they strongly believe there is a demand for the business traveler in this location. I think it's important to note that even though we added 18 more rooms to this particular project, we did not exceed the height limit of 50 feet. In fact, we did not go above the 35 feet height limit, which we had for the 64 rooms. So we were able to capture a total of 82 rooms and not go up in height at all. The project was unanimously approved a few months ago by the Design Review Board. However, at the time that they approved it unanimously, they included a condition which required a transition or step back on the upper floors. Doing so would then eliminate approximately 10 or 12 rooms and make the project unfeasible again. The project is costly because it requires 2 levels of subterranean parking in order to meet the parking requirements of the city of Glendale based on the number of units. At this time, the project is submitted to the city of Glendale. It meets all of Glendale's hotel development standards and guidelines. It's completely by right. I'm not asking for any kind of discretionary approval, any kind of concessions, any kind of variances of any sort. The project remains by right even after the addition of the 18 rooms. The only major change, as Mr. Dennis Joe pointed out, is that our setback is now 11.5 feet when it was originally 15 feet on the ground floor. I think it's important to note that multiple concessions were made We were sensitive to our neighbor to the north. For example, over the past couple of years, the neighbor to the north was appellant number 2, expressed concern about the pool that we had on the second floor. When we redesigned this project and added the 18 rooms, we eliminated the pool and instead planted a tree buffer between our outdoor terrace and his property to the north. That allowed further privacy for the appellant. In addition to that, we removed all the windows on the back side, on the north side, that would have looked into his property as well. So we redesigned the floor plan in order to accommodate him and respect his privacy. I think it's important to note that now that we have this outdoor terrace will be available to the community. I know Council Member Devine had a question or a concern about that. Even though we're not required to do that, this outdoor terrace will be available for the community to rent for meetings or gatherings. I think it's important for council to be aware that we had at least 3 community outreach meetings over the last 3 years with the community to understand what their concerns are and to see if they can be accommodated. I think it's important to note that I did reach out to Joanne Hedge, who's the head of the Rancho Association. I invited her to my office, and the reason why I did so is because I felt that her input was valuable. I felt that we could do an equestrian theme interior design, but those emails were ignored. She did not respond to any of those emails or follow-up emails. So with that, I'm available for any questions about the project.
Okay. How much time is left on the clock?
2 minutes and 28 seconds.
Does your architect wish to say anything in 2 minutes and 28 seconds?
No, I think you summed it up.
All right. Okay.
We do have a video animation to give council a better understanding.
Okay, do you have that available, or do you want to show it?
Yes, we can play that now.
So would that be on the time?
Yes, that would be part of the time.
Let me pull it up.
there more, or is this? Okay, because I think we get the idea. Thank you. Took a while for that music to actually pick up momentum. At first, I thought you were going for a Halloween theme. All right, anything else? All right, what was the total time on that, plus video?
We have 21 seconds to spare.
Okay, all right, so thank you very much. We'll now invite up appellant number 2, Mr. Marks. You'll have 10 minutes as well. I do want to note, I know that there's at least 13 people on the phones between the cards that we have here, and quite honestly, I feel like I have more cards in my hand than there are people left in these chambers. But with the 13 folks that are on the line, at the conclusion of Mr. Marks's comments, I don't think we'll be taking any more callers. I think everyone who's got skin in the game is already on the lines waiting. Mr. Marks?
Good
the podium
evening,
is yours.
Mr. Mayor and City Council. In the interest of time, I'd like to add my allotted time here into my presentation. I've put together an extensive presentation for my neighborhood association and my neighborhood, and local equestrians and everybody who has an interest in this, so I will gladly forfeit this time to be able to give my extensive presentation.
Okay.
What does that mean?
I want to make sure we're still talking 10 minutes total.
Yeah, how much time is that?
I was going to ask for 40 minutes. I can do it in hopefully 30, and I would take
So-
this 10 minutes, so I could ask you for 20 and take this 10 minutes.
That's a lot of time, Mr. Marks. 40 minutes is a long time, especially for something that's been around the block a few times already and with a couple of different opportunities to be heard. I will grant you 15 minutes, and I'm sure if you have other folks that are calling in that I'm sure can add to your points that are being made, but just know that with 15 minutes, I will have to grant the applicant / appellant also 5 additional minutes if they want to. At the conclusion of the 15 minutes, and I'm being very generous here, there is going to be opportunities for each side to speak again, and so you'll have at least an additional 5 minutes on either side. Is that fair? Am I within the rules of
You
the?
can certainly do that and give rebuttal time to each party. That's acceptable.
So you can use that rebuttal time to respond and add any points that you feel need to be added. But I mean, 40 minutes is a long time, and I cannot, in good conscience, given the late hour, allow
Okay,
that.
I understand. So how would you like me to?
You'll have 15
proceed?
minutes, and you may proceed.
Okay. All right, then I'll start my presentation, if I may.
Please.
Okay. Dr. Abaji? Where do I have a mouse here?
Let's pause the time so it's not
Okay.
counting against
Pause it.
Mr. Marks.
How do I have a pointer?
You just click the forward and the back buttons right here.
Forward and back, and do I have a pointer? A mouse?
Unfortunately, there isn't a pointer. I don't know if the mouse would allow it.
Okay.
I don't know if this setup will, but we'll try to follow
My
along as
appeal
best we can.
is in 4 chapters. Arguments against the DRB approval and reasons to rescind or modify the 2019 council decision to expand the public alleyway, problems with the M&D and subsequent M&D, and additional city council concerns and desires. The DRB approved the project with 10 staff conditions and 3 which were later placed by the DRB. That's a total of 13 conditions. I know in the past we've always wanted to see it come back when it's that many conditions. Nina Chagayan, DRB. It's been my experience on this board that when we have so many conditions and so much staff that we're delegating and so much stuff that we're delegating to staff, that we've certainly been admonished by City Council that we should take more of those things to ourselves and make those decisions ourselves. So from my perspective, I think that staff's guidance is correct, but we should actually take a look at it again. Christopher Welsh, DRB. This is a vast number of conditions. The ones I've emboldened in black are those that should constitute redesign. The ones enumerated in red are contested by the applicant, And the language in blue that's bold is language that calls for redesign. The first condition, reduce the massing. We're constrained by what we're put in place to enforce, which are design guidelines and the code for the city. The major thing that is the increase in the mass. This is a single-family residential zone to which it abuts, and we have some restrictions there. You have to step it back some. You have to be respectful of the immediate neighbors. We can't make a finding on the pensability of the project. We have to follow the design guidelines. Christopher Welsh, DRB, July 14th. Outlines in our design, Glendale's comprehensive commercial design guidelines state that they're to be used by all those applying for permits in Glendale. Boards must find that the project is consistent with the intent of the design guidelines, and the guidelines are to provide predictability for property owners and developers as well as residents. In staff's report, there was one difference regarding the multifamily residential to the right, and that was a 29-foot difference. That corresponds to the house across the street, which you see in the lower left, I've highlighted in orange, and that also corresponds to the proposed project, which I've highlighted in yellow, and that is from the property line, not the corner. In the solar study done presented to me in 2019, one DRB member stated, in regards to the solar study, the summer impact is minimal on the residential to the north. December 3 p.m. is going to be the most impactful part, whereas in the morning and afternoon, the issue is not as bad. But that is a good thing, because in the summer, it is not impacted as well, and that is because of the one-story aspect. So I think that is mitigated as well overall. Art Simonian Design Review Board 2019. The original project was one story at the northeast and a three-story volume at the northwest. The northwest was set back 24 feet or 25 feet according to staff, and the single story only at 15 feet. The new project is 3 stories, northeast and northwest, and it is set back at 11'6". The terrace feature creates a 2-story volume in the northern center. The original 2019 study shows residential garage shaded. As you can see, the picture is from the 2019. Closer massing of new 2022 design creates more shade, preventing or inhibiting solar generation. By law, new residential construction must be all electric, and the adjacent property has always been all-electric home with no plans or desire to add natural gas.
You can use this as a pointer.
My request to council is to extend condition 1, removing massing along the entire north property line to provide neighborhood benefit consistent with Glendale's comprehensive design guidelines, a solar easement for the adjacent all-electric home consistent with City Council's desires to pursue solar and clean energy solutions for our city, mitigation to invasion of privacy, and mitigation of nuisance from 2-story terrace volume with noise and smoke. Condition 4, if allowed by building and safety, to change the location of the staircase. The staircase placement presents clear invasion of privacy with lines of vision into residential backyards as well as being visible from the street. This condition becomes moot if condition 1 is enforced, since the staircase is dependent on the building's mass. The staircase in question is not required by fire and safety, and the material styles are cheap, unattractive, and similar was not found in extensive examples of Hilton hotel exteriors. Condition 12 was a response to the disjointed nature of the pedestrian ingress, and even though it attempts to solve the problem, it really doesn't unless the applicant removes the room. DRB did not have the authority to request that the applicant remove a room from the interior. To provide windows at the openings at the ground level of Winchester Two words describe the proposed effect: stucco canyon. By allowing applicant to disregard condition 3, we create the very first segment of stucco canyon in Glendale's Riverside Rancho neighborhood. The first story of the east side facade is featureless and flat with no definition or windows like higher levels. The case for a dedicated hotel driveway that does not use the public alleyway, and I have a number of quotes here due to time constraints. I'm just going to point out that the area in red is the 4-foot allocation. In dark red above is my private property. And next to that, on the far right, you can see I have a door that swings out into that easement. So if I walk out of my garage door, I could be hit by a vehicle that comes through this alleyway. Also, if one was to use bollards or a wall to block that situation, it would become a de facto unofficial parking spot, which would rest in the fire egress area. So also to consider is that widening causes changes in driving behavior, and that the signage is an inadequate means of traffic control and law enforcement. Despite alley widening, northbound drivers will widen their turn to enter the parking ingress, since ingress does not account for turning radius. Ingress traffic will still consume 1/2 lane of public alleyway, while only utilizing a 1/2 lane of the applicant's easement. Egress traffic requires 1 full lane of public alleyway traffic from Hotel Garage to Victory Boulevard if it's available, and if it's blocked, then guests will use the Lake Street direction to exit the alleyway. The 2019 decision to widen the public alleyway served the applicant's financial needs, but came at the expense of the public right-of-way, public safety, and public trust. Here we see the applicant's rendering on the top, and the rendering omits the trash containment area and emergency exit, as you see on the plans to the right. The lower rendering, I've placed the positions of the trash containment area and the emergency exit. And trash haulers will block the garage ingress-egress during pickup procedure when they're traveling northbound. The overall average height of a front-load truck is 12 foot 6 inches, and the length of a front-load truck is 28.75 feet. Southbound pickups would require procedure to cross the alley's northbound traffic lane. Dumping procedure may cause unwelcome noise and odor for hotel guests, and proximity to emergency exit presents potential for injury by oncoming traffic. Let's go from renderings to reality. This is a situation in the alley, a collection of pictures that I took for the previous appeal and was not willing to repeat the effort again, but things have not really changed despite COVID. So we see large vehicles, UPS, drink vendors of various sorts. Over on the right, we see the trash containment area and electrical equipment for the Chevron station. We see how a large sanitation vehicle looks like. On the top, we can see 3 vehicles attempting to come into the alley behind the sanitation. In the foreground, we can see another vehicle attempting to use that 1 lane. Congestion occurs on all parts of the alley, and this is looking the other direction, about 2 houses down. We can see a service truck attending to one of the telephone poles and a sanitation truck trying to navigate around it. And here we have more navigation maneuvers. On the right, we see 2 consecutive sanitation trucks belonging to Glendale. Clean Harbors is Chevron's toxic waste removal, and they pick up their toxic waste from that position in the alley. In the lower left, you can see a car with its reverse lights on, and that's because it can't navigate through the alley. It needed to turn around. This is a casket vault carrier trying to face off with a sanitation truck. It ultimately made a 3-point turn and exited out of Victory. In the lower right, you can see one of my neighbors pulling out of his driveway while there's a furniture delivery truck. These are common occurrences in the alley. On the ground here, you can see we marked the ingress and egress of the proposed hotel. And when a trash vehicle picks up at the Chevron station, you can see the forks here rest over the ingress-egress position of the hotel's parking garage. And you can see a sanitation worker actually working in the area where vehicles would come in and go out of the garage. There's a collection of trash trucks. Here you can see a sanitation vehicle resting on the center of the alley, which does not leave a full alley lane. And up above, there is the ingress-egress width that we marked off from a perspective view. Here are a number of trucks. We see a lot of tow trucks come through this alley. On the lower right is the lakeside end, but up above we see vehicles navigating tow trucks parked next to the Chevron station. And more tow trucks. The numbers in the lower right indicate how many tow trucks are in the frame and number of vehicles navigating past them. All hours of the day. Here is a Coca-Cola delivery early in the morning and a mattress carrier attempting to navigate past him. This van in the center had to go in reverse to get past a gas tanker. Sometimes we see large vehicles in the alley. This doesn't happen long, but this was an incident where I recorded one vehicle coming through, a bicyclist and a pedestrian, and you can also see in that shot oncoming vehicles.
Can we pause at the time for a moment? I just want to make sure that, how much time do we have left?
1 minute and 43 seconds.
Okay. Mr. Marks, I want you, for the interest of your time, to...
Okay. So all prior businesses at the site avoided alleyway congestion by providing a driveway to completely accommodate their own traffic and included some property line buffer. This shows the ingress and egress of the garage as well as the trash containment area. And my ask of council is to widen the applicant's required alleyway setback to provide enough space for hotel traffic to rest upon its own dedicated driveway. And I can address problems with the MND. I would like to cite that multiple cars were parked on the property. This is from environmental phase 2. Multiple cars were parked on the property. Because of this, CCI was unable to observe the exterior ground surface of the majority of the property for suspect in-ground features. So, and from environmental 2, it also states that there are between 1 and 3 USTs, underground storage tanks, still on the site. Staff reports that tanks were closed in '93. Closure doesn't mean removal. According to phase 1 and phase 2, 2 storage tanks are unaccounted for. 1 is known to exist. And the reports are inconclusive. Environmental reports indicate there can be between 1 and 3 USTs. Consideration of City Council's desires and objectives. This is not the kind of a quality hotel that we want to see in the downtown specific plan. I don't know why we should have any lower quality hotels placed anywhere else citywide. And with that, I see my time is ended 2 seconds.
All right, you will have an opportunity to come back, and if you want to use that time to make any additional salient points that you wish to make, you can use that time. I will now ask appellant 1, applicant, if they want to comment or respond. You have 5 minutes. Yes?
Well, I was just going to suggest you do that at the end of the hearing after all the
Wanna do that?
speakers. Yeah, if all the speakers have spoken, that way they can, both the appellant 1 and appellant 2
Right.
can respond.
We can do that.
To all
I
the
think,
comments.
well, I think that would be better as well, because we have a lot of people waiting. The only reason was I know that there was more to that presentation. I want to give, I want to be fair to everyone. All right, let's go to the speakers, and the rules are, if you're here, you get to speak first. First one is Gaurang Mehta. You'll have 3 minutes. Well, with all the speakers we have, I'm going to limit it to 2 minutes, so you'll have 2 minutes.
Respected council members and mayor, I was going through the presentation. I'm part of this project, and I saw that Mr. Mark was more concerned about alleyway and traffic and all that. The alleyway belongs to the city. We cannot widen it, providing more setbacks or anything in the alleyway. it's unreasonable to ask more space from the developer when the alleyway has been there for ages. As my colleague mentioned, the building height that is allowed is 50 feet, and we kept it at 35 feet because of the concern of privacy of the neighbor. Solar study, all the things that were asked from city regarding from DRB, regarding solar study, all of them points to that we are not encroaching in any space of the neighbor or privacy. There are 7-foot wall, a green space, 49 minute of shade instead of 2 hours, which is the threshold. So we are meeting all the requirements of the project, and I support this project because I'm heavily involved in it. I've been living in the city of Glendale for 20 years, and we want to see this kind of project going on. That part of Glendale has been neglected for some time, and it would be beneficial for the neighborhood as well as businesses for new projects to come up there.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker is Amy Gubler, and then followed by Melissa Garcia.
Okay, so 2 minutes, not 3?
2 minutes.
Okay. All right. My name is Amy Gubler, and I'm against this project. I have issue with the project and the design due to the poor planning and the impact of the traffic it will bring to the area that I live in, the Riverside Rancho. The project that is proposed in this large of scope is simply too big for the infrastructure that currently exists, as we have seen, due to the alleyway and all the congestion that it will bring. I want to share a quick story with you. Yesterday, I took my 8-year-old son to visit his friend who was hit by a car. She was riding on a bike in her neighborhood. She was pushed on the ground, and then the car continued to drive over her and slide her face on the ground. And luckily, she walked away from that accident with only a broken collarbone. My son is 8 years old. He's riding a bike. I can only see all those pictures that Phil posted just now and think of my son trying to navigate and live in that neighborhood. I feel like if this project gets put forth, we're only going to see more traffic. You stated yourself, Mayor, these people are not going to be bringing their own cars. What are they going to, how are they going to get around town? We're not walkable in that part of town. They're going to have Ubers and Lyfts coming in and out, adding to the traffic. It's just not, the infrastructure is not there for the way this thing has been planned out. The scope and the poor planning of how this all is supposed to take place has not been fulfilled. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Garcia? Is Melissa Garcia still here? No? All right, thank you.
She's trying to call in. She was here for.
Okay, all right. Understandable. Hopefully, maybe she'll call in and she's on hold. We have a number of people on hold. Next is what I believe looks like, I made the last name out to read Khodaverdian Andre, Audreg. All right. I apologize. It just was very difficult to read.
Hi, my name is Audreg Khodaverdian, and I've been
Khodaverdian.
a resident of Glendale for over 15 years. As Anand is a very good mentor and a friend of mine, I approve of his project and I support his project because I think it's a good opportunity for City of Glendale to prosper and actually, like economically, it will provide more for the city in terms of creating traffic, and it's just as a landscaping and everything, I feel like it will make the city look better, and I approve of the project.
Thank you. Next is Arthur Artunian.
Hello, I'm Arthur Artunian. I've been living in Glendale for over 20 years, and I support the project, and I think it's going to bring a lot of jobs and it's gonna make that area, it's gonna make it nicer, and around the area too, people gonna have jobs, and the other businesses are gonna work too, because there's gonna be a lot of tourists coming in, staying there and going to the restaurants and other businesses. I support the project, and hopefully you guys support it too. Thank you.
All right, next is Ashod Bagdasarian.
My name is Ashud Bagdasarian. I'm living in Glendale for 20 years. We love this project. It's a very nice hotel. I think we need this project for our city. Thank you.
Artem Evans.
My name is Artem Evans, and I've been a resident of Glendale for more than 10 years, and I support the project. I believe the project will bring better aesthetic to the Glendale city. Thank you.
Hrad Chovanessian. If he wants to speak in Armenian, he can, but we won't be able to translate in real time.
This project.
Thank you. Arman Manatsakanian. Is Arman here? All right, if not, what? He may be here, he may not be here. We'll see. Okay. Those are all the people that are in chambers. We'll now go to how many callers? We have about 20 callers. All right, 2 minutes for each caller. Let's start.
Our first caller is Gabrielle Victorino. Gabrielle, you're online and you have 2 minutes.
All right, let's go. We'll come back.
The next caller is Jacqueline Boyadjian. Jacqueline, you're on air. You have 2 minutes. Hello? Okay. The next caller is Ani Megardician. Ani, you're on air and you have 2 minutes.
Dear council members, my name is Ani Megardician. I've lived in Glendale for over 30 years. The project site is currently an old mechanic shop that is an eyesore and must be redeveloped. It has been in this condition for at least 5 years. I've seen the renderings for this project. I think it's going to be a great fit for the neighborhood. If I heard correctly, the developer could have built the building height up to 50 feet as per code, yet he chose to only go up to 35 feet in an effort to accommodate the neighbor. It seems we have a considerate developer that cares about his community. I hope this council sees the benefits of this project because it's a great addition to the Rancho community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is Nancy Delgadillo. Nancy, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Nancy Delgadillo. I have lived and worked in the city of Glendale for over 2 years now. And listening to this hearing, it seems as if the developer has made a number of concessions to appease his neighbor. He's building at a height lower than what is allowed. He has also removed the windows from the back. His project is completely by right, and he should be allowed to build accordingly. I think this is a great opportunity to improve the Rancho community, and I fully support his project.
All right.
Thank you. The next caller is Susie Kerboyan. Susie, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Susie Kerboyan. I have lived in Glendale for over 25 years. I have been tracking this project for the past 4 years. I don't think that there's any debate that this parcel needs to be redeveloped. We have a local resident now attempting to bring in a nice 3-story hotel to an area that has been largely neglected. It's my understanding that he is developing this project by right. I like the design. I like that traffic flows through the alley and not on Victory. I love the landscaping and design elements put together by the architects. This project is going to bring new life to the Rancho community. The fact that developed resident resides in Glendale and that his own office is across the site tells me that he cares about his community. I think this is exactly what this area needs to revitalize. I am happy that we are finally getting rid of this old mechanic shop and replacing it with a hotel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next caller is Michael Avanesian. Michael, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Michael Avanesian. I live on the corner of Allen and Lake in Glendale, which is less than half a mile from the subject hotel. I've lived here for the last 35 years. I live at this house with my wife and my 4-year-old child. My wife's grandma, for what it's worth, went to Hoover High when it first started. So my wife went to Hoover High, her grandma, her parents, I went to Hoover High, so we're Glendalians. Also, my parents live 4 houses down from me, and they've lived also here for 35 years. So what I want to say was my parents, my wife, all support this project. What I like about it is it's perfectly sized, 82 rooms. I think is great. I think it's good for the up and coming area, which has lots of good restaurants that need the support of more travelers coming in. I think the project is nicely designed with great aesthetics that complement the neighborhood really. The developer and I met and we discussed the amenities of the project. I believe in his vision and I fully support that one of our own residents is putting effort to improve the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Olivia Abreu. Olivia, you're on air and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, it's actually Jacqueline Boyajian. I was on hold with other phone for about 2 hours, so
Okay.
I'm online now.
Thank you.
Good
Go ahead.
evening. Okay. Hi. I've worked in Glendale for the past 10 years. This part of Glendale has not been developed like the main downtown area. This area has so much potential, and bringing in a hotel like this will help beautify the Rancho area. A hotel is not inconsistent with the spirit of the Rancho community. I think this is a well-designed hotel that will complement the community. I understand the project was approved by the Design Review Board in July, but with certain conditions. It seems like the developer is appealing to address the transition on the upper floors. The transition that the DBR recommended would require the developer to lose rooms and make the project unfeasible. The transition that was discussed earlier will not be visible from Victory Boulevard. I don't understand how a transition on the second and third floor is going to be more beneficial to the neighborhood. The transition is on the backside. If we balance that against the harm that it would do to the project, it wouldn't make sense to have that condition. The developer has already given enough consideration to this neighbor by having a setback from the property line at 11.5 feet, even though they are allowed to be at 10 feet. Also, the developer is not exercising his right to go to 50 feet in height. In addition, I understand that the developer removed the pool because the neighbor was concerned about the noise generated by the pool. Also, the windows were removed from the backside of the building to respect the neighbor's privacy. Seems like the developer has gone above and beyond to accommodate his neighbor. I think that the developer should be supported by everyone in the community because of the benefits the hotel will bring to the city. Thank you for your time and consideration. I fully support this project.
Thank you. Our next caller is Vasken Baldasarian. Vasken, you're on air. You have 2 minutes. Our next caller is Michael Rugunian. Michael, you're on air. You have 2 minutes. Okay, our next caller is Robert. You're on air and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Robert Stein. I've lived in the city of Glendale for 15 years. I fully support this project. I believe it will bring more employment opportunities. It will bring more opportunities for individuals to come visit the city of Glendale and stay at a luxury hotel. I believe that the developer is taking every initiative to accommodate for all the residents in Glendale. Having the residents have his office across the street, I believe, is a very good initiative because he'll be able to oversee the hotel at all times and be able to take proper measures to be able to accommodate to any changes. I fully support this development, and I believe it will be a good addition to that part of Glendale that has been neglected. And he is taking good initiative to bring new buildings to the side of Glendale that has been neglected. I fully support the project.
Thank you. Our next caller is Melissa Garcia. Melissa, you're on air. You have 2 minutes. Okay, our next caller is Eric. Eric, you're on air. You have 2 minutes. All right, we'll go to the next caller, Gabriel Victorino. you're on air. You have 2 minutes. Okay. Next caller is Art Oganessian. You're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Art Oganessian. I've been a resident of the city of Glendale for 30 years, also a business owner within the city of Glendale. And I support the project because finally someone is getting rid of the eyesore of the mechanic shop and bringing jobs into the community where we could thrive off of taxes like the appellant stated. Everybody else from the production companies going to Burbank when we could actually drive the business into the city of Glendale. So I support the project because of the fact that it's a beautiful project. It supports the city, brings in taxes, and brings in jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Artin Simirian. You're on air and you have 2 minutes.
Hello to my fellow city council members. My name is Arjun Shimirian, and I have been a Glendale residential over 25 years. I'm honored to be heard and be on this line during this time. Living close by in this residential area, I do support this project due to providing travelers a shelter, food, and a beautiful community to stay in. I think it's important to offer this kind of service and hospitality in our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next caller is Isabel Davidian. You're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, council members. This is Isabel Davidian. I've been living in the 91201 zip code since 1978, and I know the area very well. I actually use the chiropractic services across the street of the project. And when I heard that it's going to be developed into a hotel, I was thrilled because it's ugly and something needs to be done. But two, we really don't have a lot of great quality hotels in the city of Glendale. The development is there. Little by little, nice boutique hotels are opening up, but we need to have more choices than what's on Central and the Hilton. Also, I have often, like I said, I use the chiropractic services across the street. And Victory, that entire part is like a freeway. People drive really fast trying to get to the freeway, and when they're leaving the 134, when they're exiting Sonora. So the fact that the entrance is through the alley is a really smart design. And I think that the developer has been very conscientious and considerate. And like Council Member Ellen Asatrian said, how long has he been waiting for this project to finish so that he can start? I mean, in the beginning it was mentioned he can start construction right away. So why are we making construction? I developed a house in Glendale too. Everything took forever, and we shouldn't have that expectation from the City of Glendale Council that if you want to fix something or build something, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. We need to let this person develop their project and get it going. Bring in money, bring in business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Alfred Bagarian. You're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, good evening, council members. My name is Alfred Bagrian. I've been a resident of Glendale for over 30 years, and I fully support this hotel project. In addition, there are so many old motels and buildings in the area because it's been highly neglected, so I'm very happy to see a new development in the Rancho area. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Our next caller is Joanna Hedge. Joanna, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Kasakian and members of the City Council and staff. This is Joanne Hedge. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm a 26-year Glendale Rancho resident and founder of the Glendale Rancho Neighborhood Association, which represents concerns for your historic equestrian park-like river-adjacent West Side community. Please know that the GRNA supports and endorses the points covered tonight by our advocate and colleague, appellant Philip Marks and family, the longtime homeowner adjacent to the proposed project. It goes back to a 2019 DRB decision, as you know, to the project's former owner to remedy what was then considered a flawed, uninspired, slightly smaller design having many loose ends. It stalled in the pandemic. The new owner appellant from that team assumed the project. Its faux brutalist design demands a larger, even less inspired, and even more troubled one in terms of the city's own design guidelines, safety and enviro scrutiny and standards, and is repellent in terms of compatibility and connection with the surrounding community. It is defined mainly by investor requirements with its higher room count, larger footprint, unsafe takeover of a busy public alley instead of installing its own driveway to a garage, as an unwelcoming entry and lobby, and windowless Winchester side first floor landscaping is minimal, and adjacent resident privacy and solar access are jeopardized. Is this what our city council really wants our neighborhood to live with forever? Is this what it wants for the Victory, Western, Riverside, Welcome to Glendale message? Does it fit with the Betty Davis Estate, Equestrian Lifestyle, Griffith Park Habitat, Autry Museum, nearby Franklin Elementary, and the famed LA Equestrian Center, even the Disney campus? Well, okay, Betty, Jean, and Walt must...
Joanne, thank you. Your time is up.
Next is Vaskin Baldasarian. Vaskin, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Vazgen Bagdasarian. I'm a 20-plus year resident of Glendale, and I'm in full support of this project. I think this part of town really needs to see development, and a beautiful brand new hotel building like this, sufficing to say, will bring a lot of life to the area, as well as boost jobs and the economy. Honestly, I don't see any issues with the project whatsoever. The Rancho area will benefit from these improvements. The neighboring businesses will also benefit. And we're talking about a branded hotel, one of the major world-renowned hotel brands being represented in Glendale, in this part of Glendale that doesn't really see a lot of traction and traffic. This will also increase the property value of the homes in the area and the businesses. And as it sits now, the mechanic shop is just terrible to look at. It does not bring about the spirit of the city of Glendale, and I'm in full support of this project. I hope you will see this and support this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Michael Rugunian. You're on air. You have 2 minutes. Michael? Okay.
No, we have stopped taking calls, correct?
Yes, we have. I'm just circling through.
Just making sure.
Our next caller is Melissa Garcia. Melissa, you're on air. You have 2 minutes. Okay. Next is Eric. Eric, you're on air. You have 2 minutes. Okay. Next is Gabriel Victorino. You're on air. You have 2 minutes. We have another Jacqueline Boyajian. I don't know if that's the same Jacqueline, but Jacqueline.
We'll find out.
Did you already public comment on this item?
Okay.
You're on air. Okay. I've called on these. I have 5 callers, and I've called on them a few times, so they're not responding.
I mean, I think that's we've done all we can.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's now give
Wait, is one of them Karen Kwok? Because we can't do it to her again, right? She's
not
pretty
Karen.
upset about that.
All right.
No, I guess
Hopefully,
not.
I mean, I think just aside, everyone has had ample time, and now I want to allow. Well, does any council member have any questions related to some of the comments that you heard from callers that you can direct to staff?
Yes, I have 2 questions for staff.
Go ahead, Councilmember Brownman.
One question is, can you clarify this height question? Because condition number 9 says lower rooftop mechanical screens to comply with code, or screen them. But now I'm hearing code says you can go to 50 feet. And then I think I remember here, while watching in the DRB meeting, there was something about you can have a certain number of floors or a certain number of feet. So going higher doesn't actually help with room count. Can you just take us through that?
Yes, Board Member, I'm sorry, Councilmember Brotman. That condition was from the DRB meeting when I was just pointing out there were some minor inconsistencies between the elevations that were in the plans before, where the mechanical screens showed it being like 35 feet to the top or to 37 feet. And all I just said was, hey, if they are going above 35 feet, it just needs to be dropped back down. I mean, if it goes to 37 feet, it needs to be dropped back down to 35 feet in order to get the minimum of 10-foot setback. So to clarify what the zoning code says, and I hope this makes sense and allow me just to get through this. What the zoning code says for the C3 zone is, yes, you can go as high as 50 feet, but maximum 3 stories tall. But if you go as high as 50 feet, for every 2 feet, you need to have a 1-foot setback. So in essence, if you had a 50-foot tall building, you would have to have a 25-foot setback. But so the benefit of the applicant providing a 35-foot tall building, the code allows it to be 7-foot average, 10-foot minimum. So it's like a sliding scale depending on what you decide, or when I say the you, I'm talking about the applicant, decides on what design they want to do. So the applicant decided to capitalize on the 35-foot maximum to get that 10-foot minimum setback, 7-foot average.
Okay, so even if they, because a lot of callers said, well, they could have gone to 50 feet. So you're saying even if they did go to 50 feet, well, first of all, they'd have to have a lot more setback. And second of all, it could still only be 3 stories.
3 stories, that's
so
correct.
So it wouldn't really help room count.
That is correct, Councilmember Brotman.
Okay, that was one. And then the other thing is I just wanted to hear staff's thoughts on this privacy question with the terrace that Mr. Marks is concerned about. What are our thoughts? Is that a problem that people can stand on the terrace and look down onto his property?
I think as currently designed, there is a solid wall between the 2 interfaces. And I believe it's like 7 foot tall. The previous design, it had multiple layers. I'm talking about a 7 foot tall barrier with acoustical panels so that noise wouldn't project onto the neighboring property. On the other side of the wall, there would be additional landscaping, which would soften the appearance of the building. So you would be looking at green and not just another screen wall of a building. But this one here is just a straight wall, so you wouldn't technically see anything in the terrace. And I can verify the plans, how tall that wall is from the terrace. But I think as newly designed, it doesn't include those features to help soften the appearance of the outdoor deck. It's just a tall wall.
Okay, but if I'm standing in the terrace, if I'm hanging out in the terrace and I want to lean over and look into Mr. Marks's yard, am I going to be able to see anything?
I don't believe you can, but I'm going to verify in the plans. I believe it's anywhere from 6 to 7 feet tall, but I can verify.
Okay. Oh, one other thing.
Yes.
Mr. Marks also had this concern about the line of sight coming out of his driveway with kids walking up and down Winchester, I guess. And it seems to me like that should be easy to fix by having part of that wall be, maybe wrought iron or something like that. I think I heard a discussion on that. Have we resolved that?
No, staff is recommending a condition be imposed that the wall, instead of having a 0 setback onto Winchester, it be set back, I can't remember what I said. I think 3 feet to match the building. And anything beyond that, anywhere from the next 5 feet or 10 feet, anywhere in between there, that would have that combination of block wall wrought iron to provide that line of sight between the 2 interfaces. So.
Okay, so we have a condition that should address that problem.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we could add with that additional condition.
Oh, that's not one of the conditions right now?
No, I don't believe so. Staff is recommending that this be added to if approved, a motion to include that condition.
I see.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
And it probably is to the applicant or the appellant. I've heard them say luxury hotel. You're talking about the Hilton. It's a branded hotel. Hilton is going to be in this hotel without a pool, without a restaurant, without a cafe. What makes this a luxury hotel? Does anybody have an answer for that?
Staff?
If the applicant, please come.
I didn't want to speak out of turn. I wasn't sure if it was
Please, go ahead.
Answer that question. So Hilton has a number of brands, and we've been talking to Hilton for the last 2 years. Each of their brands have different amenities. We never said that this was a luxury hotel. I never said that. I never represented to this council that this was a luxury hotel. That was something that was said by one of the callers. But we are looking at a upper mid-scale hotel. There was a representative from Hilton that was here earlier, and he would have talked about the different brands. But it is going to be a upper scale brand, and upper scale brands do not necessarily require a cafe, a pool. The W Hotel in New York doesn't have a pool or a cafe. It has a bar, but it doesn't have.
Is this going to have a bar?
This is not going to have a bar, no. So at this time,
Okay.
there's no
Okay,
plan for
and,
a bar.
okay, thank you. And to Mr. Joe, am I correct that the buffer between the residential and the hotel has been reduced and drastically?
The applicant did propose a reduction of landscaping, but the DRB, when they approved it, one of the conditions was for the landscaping to be returned with canopy trees, so that it does provide that landscape buffer for noise and visual, just as a buffering between the two uses.
So what is the buffer then? What is it, 10?
Well, the setback is 10 feet. The original drawing had a variety of 36-inch box dark peppermint trees, Italian cypress trees, to fill in that area, so that when the adjacent property owner, if they were to look over their fence or whatnot, at least it would be some screening with some vegetation, and these trees would fully grow in, and the canopies would sprawl to soften the appearance.
Did the drawing show trees with canopies? I thought it was the evergreen or whatever those are, poplars.
Councilmember Devine, this is DRB's condition for this to return. The applicant didn't propose it. Their condition of approval was this shall return.
Okay. All right. I think that's all for now.
Okay, any other questions?
I actually have a general question. Isn't this project is by right, correct? And if
Councilmember Asatrian, the land use is permitted by right, that's correct.
okay, and the condition that you placed on having it go back to the original intent, which included that 15, if the applicant has actually gone beyond the minimum, can you walk me through your reasoning as to why you're changing that code specifically for this project?
Okay, so I think you were, Councilmember Asatrian, I think you're referencing the condition number 1, which calls for the second and the third levels of the building to be set back to, and the purpose of that was to return some transitional massing the original project provided. As you may recall, as part of my presentation, the Design Review Board does have the duties and powers to implement, approve, or apply conditions. And in part of their purview was the mass and scale or transitioning height of the building, setback, site planning, roof design. So the DRB, even though this was recommended by staff, which is taken from the design guidelines, the DRB reference staff's, well, they listened to staff's recommendation and they referenced the design guidelines, and that's something that they felt too. And as you recall during my presentation, we're not calling for the project to return to the exact same design and with the exact configuration. We're just saying that it should be reduced to provide that some form of transition so it does comply the essence of the design guidelines, and it echoes or inspirits to the original design. And that was something in part of my presentation. I'd be more than happy to recap on that.
But it's going beyond the code, right? So the code says minimum 7, average 10.
Correct.
Correct. And then now you're asking, in order to accommodate the mass, so are you looking for that to be the case for that neighborhood moving forward? Are you going to apply this to the rest of the construction projects that come by?
Councilmember Satrian, every project is reviewed by its own strengths and constraints, and it's by building design. So no, we would not necessarily. What this, under the powers and duties, as I mentioned before, the design, the GMC, the review authority has their power and duty to review a project for compliance with the design guidelines, and they can implement what they feel is appropriate for the site. So not necessarily would we say that this is appropriate, a blanketed screen for all projects. And the reason why I went through the project renditions of back from 2018, 2019 to 2021, just to reflect and just to go beyond what happened in the history. I mean, we were just talking about what the board said twice before. They returned for redesign. They approved it because some of these are improvements. And I also extended, hey, you know, even in 2021, when the board did its final approval, they even said, yes, even though the building will extend as close as 11 feet 6 inches, which was originally the setback of the return for redesign project in 2019 or 2018, they felt that condition number 1 can still achieve the goals of the design guidelines, even with the ground level extending as close as 11 feet 6 inches. As I mentioned before, this condition was to implement or reflect on the design guidelines, and the board, using their powers and duties, they agreed and used their own thoughts into this as well. So.
You see how I could see this in the future being unfair if there's another applicant that comes and is building something next to the hotel that was required to follow these guidelines after going through the process for 2 years. Can you see how in the future, if you're not setting up a code standard for that neighborhood that you're going to follow moving forward, how this would be an unfair treatment
Mr. Mayor.
for this project?
Can I address that briefly, I think? Because again, there's a difference between the code, which are the minimum standards applicable to development, and a case-by-case decision using the design guidelines to determine compatibility of the project with the neighborhood that those guidelines set. And so I think that the struggle for Mr. Joe and any of the planners would be to say, we're going to be able to, or we're not going to be able to apply the same standard for future projects until you see such a project and you determine how that project meshes in with the neighborhood. So that is the unique difference between the design guidelines and the code provisions. Yes, the project complies with code, so when we say it's by right, all that means is that the use is permitted and the development standards in the zoning code, the project complies with those. But it's incumbent upon the design review board when it's hearing these cases, and then the council when it comes to you on appeal, to decide whether or not the project is compatible with the neighborhood, taking into consideration those design guidelines. So the struggle would be for any staff member to say, we're going to be able to apply the same standard for any project in the future because we don't know what that project might be.
Okay. Councilmember Najarian.
If Councilmember
Councilmember Al-Satrian,
understands.
yeah, Councilmember Najarian.
So, hi Dennis, how you doing? I think you're doing a great job. These are tough issues. That being said, so the question of by right, once Councilmember Al-Satrian asked you if it was by right, and you said this is a land use that is permitted in this zoning area. It's more than just it's a permitted land use. It's that they're not seeking any variances or exemptions or any of that sort of thing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's really both. Is it the type of use that's permitted, and is the structure as presented fit within the envelope that we create? And that's a C3 zone, correct?
That's correct, Councilmember Najarian.
And then the neighborhood immediately adjacent to it is an R1?
That is correct.
That's an R1. So presumably when the city made these zoning designations, they were aware that there was an R1 next to a C3, correct? Correct. I mean, that's sort of rhetorical.
Yes.
So, but there are some instances when council, with the help of staff, makes special accommodations for C3 zones or other intensive zones next to R1, and we have that on the DSP, right? We've got the special rules regarding setback. That's something that council reviewed. Staff, of course, led us through there, and we made those changes. But we don't have that special designation for this particular area, correct? So
Correct.
when part of what you were talking about was that it has to be compatible with the neighborhood, with the area. So what would you describe that's right across the street on Winchester? It's looks to be taller than 35 feet. It's a 3-story apartment building that also abuts right up to the R1 zone. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's not in any of your pictures, but it's a big, uniquely designed, I'll use that generously, with balconies all along, looking presumably over the backyards of those homes on the opposite side of Winchester, that the even side of Winchester. So you recognize that, obviously. I mean, that's not a surprise to you. So when council decides, is this compatible with the neighborhood, is it fair to us to look at what's across the street on Winchester in terms of height, massing, view issues? What do they call this, a dingbat type of building with it? It was in the LA Times just.
That's correct, Councilmember Najarian, with
I
the
wouldn't know
tuck under
that
parking.
term, which has certain aesthetic drawbacks, I think. So is it fair for me as a council member? I'm not giving you a hard time, Dennis. I'm just sort of going through it.
None taken.
Is it fair for me to look across the street and say, well, look what's already across the street and compare it to what is proposed in either one of the proposals that, whether it's the original or the modified, and say,
Sure.
maybe this is compatible. Maybe this is the same type of massing that already exists immediately across the street.
Sure.
Would I be out of line if I thought like that?
Councilmember Najarian and Councilmember Satrian, just as a reminder, this evening's item is de novo, and which the City Council can independently reexamine this case for their own.
Yes.
And just to answer about the when I went out to the site, and I know exactly what multifamily complex you're talking about across Winchester. Yes, it is I think it's approximately maybe 2-3 stories tall. It is on the C3, or it is along Victory Boulevard. But I didn't really research to see when it was constructed and what guidelines or codes it was implemented under. And you know what? That can be legal nonconforming, or it could be conforming to today's code. But I can't speak to something that was built in the past, but under today's design review process, as staff, I will evaluate a project under design guidelines and talk about the visions that the design guidelines are trying to implement. And not to say that, you couldn't take that into consideration of what's happening across the street. And like I said in the point in the beginning when I started speaking to this case is de novo, in which the City Council can independently re-examine, this case for all the facts and the plans and the context what's out, present in the neighborhood. So, you could.
Okay. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you for going along with me on this line of questioning.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay. Let's give the applicant, appellant one, an opportunity. I'll give you 5 minutes to respond, and then I'll give Mr. Marks equal time.
Okay, thanks for
Mr.
everyone's
Desai.
patience. I know it's getting late. I'm going to be very short. Yes, exactly what Council Member Najarian just brought up. I failed to mention that during my initial presentation, The building directly across the street on Victory and Winchester is 3 stories high. It is definitely 35 feet. It could be even higher. It does abut an R1 single-family residence. It does not have a transition in the back. In fact, there is no building that we noticed in that entire area that had a transition on the backside. Furthermore, there is no hotel in Glendale that we found that had a transition on the backside. So we were very confused as to why the staff was recommending some sort of transition. And I know they were not recommending a transition of 15 feet on the upper floors. They wanted to have some type of transition. And due to the fact that that condition was vague and ambiguous to us, that is the reason why we're here today. And that's the reason why we appealed that particular condition. I wanted to also address one other thing, privacy issues. I believe Councilmember Brotman brought that up for the next door neighbor to our north, who's appellant number 2. The planter, I have the plans in front of me. The planter is approximately 4 feet high. And then the trees that we're gonna plant are 3 feet high. So we're gonna have a 7-foot wall. For anybody that's standing on the terrace, there's gonna be a 7-foot wall consisting of a 4-foot planter, 3-foot set of bamboo trees, which are gonna eventually continue to grow, and it's gonna get taller. So we've done everything we can to be sensitive to the neighbor to our north and help maintain his privacy.
Yeah, go ahead, continue.
Oh, if I may, but that's one of the conditions that you want deleted or revised. I'm
I
sorry.
apologize, Councilmember Devine, that's not true.
Divine. Well, it says that the buffer, you're talking about that buffer, and you want it says the landscape planter and 7-foot tall acoustic screen wall shall span the entire length of the terrace and to buffer the neighboring, but you want that's one of the amendments that you want taken out, am I right? Isn't that number 2?
No, Councilmember.
Number 2? Oh, 1, 3, and 4, sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay, sorry.
We've been trying to do everything we can to
Okay.
help maintain the privacy. We reconfigured the rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floor, removed all the windows looking into his backyard. So we've tried to do everything we can to respect our neighbor's privacy.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead,
Can I
Councilmember
ask-
Brown.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Mr. Anand, I have 2 questions for you about the conditions that you're opposing. So number 1, I understand why. Number 3 and 4, I don't understand what your concerns are. The number 3 is that blank wall on Winchester that kind of, and the DRB's request that be given some more street appeal. And then the other one is that egress staircase, buffer or screening it in some fashion. And I'm not understanding why those are a problem, especially the screening of the egress. Like, why that seems to be relatively easy.
You're right, Councilmember Brotman. I'm actually going to concede those 2 conditions at this time.
Okay.
Okay.
Answers that question.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Desai. Mr. Marks, you're going to have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. To address Councilmember Devine's concerns about the hotel, the 1633 hotel will have no guest laundry, no pool, no spa or hot tub, no restaurant, no bar, no conference rooms, minimal EV parking, 5 out of 67, no local jobs, a front desk lobby combined with food service tables, and the applicant has confirmed that the public is not even welcome to come in for a cup of coffee. As far as sustainability and all of our concerns about solar and the environment and everything that we all speak about every week after week after week in council chambers, you're about to create the single largest volume mass on either side of Victory Corridor from the 134 to Allen Avenue. Council speaks frequently of Vision Zero and pedestrian safety, resolutions to acquire solar, recently discussed REACH codes, Glendale's power consumption and grid stress, water conservation, approval of projects with successive conditions, our desire for quality hotels, our pursuit of green space and walkability, and I'm advocating for one last mature tree. Just last week, we deferred a decision on the Shoal biogas plant for the sake of earning the public's trust. I'm hopefully giving you an opportunity to do this today. Please enforce Glendale's comprehensive design guidelines established November 29th, 2011, of which Mr. Najarian is a co-author. Councilmember Najarian, my apologies. Send this project back for redesign to adhere to staff's DRBs and your conditions, and request that the MND be reviewed and updated. Please apply Glendale's comprehensive design guidelines to reduce full north side massing, and please require the applicant to provide his own driveway, ingress, egress into the parking garage for public safety. Our community is depending on you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I think questions have been asked. Everyone is right now kind of at the bottom of their gas tank. Let's see if we can power through this. Who would like to go first? Anyone?
Not this.
Councilmember Brotman, thanks for kicking it off. Go ahead.
Okay, well, this has had a long and contentious history. I remember being in this audience years ago when this first was appealed to council. I wish it never came back. But here we are. So just a couple things. I mean, just addressing some of the points that I heard and some of the things that the callers said. I think the point that the criticism that this has taken so long, and relating this to the last project that we discussed where, there's been so many delays. I think we have to acknowledge that the delays are not on our part. The delays, this project could have been built years ago. I understand COVID got in the way and financial issues got in the way, but that's not on us. So I think it's important to point that out. As for this whole thing about by right, I think we kind of went over that, but just again, by right means that they can do this type of project without seeking any variances, but it doesn't mean that the design guidelines, the comprehensive design guidelines, don't apply. They do. And as far as this question of are we going to apply the same rules, the answer is really yes. We do apply the same comprehensive design guidelines to every single situation. The difference is that each situation is slightly different, so how those design guidelines get interpreted or applied in that particular case is going to vary. But I think it's important to say that we do apply the same design guidelines to every case. So I think for people that call in and say, it's by right, I think they need to understand that it's not just by right and you get to build it. So with that, on the traffic question, I know there's a lot of concern in the community about this bringing in a lot of traffic and everything like that. If you think about if this doesn't go forward and we have an SB 1818 project, and I think Councilmember Najarian mentioned this at some point, we're going to get a lot more traffic. We're going to get a lot, we're going to go up tall. We're going to have a lot of people. So I don't think this is going to bring any more traffic than probably most things that would be developed in that place. So I don't find that a compelling reason to oppose the project. So, overall, I think the DRB struck a pretty fair balance. I think, the owner does have a right to develop this. I think they got it mostly right. There are two things. I mean, one of the things that strikes me the most, bothers me the most, is this, when I heard that the public couldn't come in to have a cup of coffee. I really would like to see, I'm willing to go ahead and approve this with all the DRB conditions intact. But what I would like to see on top of that is that there is and I don't know if we can do this, but that there is a publicly accessible something, a coffee shop, a bar, a restaurant, something to give the community, an amenity, right? And we want to activate this area. Let's have something that the community can interact with, give them something of value. So that's what I would say. So I would say I'm okay with it. I'd want to take in all the DRB conditions. I would like to see a redesign so that we can actually have an active, publicly accessible, eatery of some kind. And then I would like to address this line of sight condition, which doesn't seem like, or the line of sight problem, doesn't seem like that should be a very tough thing to do. So that's where I am on this.
Okay. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Najarian. I saw your hand first, and then we'll go to Councilmember Devine.
So I'd like to see, a public amenity there also, but I'm not sure we can require that. I think that goes beyond our scope as a design review authority. Where do
I believe that's correct, Councilman Najarian, members of council. It's not within the purview of the design review authority to impose that as condition as related to design, either for purposes of ensuring compliance with zoning or ensuring compliance with the design guidelines. And I don't see that there's a way to impose that as a condition.
I definitely, along those lines, going down that improper path, I definitely wouldn't want to see a bar in there. I don't think a bar works, but as you said, the uses within the
And keep
structure.
in mind that a bar was going to require not only an alcohol license, but also CUP or an AUP, probably.
Okay.
So there would be a discretionary process for that as well.
Yeah, so, as I sort of questioned Dennis Joe about, it is a C3 zone. It fits in the design envelope. We definitely know that we need more hotel rooms in Glendale. We just had the report a week ago, and perhaps we're just going to continue a moratorium in the downtown area as our next, is that still on the agenda, by the way?
Yes. We have.
It's
right
still
up,
more.
yeah.
Okay, so.
We'll get to it after midnight.
This is not a Ritz-Carlton, but I think it's definitely more than a Motel 6. I do know that if it's a Hilton, that means it's going to be managed at a certain level. There's going to be reservations. Presumably, this is going to be a business traveler's hotel. I'm willing to accept the additional space requested so that the DRB's condition number 1 was, I think, to scale that back. So that's something I'm not in favor of. I'm going to permit that extra space to go in, but everything else in the DRB, I think we need to go with. 2 of those other points have been conceded: the screening of the stairwell and the articulation along Winchester, whether it's real windows or false windows or opaque windows, whatever. Right now, it's just that appears to be a rock wall. I want to make sure that the screening is as represented by the applicant, 4 feet and then 3 feet on the little deck area. I'm kind of glad there isn't a pool there. I think a pool would be very disruptive with people shouting and jumping and everything else. I do agree that that wall abutting Winchester should be pushed back. I'm not sure if that's something that was agreed to. Mr. Brotman mentioned it. It should be pushed back to the building face, and then even if necessary, some, I don't want to say transparent, but some see-through wrought iron or some other appropriate material that goes there. I don't think, I don't think there's going to be a lot of people accessing this hotel from the Lake Street side of the alley. That's a long way to drive. If anything, it's definitely going to be off of Victory. They're going to come up Western or come down Victory and then make that turn into the alley. So I don't see this hotel causing a lot of the issues that we saw in the photos from Mr. Marks. Those are issues, whether it's the Chevron station or whatever. I don't see this generating that sort of traffic, especially if it's Uber and Lyft. It's going to be a pickup right in front, right off of Victory. So I see that not being a huge problem. Yeah, smoking deck, that's something that's really a separate issue on this. Yeah, that's pretty much where I am. The existing condition is unacceptable. It's that decrepit repair station that is probably the worst visual, the worst aesthetic that could ever be there. I don't know, if there's wildlife in that area, and I use that term loosely, but this will definitely clean that up. And as I said, I think Hilton is going to be a responsible neighbor and manage this thing properly and professionally. So that's where I'm at.
Councilmember Devine, Asadrian.
Okay, I'll go next. This is very tough because, we have to deal with compatibility, and most importantly, we have to deal with the sites of buildings in relation to topography and adjacent structures. And Mr. Joe, you mentioned that. And I just feel that the mass and scale of this has increased incredibly. The rooms have gone up 28% from 64 to 82. The total floor area has increased almost 6,000 square feet, if my calculations are correct, 18%. So I think we have to, with the mass and scale, we have to respect the adjacent buildings. And as was mentioned, architectural strategies can be used to break up the massing, and I think that the design review board asking them to, or the condition to, be more consistent. In other words, to set it back, I think they were looking at massing and scale, and they were also looking at scale and proportion. And they recommended the second and third level expansions of the eastern and western facades should be reduced in scale, consistent in the spirit and intent of the original project approved by the DRB and sustained by the City Council. So I feel that, I have always felt since the first day I walked on that property that alley is a safety hazard. There, you saw Mr. Marks almost too much, the number of trucks and equipment that go through there. The neighbors, the people that have cars parked in that alley in their garages have to back up, and I just think we're asking for problems there. And if there are kids walking home from school, I don't know if that happens, if they cut through that alley. So I think that has to be reconsidered somehow, maybe in the design. What else? Let's see. I agree with Councilmember Brotman that I would expect that all of the DRB conditions plus the extra one that he suggested be included if this project is to be approved. And I think, let's see. I understand, like I said, I understand the location of the school, et cetera, but I don't know that that's going to be, that's something I can base I have to use the guidelines, the mass, the scale, I don't think there are any community benefits there. The public isn't going to go up on the rooftop for a meeting or or what, to sit and have what, take their Coke upstairs that they brought from home? I mean, that's ridiculous. So I don't see any, but there are, and again, no cafes, so there's a hotel right across the street, isn't there? A motel? Hotel, motel?
I believe there is a motel.
Yeah, a motel
yeah.
across the street. Is that one in use? Is it, you know?
I think
It's
you're
a
being
mess.
very
It's a mess. Yeah, well.
generous with the term motel.
Well, who owns that? Who owns that? Do we know? No.
Councilmember Najarian, did you have
I
a?
don't know.
Okay.
We don't know? Okay, I thought we knew. Okay, so anyway, my instinct tells me to only approve this if all the conditions are going to be met. I think if the Hilton is there, I don't know, how big of an if is that? I mean, do we have a guarantee that it's going to be a Hilton? Do we have yes, it's going to be a Hilton? Or is it
Councilmember
just, well,
Devine.
maybe, and then we get it built and it's, it's across the street kind of thing?
Councilmember Devine, we as staff and in our purview, we can't really select
Yeah,
the quality. We're really approving the land use and the design of the building. It's really up to the applicant on as far as what franchise and level of star or diamond,
Yeah.
whatever it is. But
yeah. Okay, so those are my thoughts.
All right, Councilmember Al-Satrian.
So I agree with Councilmember Najarian. I'd like to see that we do away with condition number 1, particularly that building right next to it has much smaller setback. This hotel is going to be one that brings in revenue. And I do agree with the applicant that currently those that are visiting the sites around it are probably going to Burbank because that is the closest hotel versus the other hotels. And with respect to the timeline on this, my understanding was that the original project came in in 2016 and it was approved in 2019. And then this current one came in 2020 and we're in 2022. So it has been quite some time that it's been in the pipeline, and I hope that we move forward with this, with removing with condition number 1 for the applicant, and have them start their project.
Okay. I went and I toured the site, and I remember when this project had come forward to council previously when I was serving as city clerk. And I tried to take in as much and be as open-minded to as many of the comments from both the applicant and the appellant, or now appellants, as possible, as well as the neighborhood. I do think that at times within this part of our city, there are some concerns that don't seem to be always aligned with what I think the situation is on the ground. I will allude to, I'm alluding, one of them was regarding, I remember when the hotel was first proposed, and I have to say that was not at one of the better meetings of city council. It was one where I remember the presentation being made and sitting there, maybe not outwardly, but inwardly cringing at some of the comments that were made, and just the ugliness generally of the two parties and how it had come to that. I remember there was an issue of a car being impounded, if I'm not mistaken, from the property, et cetera. And I remember one of the comments was that, well, if this hotel is built, there's going to be human trafficking and there's an elementary school nearby. and I just, I don't know where those types of bombastic and over-the-top claims may come from. I mean, if it's a decent project, if a person is trying to build something to improve the community, if I can't recall the last time we had a developer, to be fair, right? There are concerns with this project, but the developer has his offices across the street from the proposed development project. This is not some fly-by-night person. It's someone who grew up in this community, who went to school in this community, who's raising, assuming his family in this community, and is now wanting to, have a project in this community. Like, why would that person then want to do harm within this community? Yet, if you listen to some of the comments and you hear what some of the public is saying, you would think that this person is here simply to take advantage of the situation, which I don't believe it is, or Mr. Desai is. At the same time, I think Mr. Marks has some legitimate concerns as well, including where his garage is situated, how the alley entryway to the hotel will be. I don't agree with where the alley situation, because if you go there and you stand there just for 20 minutes, you see cars coming in and out of just the gas station. Some of them may not even know where they're going, and they'll go up the alley, or it's going to cause already, as we saw with some of the photographic evidence, and I'm sure Mr. Marks was very selective in which photos he chose to show to council, but it's still going to be more serious of an issue than if it had been designed in a way where traffic would come out to Victory Boulevard. Anyone who travels down that area can tell you, anyone who likes to go to the H.P. Lovecraft Historical Society, which, by the way, is located right across the street from this proposed hotel, or anywhere else around there, Kalinka Restaurant or whatnot, Mambo's, will tell you that Victory Boulevard is pretty frequently traveled. It could handle more traffic. It's not going to cause nightmare scenarios with people trying to, kids trying to ride their bikes. That's an issue that's across the city that we have to address, not just in this neighborhood. In terms of the design, I am not a design expert. I am not an architect. I know that design review board reviewed this and approved it as they saw, but I like the 2019 quote-unquote original project aesthetics better, with all due respect to the architect who's here in the audience with us. But I'm not going to say that that is something that will have a bearing, since obviously my other colleagues are fine with the design as it is for the most part. But I like the difference of materials. I like kind of the way it's designed to appear that it has setbacks, a different color scheme. It just seems more appealing to me. That's not to say that this current design is not good. It's just not what I like. I like the previous one better. I do think that Councilmember Brotman made a really good point in terms of what we hear this term by right, and if this was to be a piece of property, and I've had conversations with folks in the neighborhood. I know Mr. Marks has said, well, a park would be great. Sure, but there's a park down the street. We can have a humane society here, and I had this discussion with him where I said, the city has tried to have its own humane society, and it did not work in terms of the animal support services, which is why we contracted and we voted to contract with Pasadena Humane for a lot of our animal services. This property is owned by someone who wants to develop it, has an idea, is willing to invest time and effort into making it into something for the city that they think will provide a benefit. It may not be the benefit that everyone wants, but I think that we've been down this road before where we all think that the sky is falling with a proposed project, and once it's built, it's not the end of the world. I don't know if at this point there's anything that can be done about the entryway from the alley versus the other side, but I may be in the minority on that anyways. Yeah. So I think that's where I'm at on this. I know that it's 11:58 and we have one more item on our agenda that we do have to get through today. So I'll close it out with that.
Can I make a request
Sure.
before a motion's made, Mr. Mayor? The motion that's before you to sustain the DRB's actions, it has some blanks for the findings and the conditions. What I'm asking is for the council to make a motion, the hearing's closed, to continue this item till October 11th, but you to provide us direction on if the council wants to approve it, with what conditions, and then we'll bring those back with the findings and the conditions for you to adopt. The hearing's closed, there's no new testimony. It's just for us to be able to make sure that we're documenting the motion correctly with appropriate findings and conditions.
Well, hopefully, once one of my colleagues decides to make the motion, you'll help walk them through it so we can document those
It's essentially a motion. If
recommendations.
The consensus is to approve it. The question is going to be what conditions you're gonna suggest. So, this is essentially a motion for sustaining the DRB's action, approving the project with whatever conditions you would like to see, and then we'll bring that back for a final adoption once we've prepared the actual motion.
Well, I'll give it a shot to approve the DRB decision, except condition number 1, which involves reducing the massing on the second level. And I believe that includes the articulation on Winchester. It includes the windows or whatever I believe that's in there. I'm not sure if we added it in. Moving the point made by Mr. Marks, moving the wall back to be even with the building and providing some additional see-through distance for traffic safety purposes. Ensuring the screening is at least 7 feet high. If I'm repeating these conditions, just say it's in there.
Are all those covered in
All of those are covered.
Wouldn't it just be 1,
So the
3, and
stairwell
4?
is in there, that's number 3. Number 4 was conceded, that was something else that was conceded.
Right.
So basically, the whole DRB series of recommendations, except the first one, reducing the massing on the second level.
Councilmember Najarian, I do believe if we wanted to add the recommended condition to set back the barrier wall between the two properties and to include the block wall and wrought iron.
Yes.
And also just a comment for the city attorney, I think we should include that this is going to be the sustained adoption of this subsequent M&D as well.
Correct. And that would be sustaining the MND as well, and that would be brought back as part of the item when it comes back on the 11th.
So that's what my motion would be.
I'll second the motion, but can I get clarification why we're coming back?
Sure, it's to document the council's approval. The council's acting as the de novo hearing body, so it's to adopt the MND as well as to adopt a motion that contains both findings justifying the approval and it's expressly stating the conditions. That way, just so we have a clear record, so in the event of a legal challenge, it's all in one motion documented. And I understand perhaps the concern, but my legal recommendation is to do it that way, so we have a very clear record as to what the council's approving in terms of.
We have everything in front of us, right? We're just saying all of it except condition 1.
Councilmember Asatrian, the motion is missing findings, so,
Okay.
and I apologize for that. So rather than have us write up findings on the fly, I would like to include the findings, which are essentially the DRB findings, but again, put it all in one motion and bring it before you.
I'll second.
There's a motion and second, but I have a question, if you'll allow me. I'll apologize, I'll try and make it quick. There is some concerns about, this was a gas station and I don't want to say it's an industrial site, but there was obviously use of substances that could be deemed toxic. The pellet number 2 had alluded to some dumping that they had observed. Now, when construction begins, and there is going to be excavation, and there's going to be dirt, and there's going to be debris and soil, how do we mitigate that when there is a residence right next door? What is there to protect someone's interests in terms of construction?
Mr. Mayor, as part of the subsequent M&D, the mitigation measure requires a soils management plan. For any soil excavation, that'd be observed by a geologist and environmental professional to be on site during the excavation activities and just to monitor for potential impacted soils not identified during the assessment of the ESA. Additionally, it's to perform the SC AQMDs, which is basically air quality. Rule of 1166 for monitoring for any of these excavation or kicking of the dust during construction or grading activities. So it's been kind of wrapped into the mitigation measures of the subsequent M&D, which is presented to you tonight to be adopted.
All right, well, there's a motion and a second. Let's go ahead with the vote. Roll call.
Councilmember Zasatrian?
Yes.
Brotman?
I'm a no, and just to be clear, it's because of that, removing the condition number 1.
Divine?
No, same reason.
Najarian?
Yes.
Mayor Kasakian?
So if I have some reservations as well, but what is the condition that you have hesitancy over? What is the first one that you?
Well,
that's
Councilmember
the one
Najarian wants to accept appellant number 1's request to remove condition number 1 from the approval. I would like to keep condition number 1 in the approval,
That's
which is the step back.
It's the second and third level expansions at the eastern and western facades should be reduced in scale, consistent in spirit. It's all about.
And what is the hesitation from the? Let's have the applicant, Mr. Desai. What is your main concern? Is that something that is a deal breaker for you?
Yes, absolutely. Reducing the second and third floors, expanding the setback there would eliminate approximately 10 rooms and make the project unfeasible. Again, put me back in the same position as 2019. And as we mentioned earlier during the hearing, there's no other building that has this transition. There's a building directly across the street on Victory and Winchester that's 35 feet tall. It does not have a transition in the back on the second and third floor. Yeah. So that was the primary reason why I was appealing the DRB's decision. And lastly, there's no other hotel in the city of Glendale that has a transition on the second and third floor. So I wasn't sure why I was being subjected to that condition. Thank you.
And Councilmember Brahman, you're maintaining your position of the no vote on this?
Yes.
On that? All right, well, I know I'll hear about this on all the websites and on Nextdoor, but I'm inclined to vote yes and just move on from this. But I will say this to both of you. You're going to have to live next to each other. Mr. Desai, you have an office across the street. Mr. Marks, you're going to have to live next to this project, and you have for some time. So I think that you both need to sit at the table and figure out how you're going to move forward after this. So good luck to you all.
I just wanted to mention, just so there's clarity, all the issues between Mr. Marks was with the previous owner, not with me.
Regardless, I think it's in your best interest to sit down and figure out how you're going to move forward. Thank you. All right, let's go on. Next item.
Next item is community development regarding extension of interim urgency ordinance number 5978, prohibiting issuance of entitlement and/or permits for hotels in the downtown specific plan area of the city. Introduction of ordinance extending for an additional 1-year period, interim urgency ordinance number 5978, prohibiting issuance of entitlements and/or permits for hotel development projects in the downtown specific plan area.
Okay.
Open the hearing, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, we'll open the hearing at 12:08 on September 28th.
I can do this briefly. This was follow-up from the discussion earlier this month regarding the hotel moratorium. The council adopted a moratorium October of last year for 1 year or 45 days, then extended to a year, so that the city could study hotel development in downtown. The study was completed. Staff reported to the council on it earlier this month, I guess. And decided to do some additional study related to the hotel incentive regarding conditional use permits. So while that study is being completed, council asked that we bring back the moratorium for consideration of extending that moratorium for another year. Again, staff, I don't believe CDD staff believes it'll take a year to complete that work, but the government code requires the council to extend it for a year. And then when the item is brought back, if you make any changes to the zoning code, or the DSP, excuse me, then at that point, the council can terminate the DSP, the moratorium. So the item before you today is to introduce the moratorium ordinance, the extension ordinance, and then it'll be brought back on the 11th for adoption.
Okay. Anyone want to make a motion? Sorry? Introduction. Who wants to make the introduction? I don't think we have any. No, Mr. Shantan had already left long before. He probably left yesterday. So, who wants to introduce this?
I'm happy to, but I just want to clarify. So we're just introducing.
We're introducing an ordinance that's
to extend the moratorium for another year.
Correct.
That's all it is.
That's all it is. And then that ordinance.
I thought we did that last time.
No, because we had to notice it as a public hearing, so all we did was we got direction from you to bring it back. That's
Okay,
what
well,
this hearing
I'll
is.
introduce the ordinance.
Okay, introduced by Councilmember Brotman. Anything else we need to do today? There's no new business. Let's have oral communications. Do we have any callers? One card, but that person? Malcolm Johnson, you're here. Oh, he's signaling. All right, no, so that card has been rescinded. Is there a motion to adjourn? Second? All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Devine, seconded by Najarian. We stand adjourned. Thanks.